Low key, niggas hating but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we gon' eat.
The heads up with this ghetto dough. Time to break these folks off something. Got my boys, Bun B, Pimp C. I mean UGK, done linked up with Master P. We about to bring this across the border, you heard me. From Texas to New Orleans, hustler, baller, gangster, cap killer. Who I be a neighborhood dope dealer. A young hustler that's bout it, no limit. Soldiers, we get rowdy, we get rowdy. I got something for y'all haters, y'all haters. Y'all can't fade us. Ghetto cheese and street dreams, that's what made us. Now I'm space age pimping, but not 8-ball. Don't make me get wild and paint your name on the wall. About to go psycho and load this rifle. I'm from the projects where we all think alike though. And getting money's more than a hobby. Don't make me pull a lick, it could get sloppy. Like some brand new Jordans, you tied up. You sound like a chicken, time to get plugged by a G. Keep one in the chamber. Don't make me press upon you like some old Wranglers. Now you're all screwed up like DJ Screw. Don't got my money, forget you and your boo. Got that heat for the dope fiends. Where I'm from, a little town called New Orleans. Blowing up like B12. Folks don't care, they'll send you straight to hell. The murder capital of the world, where they don't care about you, your boy or your girl. And if you come stunting on them gold things, I'ma have to break you off something. Break you off something. Don't make me. Don't make me break you off something. Break you off something. Don't make me. Let me say it straight is straight. Let me lay down the rules. If somebody's all talking slick, they gon' snooze. Pimp C, yeah, you know what I said. AK hit the wall, told her stuffing out the bed. I'm looking at bread, I'm fully yard. Oh, tomorrow got caught, but I ain't gon' go. Somebody owe me money, thinking it's funny. Bought a 6-4, now I'm coming for the money. I need more money, money more. Took the key, took the cheese, and left with it shorty. Now the game escalated, ain't no witnesses. Ain't nobody finna tell what the business is. I'm breaking them off, putting them in the trunk. Riding through PA, smoking on that skunk. Getting rid of enemies to me ain't nothing. Pimp C, baby, 1496. Break you off something, yeah, break you off something. Don't make me break you off something, yeah, break you off something. Don't make me. We coming down like a sailing that rover. Just when you thought it was a start, it's over. You can call the cavalry, reinforcements or police. They gon' freeze up when they see me. My dogs, that's how these G's be. We three, me, C, and Master P. Sipping on gin and kiwi. Forget popping in your CD. We popping in them clips. Now we all up in your grill, living 3D. Drama, disaster, and heat when you make me blast you. Y'all better recognize who you messing with, the master. We plaster your name, make your mama call a pastor. Faster than you thought, now that's your fault. It's the class of 9 Skrilla, the forilla. Direct from the villa of killer. Now who thinking they triller? Watch me feel a wannabe with them slugs. Probably for jaw jacking and fronting. Don't make me break your off something. Don't make me break you off something. No. Break you off something. Don't make me.
Take a hallelujah. That's about everybody. We miss on the song a lot. Gives me the name about it. This is called Tell Her Never Do.
Ladies and gentlemen, we in for a marathon. We 3 days behind. I just found out about this trial about an hour or two ago. it seems very, very interesting. You got the backstory, a couple backstories lined up. In 3 days worth of trial, you're gonna be able to hurry up and fast forward through it. That's what I
If you handle your business right, I'ma promote your ass. You bitch out and try to kite, I'ma come smoke your ass. The shit that I'm giving you, they drawing blood to get. The fix be running through because they love the shit. So don't come with that, no one wouldn't buy it. The shit was food. Niggas try to rob me, nobody was coming through. Snitches, I can't have that. Bitches, I can't have that. Riches, you can have that. Just bring me my cash back. Look, it's all gravy with me, go ahead and shine. That's how you play it with me, you're big time. All I want is the G's with a trunk full of keys.
I wasn't late. I changed the time.
Got something you can lend me.
Changed the time to 5:50. Like, I think I was supposed to go for 5:30 and I changed it right quick. I may have been late. I'm not sure. I do know I changed the time.
I'ma be thugging behind the project building, smoking that Bobby with the ghetto children, plotting on a way that we can make a million dollars. Yeah, I'ma be thugging behind the project building, smoking that Bobby with the ghetto children, plotting on a way that we can make a million dollars. Hey, now I'm on some shit again. Leave a hater stranded like Gilligan. Hundreds I'm considering, flexing for $1 million. Catch it, hater, I'm killing them. They spot, but I ain't feeling them. My jacket off appearing them. Some will say it's numerary, partners in vocifering. Juvenile is different. Look at what I did to them. Boys wearing Reeboks instead of Nikes and Timberlands. Bitch hitters, I be tipping them. My Mac 9, it be flipping them. Some of these haters is trying to run G, so I be gifting them. They will do the same to me. Boys ain't no family. Shit is all a game to me, but nobody gon' handle me. 400 degrees, toting guns, running with me. No wonder we need more money one could receive. Play, I wanna deal with this Christ. I'ma put it open in his life. Never should I fuck with me right. Why you keep ducking me shy? I'ma knock your head off. Boy, tryna get to your fuck, tryna play it off. You made the beat, pussy so wise, you scared. If you mind your fucking business, then your life would be spared. I can't see it. Pussy try to make me out a bitch, I can't be it. I had this motherfucker crow with hitters like Free Nick. You probably can save yourself, but you can't save your neighbors when my nine get to spinning around like a baseball player.
Y'all got me messed up. How come y'all don't say nothing about truth being late? I can't be 3 goddamn minutes late. She be whole days late. Y'all don't say nothing to her.
Cause I don't like to dream about making no cheese. Wanna see my motherfucking bank account OD until then. I'ma be thugging behind a project building, smoking that Bobby with the ghetto children, plotting on a way that we can make $1 million. Yeah, I'ma be thugging behind a project building, smoking that Bobby with the ghetto children, plotting on a way that we can make $1 million. Ask some boy about me. Bet them bitches know me. Man, know your head buster out that wild TC. I'm a young hitter. Look at what you done, hitter. You done made me mad. Now I'm gonna get my gun, hitter. Better watch your tongue, hitter. Cause I'm getting dumb, hitter. Kill one hitter to represent where I'm from, hitter. 3 things you don't ever do. Fuck with a man, exchange or his mama. You do that, you want drama. Fuck with a big timer for sure. You gon' see I'm out you. Which one of you boys want me? I'ma keep it real with you. You say you the man, I know I'm the man, and I'm ready to deal with you. I'm prepared for the toe tagging. Keep my Reebok strapped tight with my key ball sagging. Now I done rocked a couple of keys, and I done flipped that 2 times. I know I'm in a drought, and they gonna pursue mine. I got bills to pay, I can't be playing with you jokers. These youngsters something else, now you bout it, they'll provoke you. You can't understand how a hitter my age can hit the streets like the bustin' with the 12 gauge. But I don't like to dream about making no cheese in the future. Wanna see my fucking pockets OD until then. I'ma be thugging behind the project. Fucking that title, we can get up.
All right, let's get into it. As y'all see, Truth says she charged with second-degree murder. I don't know how the hell you cut somebody's head off and give them chemical burns from trying to clean the shit up and get second degree, but that's what they charged her with. That's what she's on trial for. Let's listen to the backstory.
45-year-old Devyn Michaels in court days after prosecutors suspect she killed the father of her children.
One of the most striking murder stories to have shaken the entire world is the Jonathan Willett murder case, allegedly committed by Devyn Michaels opposite Las Vegas. Events unfolded in August 2023 when the remains of Willett were found inside his home in Henderson, Nevada. He was 46 years old, and his remains were found in a critically compromised condition, leading to a very complex investigation and subsequent legal process. The relationship between Devyn Michaels and Jonathan Willett was, per reports, rather convoluted. Michaels, who was 45 at the time of the incident, was described as Willett's sometime romantic partner, while she was said to be married to Willett's son, if that weren't confusing enough. This tangled family dynamic added another layer of tension to their interactions. Michaels' relationship to Miss Willett seemed volatile, with reported panics that might contribute to the sad triggers leading to Willett's death. On August 8, 2023, Willett's mother was the one who found the lifeless body in their home, which started the investigation. The scene she was presented with was horrific. The body of Willett was beheaded, with traces of a strong struggle. There were bottles of bleach and ammonia nearby, showing that an attempt to clean up or destroy evidence was made. A meat cleaver was missing from the house, further suspicions about the murder weapon. The police did not take any time in making Devyn Michaels a person of interest. After the initial investigation, arrest, and charging, Michaels was eventually charged for the murder. It had been reported that Michaels threw Willett's head in a trash bin, where it was picked up by sanitation and never recovered. Michaels contended that she had not meant to kill Willett, but only meant to hurt her to the extent that she would have to go to the hospital. She stated she had done this because she was concerned about her children's well-being and future. However, the type of injury inflicted did not hold up to that assertion. As the case continued to make its way through the courts, Michaels eventually reached a plea agreement. She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder with a deadly weapon, which had a substantial effect on her sentencing. The plea agreement allowed for the potential of a life sentence with parole consideration after 15 years. For some, this was a pragmatic pathway to ensuring a conviction, but others felt this was a disproportionately lenient possibility of parole, given the brutality of the crime. The plea has gained widespread media attention and public scrutiny, with many concerned about the leniency of such a plea agreement. The possibility of Michaels' release after 15 years has made his sentence a lightning rod of controversy, particularly given the brutality of his crime and what Willett's family have endured. Proponents of the harsher sentence argued the crime deserved a harsher punishment. Those who sided with the plea bargain believed it brought a modicum of justice and skipped the uncertainties of a trial. The crime came in suburban neighborhood in Henderson, an outskirts community only a few miles from Las Vegas, thought to be tranquil in contrast and comparison to the busy Las Vegas Strip. This incident disrupted the usual calm, making both local and national headlines. From the disposal of evidence to the strained relationship between the victim and the perpetrator, the murder showed deep-seated tension that eventually culminated in violence. The tragedy really hit home with the family of Willett, especially his mother, who discovered the body. It was a murder that not only deprived them of a loved one, but also left behind questions of what happened leading up to such a heinous crime. The involvement of Devyn Michaels, whose life had been inextricably linked with the family through her relationship with Willett's son, further complicated the emotional fallout for all concerned. Beyond immediate family needs, the community obviously was shocked at the violence of the crime. While not immune, Henderson is generally viewed as a safer alternative to some sections of the Las Vegas metropolitan area. This incident gradually tested those perceptions and pointed out the increasingly unpredictable nature of domestic conflicts, which often escalate in lethal ways. This case also involves broader issues about domestic violence, mental health, and the criminal justice system's handling of complex interpersonal crimes. Anyhow, dependent element, conflict, and unresolved tension between Michaels and Willett appear to have been part of the relationship. Although Michaels told the court that it was premeditated, the ferocity of the violence coupled with attempts to hide evidence of wrongdoing hints otherwise. It also points to the difficulties that face police judgments about intent and the proper administration of justice in domestic homicides. A plea bargain such as that extended to Michaels makes practical legal sense by guaranteeing some accountability for a crime, considering the vagaries of trial and sentencing. Plea bargains are by no means without controversy, however, especially in cases involving violence. The terms included in this plea bargain, where parole can be allowed after 15 years, have been a sticking point among those following the case. The fact that Devyn Michaels murdered Jonathan Willett serves as a tragic example of how domestic tension can rise from one unfortunate incident into deadly violence. From the discovery of this crime to the court case and public reaction, all the details of this case have shown just how multifaceted such cases are, and how difficult it may be for those seeking justice. The plea bargain provides some sort of closure, but leaves many questions on the appropriateness of the punishment to the crime. As this case continues to strike deep in the minds of people, it serves to remind how enormous the ripples are that an act of violence within the confines of a family creates, and how difficult true justice can be in balancing realities of legal process. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss out on our latest content. We dive into the most intriguing and shocking crime stories each week, and your support means the world to us. Until next time, stay safe and take care of yourself. See you in the next video.
Hold on. Okay, this next one, I think it actually shows where she withdrew.
They manipulated and altered.
Hold on. So y'all heard them saying that they had set up a plea deal for her where she could have been out in 15 years. And here is when she came back to enter her plea or get sentenced for her plea, and she changed it. So this is going to be a look at that. And then after this, it's going to go straight into the trial. But yeah, she withdrew her plea of guilty and the child plea deal that she was going to get, which is a sweet one. So hopefully, since she withdrew it and they found her guilty, she going to get the death penalty since she didn't want to do the 15.
The way that they manipulated and altered and deleted things is wrong. They should not be able to do it, and they have. And for you to be able to look me in the eye knowing that the things are altered and...
You pled guilty now.
Mr. Michaels, you are not to address the state. You are to address me. You are. You are going to address me.
I don't know what to do anymore.
Judge, I'm not comfortable with this record. I'm willing to let her out of her plea if the court's fine.
I don't know how to fix this.
Ms. Michaels, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you and answer my question.
Yes.
Do you want to withdraw your plea and go to trial?
Yes, please.
All right. This plea is going to be withdrawn.
She said she loved him more than anything in the world. He said they'd be together forever. But when the trust broke, so did the silence. And what followed were 3 gunshots, 1 man dead, and 1 woman accused of murder. Devyn Michaels was only 22 when her life and someone else's came to a violent end. She lived with her boyfriend Jaden McCormick in a North Las Vegas apartment. Jaden was 24, smart, good-looking, ambitious. He worked in real estate and was starting to build a future. Together, they looked like the perfect couple.
Hey everyone, it's me, Devyn Michaels. We are on our final hour of our open house over here at 9179 Smugglers Beach Court. It's right off of Blue Diamond in El Capitan. Come say hi.
But what was happening behind closed doors was far from perfect. The relationship had cracks, ones that kept getting deeper. There were constant fights, accusations, tears. Friends said Devyn was insecure and jealous. Jaden was distant and sometimes careless with her emotions. According to people close to them, Devyn often checked his phone, questioned who he talked to, and doubted where he went. Jaden at times shut down, but something was always simmering beneath the surface. On the night of June 14th, 2024, things finally boiled over. It was past midnight when Devyn allegedly found messages on Jaden's phone. Messages from another woman, playful, flirty, some even suggested plans to meet. What followed was explosive, shouting, pacing, slamming doors. Neighbors would later tell police they heard glass break. And then, 3 shots rang out. At 2:57 a.m., a neighbor called 911. I heard screaming, then gunshots. It sounded close. When police entered the apartment, Jaden McCormick was lying on the floor, unarmed. He had 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, 1 more grazing his shoulder. He died before medics could do anything. Right beside his body was Devyn, sitting on the floor crying, holding herself. She didn't try to run. She didn't lie. She just kept saying, I didn't mean to. I just snapped. The gun was a 9mm handgun, registered to Jaden. Devyn's fingerprints were on the grip. There were no signs of a struggle, no defensive wounds, nothing to suggest she was in danger. At first, detectives considered if this was self-defense, but then more layers began to unravel. Devyn's phone showed a string of angry messages she sent to Jaden hours before the shooting. If I find out you lied to me, one message said, you'll regret it. Another, don't come back here tonight. I'm done playing nice. Then came the surveillance footage. At around 10:14 p.m. that night, cameras showed Devyn leaving the apartment building. She returned just before 2:30 a.m. with what appeared to be a small bag in her hand. Police believe that bag held the weapon. One neighbor's Ring camera captured some of the audio from the fight. Screaming, accusations. Then, silence. Then the unmistakable sound of gunfire. The evidence was piling up. It wasn't just a fight gone wrong, it looked like a decision. Devyn was arrested at the scene. No resistance, no denial. She admitted she was angry, but said she never meant to kill him, only to scare him, to make him listen. At her first hearing, prosecutors charged her with first-degree murder. They claimed the shooting was planned, that Devyn had time to cool down, that she left, got the gun, came back, and pulled the trigger with intent. Her defense team painted a different picture. They said she was a young woman pushed to the edge, that she had no criminal history, that she suffered from extreme emotional instability, and that Jaden had manipulated her for months. Psychologists brought in to evaluate Devyn diagnosed her with symptoms of borderline personality disorder, severe fear of abandonment, emotional extremes, impulsive, sometimes violent reactions. They argued that on the night of the murder, Devyn had a mental breakdown and snapped. But the court wasn't convinced. The judge denied bail, called her a potential threat, and set a trial date for September 2025. As of today, Devyn Michaels is sitting in a cell at the Clark County Detention Center. If convicted, she could face life in prison without the possibility of parole. Jaden's family has stayed mostly silent, except for one post by his sister, which simply read, "He trusted her, and she shot him." That's all there is to say. Some say it was heartbreak, some say it was obsession, others believe it was cold-blooded murder. But one thing is clear, this wasn't just a fight, it was the end of a love story, and the beginning of a courtroom battle that will decide whether Devyn Michaels spends the rest of her life behind bars, all over a few messages, and a gun fired 3 times.
All right, here come the trial. I got to do a little sliding of the bar because I don't know when they come in. They broke part 2. They broke day 1 down into 2 parts. Let's see here. Hopefully y'all are in the mood for a marathon because that's what we finna do. We finna do a marathon because we got to catch up.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury is all present and accounted for. All right. Michaels, may the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and are you guys ready to begin?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this trial, for those of you who are going to be our jurors, I want to let you know what to expect, so we're going to go through some preliminary instructions before we get started. First of all, we'd like you to be as comfortable as possible while you're here. So if you have any trouble hearing or seeing at any time during this trial, please raise your hand as an indication. Also, if you need to use the restroom, if you feel ill, or if you have any other problem, please also raise your hand and let us know. I also encourage you to stand up and stretch between witnesses, or when the attorneys are discussing something at the bench with me. You can also feel free to bring in water or anything or a drink, as long as it doesn't cause any disruption in the proceedings. During this trial, we will generally meet between 9 o'clock and end around 5. Occasionally, we may break shortly after 5 if there's a witness testifying at that time, or a witness who needs to be called out of order, but we will not stay past 6. Also, during the day, we will generally break for lunch between 11:45 and 1 o'clock, depending on what time we started, and we will break for about an hour and 15 minutes, and then we'll have a break in the afternoon for about 15 minutes. This is a criminal case commenced by the state of Nevada, which I may sometimes refer to as the state, against Devyn Michaels. This case is based on the second amended indictment. The clerk will now read the second amended indictment to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and state the plea of the defendant to that second amended indictment.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, the state of Nevada plaintiff versus Devyn J. Michaels, aka Nikki Fairchild, aka Tracy Baker, aka Tracy Nicole Tavares, defendant, case number C23377-239-1, Department 10, third amended indictment, state of Nevada, County of Clark, the defendant above named, Devyn J. Michaels, aka Nikki Fairchild, aka Tracy Baker, aka Tracy Nicole Tavares, accused by the Clark County Grand Jury of the crime of murder with use of a deadly weapon, committed at or within the County of Clark, State of Nevada, on or about the 7th day of August 2023 as follows. Did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice aforethought kill Jonathan Willett, a human being, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a wooden stick and or other unknown object, by striking the said Jonathan Willett with said wooden stick and or other unknown object, and or through other unknown means, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and/or 2, committed during the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a robbery. Dated this 28th day of October 2025, Stephen B. Wolfson, Clark County District Attorney, by John Giordani, Chief Deputy District Attorney, to which the defendant has pled not guilty to.
Ladies and gentlemen, please understand that the second amended indictment is simply a charge and that it is not in any sense evidence of the allegations it contains. The defendant has pled not guilty to the second amended indictment. The state therefore has the burden of proving each of the essential elements of the second amended indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. As the defendant sits there now, she's not guilty. The purpose of this trial is to determine whether the state will meet that burden. It is your primary responsibility as jurors to find and determine the facts. Under our system of criminal procedure, you are the sole judge of the facts. You are here to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and other evidence, including exhibits introduced in court. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you feel may be properly drawn from the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, you must base your verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the instructions from the law that I give to you. To protect the integrity of the jury process, it is very important that you do not do any independent research about this case until the jury has reached a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of media coverage in regards to this case, but it's very important that you do not watch any media coverage of this case or you do not do any additional media searches on your own about this case. You may not visit any location involved in this case. You must not do any research or look up words, names, maps, or anything else that may have anything to do with this case. This includes any reading of newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, or any other means to get information related to the case or the people and places involved in the case. This applies whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. Additionally, until you're discharged from your service as a juror, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, coworkers, and family members. You may tell people you've been picked for a jury and how long the case will take. However, you must not give any information about the case itself or the people involved in the case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service, or write to you about this case. This includes face-to-face, phone, or computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to research or talk about this case. This includes Googling, tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website, or any other means at all. All of us are depending on you to follow these rules so that there will be a fair and lawful resolution to this case. You may not declare to your fellow jurors any facts relating to this case of your own knowledge. And if you discover during the trial or after the jury has retired that you or any other juror has personal knowledge of any witness or fact in controversy in this case, you must disclose that information to me outside the presence of the other jurors. The evidence in this case will consist of sworn testimony of witnesses, all exhibits received in evidence, regardless of which side introduces the evidence. If the attorneys on both sides stipulate to the existence of a fact, you must, unless otherwise instructed, accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proven. I may take judicial notice of certain facts or events. If I take judicial notice of a fact or event, you must accept that fact as true. In every case, there are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what the person saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is testimony or exhibits which are proof of a particular fact, from which if that fact is proven, you can infer the existence of a second fact. For example, if you're outside and you see and feel raindrops falling on you, that's direct evidence that it's raining because you can feel and see the raindrops fall on you. But if you go to sleep at night and the ground is dry, but when you wake up in the morning the ground is all wet and there are puddles outside, that is circumstantial evidence that it rained while you were asleep. Although you didn't see it raining, you know the ground was dry when you went to sleep, and now it is wet, and that is circumstantial evidence that it rained last night. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence in deciding this case. The law permits you to give equal weight to both types of evidence, but it's up to you to decide how much weight to give to a particular piece of evidence. The parties may sometimes make objections to some of the testimony or other evidence. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to the evidence which he or she believes may not properly be offered, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer who makes objections on behalf of the party he or she represents. At times, I may sustain objections or direct that you disregard certain testimony or exhibits. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I've instructed you to disregard. You also must not consider anything which you may have seen or heard when court is not in session, even if what you see or hear is said or done by one of the parties or by one of the witnesses. In considering the weight and value of the testimony of any witness, you may take into consideration the appearance, attitude, and behavior of the witness, the interest of the witness in the outcome of the case, if any, the relation of the witness to the defendant or the state, the inclination of the witness to speak truthfully or not, and the probability or improbability of the witness's statements and all of the facts and circumstances and evidence. Thus, you may give the testimony of any witness just such weight and value as you believe the testimony of the witness is entitled to receive. After these instructions, we'll have an opening statement by the state, maybe an opening statement by the defense, the state's evidence, the defense's evidence if they desire to present any evidence, jury instructions, and closing arguments. Opening statements and closing arguments are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but please understand that what the attorneys tell you is not evidence. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will instruct you on the law. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions or the instructions that I will read to you after the evidence is in. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given to you by the court. Until the case is submitted to you, you must not discuss it with anyone, not even with your fellow jurors. After it's submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until the entire case has been submitted to you under instructions from me. Again, if you discover during the course of the trial that you have personal knowledge of the facts of the case, or that you know one of the witnesses, please give a note to the marshal who will present it to me. During this trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the lawyers at the bench about questions of law or procedure that I need to make a decision on. Sometimes you may be excused from the courtroom for the same reason. I will try to limit these interruptions as much as possible. Please understand if we take a break, it is necessary, and we appreciate your patience. You will be given a badge to wear during your jury service. Please wear the badge at all times while you're in the courthouse or on a break. This badge lets everyone know that you're a juror in this case. This is important because during the course of this trial, the attorneys for both sides and court personnel, other than the marshal, are not permitted to talk to members of the jury. By this, I mean not only can they not talk to you about the case, they can't talk to you at all, not even to ask you what time it is. This badge helps them identify you as a juror. If someone will not talk to you, please understand that they are not being rude. To ensure the absolute impartiality of the jury, the people involved in the case are bound by ethics and law to avoid contact with jurors until the case is decided. You've also been given papers and pens for your use. You are free to take notes during the trial if you wish, but please keep the notes to yourself until you and your fellow jurors go to the jury room to decide the case. Do not let note-taking distract you. You should also rely on your own memory of what was said.
Hello, everyone. Yes, she had a lot of
If jurors have
AKAs.
conflicting notes, you should not rely on the notes because the court recorder's record contains a complete and authentic record of this trial. I will also type my own notes during trial. Please do not take this into consideration. If I begin to type during a witness's testimony, you are not to consider that testimony any more important than any other testimony. In fact, you're not to consider anything I say or do during this trial to suggest that I'm inclined to favor the claims or position of either party. I'm required to remain neutral. It would be wrong for you to conclude that anything I say or do means I'm for one side or another in this trial. Discussing and deciding the facts is your job and your job alone. Jurors are allowed to ask questions. The procedures require that you write your juror number and question on a full sheet of paper and give it to the marshal while the witness is still in the courtroom. Questions must be factual in nature and designed to clarify information already presented. If it's a proper question under the court rules, I'll ask you. If the evidence rules prevent me from asking the question, then I won't ask the question. If I don't ask the question, I'll keep the question and explain after trial the purpose of the rule that precluded me from asking it. Please reserve your questions until the attorneys have finished asking questions of the witness, as the attorneys will likely ask your question. Jurors must not place undue weight on the responses to their questions or draw any conclusion because the questions was not asked. There may be some testimony in this case that will be given through an interpreter. An interpreter will provide a translation for you at the time the testimony is given. You must rely on the translation provided by the interpreter, even if you understand the language that's spoken by the witness. Do not retranslate any testimony for other jurors. If you believe the court interpreter translated testimony incorrectly, let me know immediately by writing a note and giving it to the marshal prior to the witness being excused from the courtroom. Finally, in fairness to the parties to this case, you should keep an open mind throughout this trial, reaching your conclusion only during your final deliberations, after all the evidence is in, and you've heard the attorney's closing arguments and my instructions to you on the law. Now that I've given my preliminary instructions, the clerk will now administer the oath to the members of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and raise your right hand so that the clerk can administer the oath.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you all. State, are you prepared to give an opening statement?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Prior to that, can counsel approach?
On August 7th of 2023, the defendant, Devyn Michaels, brutally murdered and savaged the body of her ex, Jonathan Willett. But the story did not begin on August 7th of 2023, and all I can say is buckle up because you're in for a wild ride. This is Jonathan in life. It's Jonathan's two young children that he shared with the defendant. Both girls, faces blocked out, they're preteen young children. You will learn during the course of this trial that John had a son from a prior relationship named Devyn, that after Devyn was born, he split with Devyn's mother, eventually getting into a relationship with the defendant. They then had these two children together. They separated, and there was a custody agreement that was ordered by the family court in which the victim had full physical custody of the girls. You will learn that the defendant was not happy about that situation, that the defendant wanted to have control of her girls, and she wanted to start a new life with Devyn, the same Devyn that is John's son. On August 7th of 2023, Yoko Willett, an elderly woman, woke up to find her dead son in his room with what she referred to as his face and neck missing. This is the 911 call she voiced.
Yes, this is Yoko Willett. My number is, address is 2698 Aradura Drive, Henderson, Nevada. Yeah, 702-203-8975. Okay, I went downstairs and my son is on the bed and all bloody. I don't open the cover. It's all bloody. I don't know. Can you come over?
Yeah, come over. What happened to him?
I have no idea. I saw to the outside this morning, but
Did he awake?
and
Did he awake?
I think he's dead.
Listen, Stephen, I already have a call for help, okay? How old is your son?
About 46 seconds.
Is he breathing?
All over.
Where is he bleeding from him?
I don't know, from the expo or something.
Do you see any weapons around him?
No.
Will he harm himself? Can you tell?
What?
Did it look like he hurt himself at all? Like, maybe shot himself?
Those was on the yard. I told him, I didn't know he was trying to move out from my house.
Okay.
And his girlfriend was here yesterday.
Okay. When's the last time you saw him? Ma'am, when's the last time you saw him? Okay, how long ago?
Last night.
Last night.
Yeah. I think somebody has come to eat.
Okay, ma'am, we're already on the way, okay? We're going to try to help him before we get there. Do you have the defibrillator available inside your house?
Huh?
Do you have the defibrillator available at your house, the shocking machine?
I don't.
That's okay, ma'am. What I want you to do is see, do you feel safe to get ready to act so we can try to just...
That is what police found when they arrived at the Willett residence. Jonathan on his bed in his bedroom. As you can see, his head is missing. Large blood stain at the foot of the bed there, and a large amount of blood underneath where his head should be. Officers eventually removed the cover from his body and noted several chemical burns, or what appeared to be strange chemical burns on his body. And a very clean decapitation. You can see that. The Henderson Police Department was responsible for the investigation. After first responders arrived on scene, clearly couldn't render any medical aid to the victim, they locked down the scene. Homicide investigators are then enlisted and take over. Along with the homicide investigators, they bring out an army of crime scene analysts and treat this case obviously very seriously, and they go into the home after executing a search warrant. When they go into the home, they obviously focus on the bedroom, but they do a pretty thorough search of the entire residence, the curtilage, the backyard, the front, the trash cans, the upstairs bedrooms, the kitchen, the living room, and these are the items that they find. A couple of chemical bottles, obviously relevant for the potential chemical burns on the victim's body. They find some interesting writings that you'll see a little bit more of later, demonstrating that there was a contentious custody case going on between the victim and someone, at that point, someone. They see out front John's moving truck, the victim's moving truck. You will learn that he had a moving business. There's a trailer on the back. It's parked a little cattywampus, going the wrong way on the street and poking out into the street, as though he may have planned on moving after he last parked that car or truck. But the items that weren't found are what was particularly notable for the investigators. They didn't find a murder weapon. They didn't find whatever this person used to cut his head off. They did not find his head. They did not find his wallet. They did not find his truck keys, and they did not find his phone. They interviewed Yoko, and the gentleman above Yoko's photo is Yoshida, her partner. According to Yoko and Yoshida, the defendant, who they referred to as Nikki and knew as Nikki, ultimately identified as Devyn Michaels, was the last person to see Jonathan alive. Nikki and John had been moving the girls and John's items from this Paladura address to Nikki's address on Porcupine Rim that she shared with Devyn, and for a temporary period over the summer, the young girls. They learned that Nikki and John returned to this address, the Paladura address, for the last time at 10 p.m. on August 6th, or around 10 p.m. They learned from Yoko that about 1 a.m. she was going downstairs for a glass of water and ran into the defendant, who she will describe to you when you hear from her as she appeared to be startled to see me. The defendant and Yoko have a conversation. It's relatively brief. Yoko's in the kitchen cleaning up some dishes. The defendant has now entered the kitchen, and they begin to talk when the defendant tells Yoko, John's asleep. Don't go in there. Those aren't her words. You'll hear this through the course of the trial. She says, John's asleep. He's passed out. We have plans for him to move some more stuff in the morning, kind of don't bother him kind of thing. Yoko then noticed that the lights were on in John's room, but decided, hey, if he's asleep, I'm not going to go in there. She returns back upstairs. Yoko went to sleep, leaving Nikki, or the defendant, alone in the home. And you will learn very clearly that there were only 4 people in the home at the time of this incident: the victim, the defendant, Yoko, and Yoshida. Yoko also will tell you that around 8 a.m. she found John without a face. You probably heard from the 911 call, there's a bit of a language barrier. She'll do her best to describe what she initially saw and the shock, obviously, that ensued. So the defendant is the last person to see him, so investigators are very curious to speak with her. Homicide detectives summon her to the scene. They get a hold of her via a phone number given by a neighbor. She answers that phone. It's her phone. She agrees to come to the scene, leaving Devyn and the girls are with the defendant as well. She, in her initial interview, says John is her ex. They share the 2 children together, that they spent the whole day together on August 6th, moving, shopping for the girls' school supplies, etc. Everything's normal from her perspective. That evening, they were moving the girls' things into her home on Porcupine, and she was, in fact, at the Paladura residence last night doing that. She would go on to describe it's a normal night, there's nothing out of sorts, and that John was alive and well in the garage when she left. Remember that. Further investigation, of course, occurs. Homicide detectives are treating this very seriously. You will learn from many of them that when a homicide such as this comes in, they divide duties. There's too much for one person to do. And so, although there is a lead detective who goes by the name of Dennis Ozawa, Detective Ozawa was not in any way the only person investigating this case. He had an entire team, and you will hear from many of those people. You will learn that one big thing in the modern days of investigation is video cameras. They're everywhere in our valley, so they canvass all around. The Paladura residence is kind of right in the middle of all those yellow markers. They canvassed all these different addresses for anything who saw, heard anything, and anyone who had a camera. Some of those were fruitful, some of them were not. They knocked on the doors where video cameras were visibly present. They even knocked on doors where they weren't present in the hopes that maybe someone saw or heard something, and they gathered a lot of footage. We're going to do our best during the course of this trial to streamline it for you. There's hundreds of hours of footage, and we're going to present it in the best way we can. They also learned that there is a neighbor directly to the left of the homicide scene who had a motion-activated Ring camera, which will become important later in the trial. There also was an autopsy, of course. The Henderson Detective Ozawa attended that autopsy. You will hear from the medical examiner in this case, Dr. Stephanie Yagi with the Clark County Coroner's Office, who enlisted the assistance of a forensic anthropologist, Dr. Burns, who works out of UNLV. You will learn that Dr. Yagi surmised that the cause of death was homicidal violence and the manner of death was homicide. You will learn that she noted the non-thermal chemical burns on the body, which did not contribute to his death, but were notable for investigative purposes. Something important I want you to keep in the back of your mind is there were no bleeding injuries anywhere else on the body, so everything was focused neck and above. You will learn that the decapitation occurred post-mortem. There are histological reactions that the body has if this type of thing happens while you're still alive and your body is trying to actively repair itself. None of those were present during the course of the autopsy, and so the doctor will testify that this was a post-mortem decapitation. As I mentioned, she enlisted the assistance of a forensic anthropologist, Dr. Burns. You will hear from her as well. She will talk about the science behind what she does, and in this particular case, she was enlisted for the main purpose of determining what was used to cut off Mr. Willette's head. She will tell you that she did microscopic examination. During the course of that thorough examination, she determined very clearly that there were 2 separate instruments used to chop off his head. She even can narrow it down by time because of the layering of the artifacts on the bones, and so she will surmise and testify that first, a serrated or non-serrated knife was used, so a knife, whether serrated or not. When that was unsuccessful, the defendant then used a powered saw of some sort. She can't narrow it down to class. You will learn, or class of tool. You will learn that the bones in the neck, the cervical spine, are very small. There are areas on it which would reflect these markings, but they are so small that she can't really surmise what type of saw. She'll testify that if it's a long bone, she has seen cases with dismemberment, involving dismemberment, but not a decapitation. But with dismemberment of larger bones, you can see more, which allows you to narrow down the type of saw that was used, but here that's not possible. Nonetheless, she will testify clearly that it was 2 different instruments, knife first, saw second. Further investigation also revealed what Mr. Draskevich alluded to in jury selection, a very non-traditional family situation. And I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier. The investigation revealed that the defendant, after splitting with John, ultimately married his son, Devyn. Devyn moves in with her. They are together for an extended period of time. The defendant loses custody of the girls, and eventually the girls end up for a short period of time over the summer of 2023 before school starts, living in the home with the defendant and Devyn, with Jonathan living back at the Paladura residence with his mom and Yashida. This is Clark County Department of Family Services document showing the parent placement verification letter describing that John was awarded full physical custody of the girls on October 27th of 2022. That Jonathan, as I said, and the girls were living at 2698 Paladura at the time. You can see in the document that the defendant had weekly supervised visitation with the girls for an extended period of time. And you will learn through various witnesses that John kind of bent the rules with that and allowed her to see the girls a little bit more than was court ordered. You will also learn that John allowed the girls to stay with the defendant and Devyn, as I mentioned, at the Porcupine Rim address over the summer of 2023, and that Jonathan was going to move in with the defendant and the girls to try to stabilize their lives and basically try to get everyone under the same roof. The girls were having a real hard time with the custody situation, and his main focus was the girls. Obviously, with all this information they've gathered, the defendant is now a person of interest. She's the last person to see John. She's been over there very close in time to his murder. There's all these ties. There's the custody paperwork I showed you earlier, the writings that were in his room, and so they respond to Porcupine Rim. I can't remember if I put a map in here, but I'll just tell you we'll have a Google map for you that shows the distance between the homes. They're about 30 minutes apart. Paladura is in Henderson. Porcupine Rim is in Las Vegas, and it's a pretty good distance, about 30 minutes. The detectives will tell you, and this is Detective Ozawa and Detective Carrie Skinner, that when they go to the residence, they observe the defendant. She's kind of either moving stuff or moving back and forth between the home and the vehicle, and they note a couple of things before they approach and make contact with her. You see the Nissan Armada, which is the defendant's vehicle, looks pretty clean and shiny. You will see that cell phone on the right. The detectives observed that when they first drove up, kind of sitting in the rocks near the driveway. Thought, okay, that's weird, but we're not going to touch it. We're not executing a search warrant yet. They leave it be, and then they make contact with the defendant to interview her again, because now they know some more things, and things aren't quite adding up, and they want to know a little bit more. They make contact with the defendant, and this is prior to them going into the home and executing a search warrant on the home. They get a little more information, but the story generally remains the same, that John recently dated Andrea. This is extra information. But that last night he threw away his engagement ring in the trash can at Paladura, which, remember that. That John wanted to get back together with her romantically, this is new information, and move in, which we already know to provide stability for the girls. She mentioned that Yoko does not know Devyn and I are married. She claimed that her marriage with Devyn was one of convenience for insurance purposes and non-romantic and not sexual in nature. You will learn, and you'll actually hear it, the interview. During this interview, out in the police vehicle in front of Porcupine Rim, the girls walk up, and you can hear them, their sweet little voices, and they're like, "This is Daddy's phone, this is Daddy's phone, this is why he wasn't answering." The detectives realize that's kind of important. They take the phone from the girls, or the girls give it to them, and the detectives note blood on the phone. Something important. They ask the defendant, "Well, how did this get here?" And she responded generally that he must have left it here earlier in the day when he was moving, and I don't know. I mean, there's a cigarette butt over there. I know he smoked cigarettes. It's by where the phone was. He probably left it. And the detectives are a little suspicious of that. They ask her a few more questions. Again, you're going to hear this stuff in the audio recording, so I've summarized it. And then ultimately at the end, she again sticks with this. John was alive and well in the garage when I left. As I mentioned, the detectives then obtain a search warrant and execute that search warrant on the home. They also get the warrant for the vehicles. You'll learn that that white moving van is Devier's work van. He was a home security installer. He did various jobs for a legitimate company. They searched that vehicle, nothing of evidentiary value found in that vehicle. You can also barely see behind the van. There's a small sedan that's inoperable, but they search it nonetheless. They find nothing of evidentiary value. When it comes to the defendant's Nissan Armada, they photograph it on the outside, but then they apply seals to every opening, and then they tow that to have it searched later at their lab. You will learn they find in the garage the Ring cameras from John's home. A little weird. They grab them up, they seize them pursuant to the search warrant in the hopes that maybe since these are the cameras from John's home, it captured something. There is no footage, unfortunately, associated with it. They issued administrative subpoenas and attempted to obtain footage from Ring. There was no footage because he didn't have the right account to store the Ring footage in the cloud. And I'm butchering the technical terms, I'm sure, but you'll hear all of this from witnesses. They also noted that there was no SD card in the cameras themselves, but nonetheless, they took them, they seized them pursuant to the search warrant, just to make sure. You will also learn they find several of defendants' writings throughout the home describing kind of the relationship with Devyn, not exactly how the defendant described it to them to begin with. Very importantly, they find the defendant's purse. Inside her purse, they find the victim's social security card, along with one of her work cards. This is the defendant's bedroom. What I've circled there is basically her underwear drawer. When you execute a search warrant, you go through everything. You basically toss the place. And when they were searching the defendant's underwear drawer, they found something. My mouse is freezing on me here. Very important. They find several layers of knotted plastic bags, and inside they find the victim's and his only set of truck keys. After the search warrant, they speak with the defendant again. They learn that the defendant's version regarding the phone is that she has no idea how it is. They confront her with the blood on the screen. She initially says, oh, I don't know, and then she says, he cut himself moving. Remember when I talked about the autopsy earlier, no other bleeding injuries on the victim's body, remember that? She claims he cut himself while he was moving. There's no evidence to suggest that. They learned John wanted to move in with the defendant so we could have the girls under one roof and parent them. They further learn, although they already kind of know this, that John has physical custody of the girls, and the defendant claims she plays nice with him to kind of keep access to the girls and keep things kosher. They also learn, which is very important, that John was moving in quicker than she expected. They learn not only from the defendant but other witnesses that this idea of them reuniting for the children had been discussed for several months, but that on this night, on August 6th, John began loading stuff into the truck when the defendant is loading up the girls' stuff into the truck. And she kind of realizes for the first time he was serious about this and this is going to happen. And you'll learn that that's when the walls start closing in on the defendant and she makes the decision she makes. The detectives confront her with the fact that there is no notifications on the phone when the girls provide it. It's black, they open it, and there are no notifications on the screen. But that she had contacted him several times the night before and that those notifications should be there based on the timing of the phone arriving at her house. They ask her, before telling her what they have found in the home, they ask her, hey, do you have any idea where John's wallet would be? She says very unequivocally, no idea. They then say, well, hey, we kind of found this ID and this wallet in your bedroom. And she then changes her story and she provides a version, again, you will hear this audio recording, in which she says it was back at the Paladura residence. She held the plastic bags open and John placed his items into the bag and she tied them up right in front of them. And they confront her when the story doesn't make sense over and over. And that's kind of the story she sticks with regard to that. You will learn there was an extensive follow-up investigation after that interview. Although things weren't adding up, although things looked very strange, the detectives did not rush to judgment and arrest her right there. Although all of the victim's property is inside her home, his blood is at her scene, they don't arrest her right there. They choose to do follow-up investigation. You will learn there was fingerprint analysis that was done. Nothing really of evidentiary value comes of that. You will learn that DNA processing was done, that the victim's blood was in fact on the phone at her house, and that the defendant's DNA was on the knot of those plastic bags where his property was found inside. You will also learn that an extensive digital investigation was done, and that was in the form of video surveillance, digital forensics, meaning phone dumps. They take the actual devices found. There's 11 found inside her home, including the victims. They plug it into a machine. They'll talk about the technology. They're able to extract the data from the phone, and they find several things of note. They also do a call detail record investigation. That is the records that your cell phone maintain or are maintained on your cell phone, everybody's cell phone, with the company you use for service. And those records not only show incoming and outgoing messages and calls, but they also show location data, because every time you place a call or receive one, you are pinging on some kind of tower and leaving a trail of where you've been. Not a precise trail, but a general trail of where you've been. They also pull Burla. Burla is a lot more precise than the cell phone towers. That is an infotainment system inside the Nissan Armada. And they're able to extract that data, and I'll show you that in a moment. They very clearly get a timeline based on the Burla. The defendant's vehicle is at the victim's home by 10 o'clock at night. The vehicle activates but does not move at about 11 o'clock at night. The vehicle leaves the home for good at 2:04 a.m. 2:04 a.m. on August 7th, and you'll see that in a moment. I've noted here that the video surveillance, DFL, and CDR rule out Devyn. Obviously, he was interviewed. You will hear from him during the course of this trial, but they treat him as a suspect. Obviously, there's some fishy circumstances. They're not just pinning this on the defendant because what she's saying doesn't make sense. They're looking into both the defendant and Devyn and others. The video surveillance that I'm referring to is kind of wide-ranging. There is one particular camera you're going to learn about that was near the Porcupine Rim residence, the defendant's home. That is a full-time camera. It's not a motion-activated camera. That allows them to see the home, see what vehicles left, came and went at any given time, and they clearly rule out Devyn from that video. In addition, I mentioned earlier, there's video surveillance from next door to the victim's home that captures the defendant at around 11 a.m. going to her vehicle, moving it slightly, and then ultimately leaving. Gotta love technology. Here are a couple of additional clips from video surveillance. The one on the left is the defendant with the victim the night before when they're doing the moving. It shows us that they are together, that no third party is present, it's just them. They go into a store, they buy an item, and they leave. And then 2:28 a.m., the defendant is alone. It kind of clipped off on this particular picture, but the defendant is alone in her vehicle after she leaves the residence and goes back to her home, ultimately landing there about 2:46 a.m. Those digital forensic examinations I mentioned become relevant, especially when it comes to Devyn. There's much more than this, but I'm trying to narrow it down for the opening statement. This particular message was sent from Devyn to the defendant. As you can see at 10:36 p.m. See you when you get back. I'm going to sleep. Girls are in the living room. And the video surveillance supports that. This image you're seeing now is the CDR cell tower location data. There is much more to it when the witness testifies. There's a bunch of animated videos you're going to see. Just for this purpose, I did a screenshot. The blue and red represent the victim and the defendant's phone, and the green represents Devyn's phone at our operative time period, showing him across town when that last message was sent and throughout the evening. You'll also see the burla that I referenced earlier. As I mentioned, burla leaves actual GPS breadcrumbs, like by the foot. So as opposed to just a tower you're hitting on, this is actually showing the track. And you're going to see very clearly when the defendant came and went from the victim's residence on the night of August 6th, as well as when she left on August 7th. After all of this information is gathered, it's very clear that the defendant did this to the detectives. They make the decision to place her under arrest for murder with use of a deadly weapon. After she is arrested, she is interviewed again. This time they try with two different detectives. Obviously, the statements she gave earlier were inconsistent, and so they send in a couple of other detectives, and you'll hear from that detective as well. In this particular interview, the defendant acknowledged that she realized John was actually moving in, that at the time of the murder, she was giving John a massage on the bed. While he was lying on his stomach, the defendant got up, walked over to the fireplace, and grabbed a large, what she referred to as a stick or maybe a candle holder. It's a large, heavy object. John was lying on his stomach, not a threat, in the midst of a massage, face down, unexpected, and the defendant admits that she returned to the bed, bashed him over the head with that club or stick, and that John went limp at that time. You will learn that the defendant refused to acknowledge what she did next. You can make your determination as to why someone might do that as this trial goes on. But she refused to tell detectives what she did with John's head or with the weapon, that those items were never recovered. And so you need to put together the pieces, as the judge just described with the rain example. You will learn that this is the reality of the situation before John was killed, and that the defendant wanted John out of the picture. This is the future that she saw, that she wanted, and the only way to have that future was with John out of the picture. Thank you for your time and attention this week. We truly do appreciate it.
Is the defense going to give an opening statement?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. And if we could have perhaps 5 minutes recess. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess so we can get the technology set up for the defense's opening statement. During this recess, you must have a discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, and you must not form an opinion regarding this case until it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:50. We'll be in recess until 2:05.
All rise for the jury. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs.
Well, in my opinion, this chick is guilty. I mean, degree murder. That's some bullshit. They getting away with some. They getting away with some crap.
All right. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Salute to everybody in the chat. Both chats. But man, there's some bull crap. I say burn the chick. I'm just saying. Thank you, Nicole. Most times people don't agree with me. But this chick here crazy. This she trying to sit there in the chair and do the little shake and shit. Got her head covered up and shit, face covered up with her daggone. Look at this crap. Look like some crap out of a scary movie. She do look crazy.
Ex-porn star. That's why she got so many aliases. Man, why the fuck they ever said it? Gave us 5 minutes of silence.
I bet she do. But she do cocaine and goddamn voodoo.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury is all present and accounted for.
Right, we are back on the record in C-377-239, State of Alabama versus Devyn Michaels. The record reflected Ms. Michaels present with her attorneys. Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state. You both are statements of presence of our jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, defense, are you prepared to give an opening statement?
We are.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Leo Tolstoy, perhaps one of the greatest authors of all time, in his first book, first novel, Anna Karenina, wrote, first sentence, all happy families are the same. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Her Honor asked whether we were going to give an opening statement. An opening statement, as Mr. Giordani had laid out, is a time for each side to stand before you and tell you what the facts are. It's our chance to give you a roadmap and explain to you what we feel the facts and ultimately the truth are. Oftentimes, defense attorneys sit back and wait. Don't want to show anything. Let's see what they've got. This case, we're not doing that. We're going to get right out in front of this case and we're going to tell you what's really going on and what the state and what their investigation is missing. Initially, Mr. Giordani had said, well, buckle up, and I'm telling you, buckle up. You know, oftentimes in the intricacies and the complications of human relations, things get unsavory. Things are immoral. I'm going to be showing you things right now, not in a sense to offend you, to cast blame necessarily on the decedent in this case, but to give you a true picture of what was really going on with this unhappy family. Outward actions and outward statements are clues to motive. And we're going to ask you that through the course of this trial, you keep the idea of motive in mind. Motive authors actions. After the state had learned, the police had learned, concerning the death of Jonathan Willett, they began to conduct a series of interviews. And what's telling the course of these interviews is what's discussed, what outward statements are made, and how those are clues to motivations. Devry's interviewed the day of August 7th, 2023. And at the beginning of his interview, he admits that he's been drinking. He claims that upon hearing of his father's death, he got his drink on. But what's telling through the course of what he says and what he doesn't say, he's asked. And again, at first, and you can't blame the detectives, they're trying to do the best they can with a fairly complex situation. They're trying to get a root, a feeling of the root of the relationships between the parties. I mean, you've got Jonathan Willett, who's dead. You've got Devyn, the son that's living with the defendant now in this case, Devyn Michaels, and they're trying to grasp what's really going on. What's going on behind closed doors. They struggle in each of the interviews, both with Devyn and with Devyn, to get a feeling of what's going on. Like, what are the relationships? And they're misled, time and time again, by all parties. In this interview, the first of which that Devyn has, they're trying to get a handle on this idea of this marriage and this relationship. And they ask him, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. His response, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience. But you guys sleep in the same room? His response, no. He's asked here, they're at the home. His response, no. Are you guys intimate at all? His response, no. Devyn is being asked questions who, by the way, will be hated. And he's lying about the relationship that he has with his wife. There was some discussion concerning phones, and I'll tell you any more in this modern society. These are the key of most investigations. In fact, the statement said that's why the Devyn was ruled out. The location data on the phone didn't track that night to the Paladera residence. That's easily solved. It's easily explained. It was left home. That's it. There are other cases that have been of some notoriety that happens. People know now. They track you on your phones. You're going to learn that Devyn knew this and the importance and the significance of this clue to this hidden secret. This was no marriage of convenience. We have out here the wedding ring that you'll see in photos that both Devyn and Devyn wore. In fact, Detective Skinner, again trying to grasp this, and this is on August 7th, is asking Devyn about the rings. He's telling me the rings, you guys are saying this is convenience, but rings are like of significance. It shows commitment. She plays it down, as does Devyn. This marriage of convenience is belied by the facts. You have to ask yourself, as these facts unfold, why is Devyn covering for Devyn? And why is Devyn covering for Devyn? This is no sexless union. And again, this isn't to offend, this isn't to shock, but this gives the nature of what's really going on and why that statement was so untrue. I mean, these are pictures taken from their respective phones, and you can see the timestamps. And this will be admitted to you, and you'll be able to consider this in reaching the appropriate verdict in this case. This participant, this is a voicemail, 4/27/23 in this sexless, non-intimate marriage.
So you didn't go to me tonight? I just want to tell you, whatever. I feel so, just as touching me, just in my body, just in yours. I'm so compassionate tonight, please.
These are photos recovered from her phone that were taken from her phone, 5/17/23. And again, they're sexual in nature. This isn't to offend. However, what detectives didn't learn is that this relationship wasn't something that was being frustrated by Jonathan moving in. This relationship had gone on for years before. See the picture of Devyn, 125, it was modified, access 1227. It goes back 7 years. Driver's license, this is Devyn, and if you look and take notice, I mean, this is some years before. He's 6'4", he's 185 pounds. He's a big guy, like his dad. His dad, 6'4", 205 pounds. We had spoken yesterday. Devyn Michaels was in the porn industry. She's not on trial for morality, she's on trial for murder. She had AKAs, given her line of work. Devyn was into that. He knew that, he appreciated that, he pursued that. And this illicit relationship began before the relationship had ended with his father. It was done behind his back. Text between Devyn and Devyn. See, notice the photos, that same photo I showed you, 19-year-old, he's now 20. Girl you had mesmerized last night. You don't have to change a thing. Like that night was hands down the most sensational feeling I've ever felt since I lost my virginity. These are expressions of the passionate.
She took the nigga virginity?
Who's in love with a porn star. See the dates? Modified 9316. That means it was looked at 7/18/26. We've got Debbie Aries 20 here. And I'm going to show you photos to show the identification of what's going on. You've got a penis shot taken from her phone. And you see up in the corner, it's Debbie Aries. So the case, the facts will show and common sense will dictate that this isn't a case about her wanting to be with Debbie Aries. And she kills Jonathan. She's been with Jonathan. What happened on August 7th, 2023 is Debbie Aries was getting kicked out. He was no longer going to be a part of this relationship because Dad, the dad he hated, was coming in and not only taking his home, but taking his wife. Again, 2016, and this shows the length. This isn't everything, but we're trying to just present this to you now so you have an idea. You can appreciate the motivations. Tracy, you put the biggest smile on my face. You haven't seen it already. You are the first thing on my mind in the morning, but I can't kiss you in the morning Saturday. But boy, when my lips touch yours, it feels like time stops. For you, my heart races 1,000 miles and never skips a beat. When I have you in my arms, you may as well start a fire in my chest, because no one can make me feel like a melting stick of butter, like you at your best. Just wanted to say you truly outdid the rest. 7 years before. Don't worry, at one point I'll be laying next to you, playing with your hair, scratching your back, and whispering something romantic in your ear. Again, the dates are telling. We saw pictures of Jonathan and Devyn and the kids. But if you look at the date here and the time, this is 19-year-old Debbie Aries. Jonathan's not in the picture. Same time frame, you see. Screenshot, 8/23/16. They're a couple. And they're a couple behind Dad's back. Same photo, same time frame, modified 5/9/22. We're coming now to the present. There'd been a long-going, torrid affair, which resulted in a marriage between a son and his father's former girlfriend. This is Debbie Aries receiving a text from Devyn. See, 11/3/21, what was good? I was looking at yours good, but I'm looking forward to eating something else later. Her response, Arby's, his, if that's what you call that coochie. Yeah, I guess so too. So again, it shows that this was consistent. Pictures of on Debbie Aries' phone. You can see modified, which means looked at 5/15/23. Capture time 5/15/23. Again, the date 5/15/23. I mean, this is clearly an intimate relationship. It's not for the kids. It's not for these perceived medical issues. Debbie Aries is in love with Devyn. Captures on his phone. You'll hear from Debbie Aries. We may not have a moment that we discussed yesterday where, I can't take it, I did it. Look at the motivations and what people say, what they do. Debbie Aries, 9/14/2023 grand jury testimony. And if I could just ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? And this is under oath in front of the grand jury where there's jurors. It's a formal proceeding, just like a trial. His response, yes, but it was more me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was it an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? And now we start seeing, they've got the phones. Metro and the Henderson Police Department are doing their investigations. His response changes, but nonetheless, it's still not truthful. Yes, after the first year, it started to get intimate. They were married November 21st, 2021. So if we're to take Debbie Aries at his word, they got intimate after the first year, I guess it's November, December of 2022, it's a lie, and the facts show it. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. Movement, but still, there's the clues that give way to the secrets that are being concealed, and the motive for why. In this initial interview, okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. This is after he's had a few drinks, probably a lot. His response, reasonably, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, and I mean, I know the person he is, and he's referring to his father. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. Okay, and you were going to move out? Did he knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here? His response, no. He knew I lived here. When you look and when you weigh the evidence, you have to ask two things. Why is he saying these things? Why is he not acknowledging getting kicked out? And this hot and heavy and sexual relationship that he's having with Devyn. It changes now. 9/12/23. I didn't know that he was going to move in. He's eliminating another motive. I didn't know what they were attempting to get over here. I didn't know that they were attempting to get remarried, or not remarried, because they were never married, attempting to get married. Again, we do get a glimpse of the truth, but he's denying that he knew that his dad was moving in, and then now he's apparently saying he didn't know they were getting married too. Well, he knew his dad was getting moved in. And he knew that they were getting married. He's out. 9/14/2023, grand jury testimony. Again, this is Devyn. Okay, did there come a point in time where you learned that your father was going to move into the address where you were living with Devyn and the two girls? His response? Under oath. I'm unaware of that. Okay, did you become aware of that? After I talked to the detective? Yes. Oh, okay. So that's something you learned after your father's death? His response? Yes. Understood. Was there a discussion about you potentially moving out of the residence? His response? No, sir. Prior to your father's death? No, sir. Again, it's eliminating under oath the motive. This is a text that Devyn sent to him 4 days before this incident. See down at the bottom, 8/3/2023. Liar, cheater, it goes on and on. Obviously, there's passion in this non-intimate relationship, if you're going to take his word for it. She sends me a text, 8/3/23. I want a divorce. All your shit will be waiting outside for you. 4 days before Dad's moving in. Do not even think about coming back. He tells the detective he had no idea. He had no idea there'd been no discussions of him getting booted out of the house. So he's losing a wife and he's losing a home. She says, keep your alcohol. Just stay out of my life. You learn from this witness stand that Devyn had a fair amount in common with the father that he hated. He was a heavy drinker. You know, a buddy of mine was a warden in Arkansas, and he said, we eliminate women, we eliminate booze. I have nobody in my prison. 9/12/23, interview with Devyn. Well, you weren't. You weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is yours, it's a little different than hers. We're here, you didn't do it to clear you. His response? Right. Does that make sense? It does. And while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just, there's no, that's not even on the radar. These are the detectives that are investigating this case. They're ignorant of this, what was really going on, the real dynamic of this fairly seedy couple-up relationship. Again, he's ruled out and basically not on the radar because he didn't have the phone on him when his dad was killed. He killed his father. He just left his phone at home when he did that. He's been very clear through his interviews that he worked at home trials. He has extensive knowledge of home security systems. And we all know that most home security systems, there's a phone element to it. It caches on your phone. You have a Ring camera, Arlo, any of those. Phone-based. And Devyn has a substantial amount of technical knowledge. He also installed home entertainment systems. Then you've had speakers put in, TVs put up. You got tools. Generally a Sawzall, an electronic knife, an electronic saw when it cuts through the drywall and through 2x4s. We know how that's at least one of the two instruments that was used to remove his father's head. Again, and I've addressed this, why lie to these on 8/7, then again on 9/12, and lie to the grand jury on 9/14. Motives, author actions, outward statements betray secrets. He's repeatedly eliminated his motivation through the course of this investigation. And she's been complicit, whether she knew or not. She's complicit in this. We have Devyn covering for Devyn, and we have Devyn covering for Devyn. Here she is. This, and again, this is just scratching the surface, but these are photographs that are captured on Devyn's phone, just to give you an idea. And there's a long list. We could be here for much longer than we're going to. He's not on any cameras. Well, yeah, that's what he does for a living. He's aware of these are security systems. He installs them. He's aware of the angles, what they pick up, and what they do. And it goes on and on. But like I said, I won't keep you here for the rest of the afternoon, but these are all, and this is just scratching the surface of what's captured on his phone. I mean, this is sophisticated stuff, and he has sophisticated knowledge. He's taking photographs of all this as part of his work. This is his handiwork. And there's a lot of them. I would submit to you the fact of showing common sense will dictate he knows how to stay under the radar. He lived at the home where his father was killed. It got too bad between him and his dad. He refers to that house in the Paladera residence with Yoko and her significant other and his dad and Andrea, Jonathan's prior girlfriend, was there. He talked about it being a shit show, a madhouse. He lived there for more than a couple of years. He knew how to get into that house and get out of that house. All from these. And again, this is captured on his phone. There's a couple of tools back there. Drill. This is the home that Devyn and Devyn were living at prior to him getting kicked out. It's right here. It's on Porcupine. The person who lives there knows how to escape detection. Leave the front door, come around, you're on Rebecca Street. There's an even simpler route for a guy that's 6'4", 195 pounds. Right out the back door.
But the one that what looks like we're 30 in, pretty nice. All
This is
like
there.
Yeah.
The results of the autopsy, homicidal violence, there's no real cause. No one knows for sure. Could have been a shooting. These are pictures on, and there's more, but these are just to let you see what was captured on Devyn's phone. If you look at this is telling, look at the date. 8/7/23. Modify that, and it was looked at. The day his dad was killed, or the afternoon, the night following his dad being killed. He looked at that. These are swords that were found in the Porcupine residence. The police went in and searched the residence on 8/7/23. This was the residence that Devyn was living at with Devyn. Got similar swords on the floor. There has been a lack of investigation. And again, this isn't bad cop, good cop. No, these are good men trying to do the best they can. They make mistakes. They've been repeatedly lied to concerning the dynamic of a fairly complicated and salacious relationship. 2 instruments at least used to decapitate Jonathan, 1 manual tool and 1 power tool. Neither recovered. Coroner examination, tool mark analysis reveals characteristics consistent with the use of 2 tools. A hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw. Something when someone does homes installations, security systems, entertainment systems would have and know how to use. Listen, but the mechanics to decapitate a human being are difficult. I mean, you've got this complex systems, you've got the musculature, you have the veins, the arteries, you've got the trachea, you've got the vertebrae, very thick ligaments, and cartilage. It takes a lot. Hand-powered saw can do it. What's interesting, you will see, and it will play out, there's no blood spatter in the room consistent with use of power tool. Apparently there's an assumption that this decapitation occurred on the bed. I submit to you when you see the evidence, it's not consistent with that. It's got a power saw going in the neck there, and you're cutting through it, changing stuff all over the place. Didn't find anything. No cuts or markings to linens, the blanket, or the mattress. Devyn is 5'3" and weighs 130 pounds. I'm like 120. And again, and this will be for the state, because it's the state and the state alone that has to prove this case. Defense doesn't have to prove anything. There had been surveillance cameras, I've been at Halladura since 2021, and they were only taken down that evening. Jonathan was moving. We'll probably learn through the course of this trial who installed him. Safe to say it was probably Devyn. Ring was never subpoenaed for these videos. We've heard that perhaps it was around account information. The Devyn Michaels residence, she was a homeowner, the home phone records were never subpoenaed. And see, this is significant because you can see on Devyn's phone that on the night of, and we don't know when this happened, wee hours of the morning, there had been calls from their home repeatedly. She was out late. She was with Jonathan. And at least for a time, Devyn was home with the kids. In fact, the same thing that happened the night before. She had been with Jonathan until 1 a.m. the previous day as well, when Devyn was presumably home. It's probably drinking. There's no blood or DNA analysis of the swords that Porcupine Ring would against you. We don't take issue with it. It's probably a sawzall, or in other hands, Howard saw was used. No gun residue testing of either Devyn or Devyn. No gun residue testing of Halladura. No blood on Devyn's clothes when Yoko sees her at 1 a.m. It was actually Yoko's habit to come down from downstairs. You know, Jonathan's room, the room he was moving out of was downstairs. And through the cell phone analysis, you're going to see that it was somewhat of a shit show at that house. It was a very cantankerous relationship between Jonathan and his mother. Don't drink, you're going to get pulled over. The autopsies results will show that fatty liver, the guy's a heavy drinker. You have GHB in the system, you have marijuana in the system. You know, the issue about the car keys and the wallet, Social Security guard being at the house that he's moving into, given not only Devyn's concern, but Yoko's concern. For most people, that may be a big deal. Significant. Where this guy getting loaded, driving regularly, yeah, take his keys. Cell phone, part of the bunch. He was moving into that residence, and that's where the police found these things. That isn't evidence of motive. It's not evidence of murder. There is no blood on Devyn's clothes when she goes through the CVS drive through the pharmacy. Their kids were home. They were home the prior nights. They were living with Devyn. There had been a custody dispute, but that had been now resolved through the rekindling of their relationship. She lied about the sex that she was having with Devyn, or Devyn lied about the sex she was having with Devyn. Devyn lied about the sex she was having with Jonathan. There's no blood on the clothes investigators recovered from Devyn's house. There's no blood on her. And I'm going to show you the video in just a few minutes that the state had showed this still. This is the night before he is dead and decapitated. Watch that. This is her. And look at her shoes for a minute, please. Shorts and her shirt. He's smiling. They're adjusting their clothes. And bear with me, this is about 1 minute and 20 seconds, but we want you to watch the whole thing. There's Jonathan. And she had spent this day with him and the girls. They were going school shopping, they were going Burlington, they were moving in things. The girls were there for good. And again, what motivation does she have to be with him? She had the girls all summer and was going to continue. She tried to register at school the next morning, but she wasn't able to. Unbeknownst to her, he was dead. She went back the next day and tried to register. Look at his face. They're smiling at each other. He's smiling at her. Thanks, Mike. Did you just rewind that a little bit? I did. Here we go. Look at his face. Thank you. I'll do skip something just a second. Can we forward this just towards the end of it where Devyn's walking out? Again, look at the shoes. And this is before this beheading that the state's saying that she did. There goes Jonathan. There she goes. Look at her shoes. Look at her shirt. There's the shorts. CBS 227. After she leaves the Polidora house, the house that Jonathan is moving out of to move in with her, for them to be a family and rekindle this relationship, I'm going to have you believe that she really got stopping and picking up a prescription for her daughters. And she does that. She goes, tells the police she went to a 24-hour pharmacy for getting medication for girls at school. This is her rolling up. See, it's 2:28. You look at the shirt, same shirt. And this is after she's presumably gone through this arduous task of heading Jonathan. She has a wherewithal to get a prescription after supposedly beheading men. She arrives home shortly after that and is picked up on the cameras. This is the home the police enter and photograph hours after this murder is alleged to have occurred. See down here on the right? See the shoes? Black shoes, white soles, middle of it. I think we focus on one, but there's actually two there. These are the shoes that were worn when the man was beheaded hours before. There's another pair of shoes matching those we saw in that video from Carol Hurst at 10 o'clock the night before. You know, you don't have to like her. You don't have to like the choices that she made. He was Benjamin Franklin said that facts are stubborn things, and the state has the facts that they have. Look at the evidence. Look at the motivations. And find her not guilty. Thank you.
Steve, are you prepared to call for witness? Yes, sir. Officer Cooper.
So I'm not going to make any questions, sir.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Please only swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Sir, please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Full name is Marquis Cooper, M-A-R-Q-U-E. Last name Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Now this nigga,
City of Henderson.
why is this nigga dressed like he got to go to work when he leave here? This nigga got on full vest. Ain't nobody gonna shoot you in there, nigga. You could at least took that out to testify and put the motherfucker back on.
What's your position there?
I am a patrol officer
How long have you worked in that capacity?
for 8 years.
And what are some of the duties of a patrol officer? Could you inform the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that may not know?
Yeah, for patrol officers, typically responding for calls for service, it can be something as simple as a civil dispute or as a shooting. So just whatever calls for service that come through the computer.
And as a patrol officer, are there certain areas that you're assigned to?
Yes, so Henderson's separated by the North Division, West and East, was assigned to the North Division. And in those, also in those North, they're separated by what they call beats or areas, which is, they're numbered on ours, it's 1 through 7 for the North.
And you said which area command were you responsible for on around the time frame of August 7th, 2023?
That was the North Area Command.
What types of call for service would you go out to and respond to?
As far as on that day or just in general?
Just in general.
It could be a gamut of things. I mean, like I said, a simple complaint of neighbor dispute to a shooting to petty larceny. We had them all there, so a lot of petty larceny and things of that nature. So it could be anything you can respond to.
Then turning your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you working as a patrol officer at that time?
Yes.
And which area command was that again?
The North Area Command.
North Area Command. Were you then dispatched to a call at 2698 Paladura Drive on that date?
Yes.
Around what time did that call come out?
Don't know the exact time, but I roughly think it was around 8:50-ish.
Fair to say around 8:40 in the morning?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the call as you understood it at that time?
At that time, what I had was the CAD notes from the computer, and it just said that a mother found her son, and she saw blood, and I think the other detail was he didn't have a face. That's what the call note stated.
And then after getting that information, did you then respond to that Paladura address?
Yes.
Did you respond with anyone?
Yes, there was another officer dispatched with me, and I also responded with the Henderson Fire Department.
Do you recall which officer was with you?
Officer Flores, and then more eventually showed up after.
Okay, but initially it's you and Officer Flores that respond to this Paladura address?
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded to the address, were you in a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that you responded to the scene? And specifically what I'm wondering is, did you roll code?
Initially, I started code, but I was close by, and then I shut down just because I was close by, and there was more safety reasons.
Can you inform us what rolling code means?
That is lights and sirens.
How long did it ultimately take you to get to the scene once the call came out, would you say?
I don't know the exact.
Was it hours, minutes?
No, a few minutes.
And when you did arrive to the scene, were you wearing what's called a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And was that recording when you did respond?
Yes.
Prior to today, did you review that body-worn camera footage?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to admit State's Exhibit 2 that I believe has been previously stipulated between the parties for admission.
Absolutely, no objection.
Okay, State 2 will be amended?
Your Honor, permission to publish that exhibit?
Yes.
Sir, are you able to see that in front of you at that computer screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that appear to be?
You sorry, what'd you say?
In front of you, what does that appear to be on the computer screen?
My body cam footage.
Okay. And specifically looking at the top right-hand position, do we see a date there?
Yeah.
And what does that date say?
8/7/2023.
And would that be August 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And is there a timestamp at the start of this video?
Yes, 8:46 a.m.
And about 13 seconds?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and play the video from the beginning. And specifically fast forward to about the minute mark. Publishing at 53 seconds.
Good morning.
And I'm going to pause it there at 108. That siren we heard, is that your rolling code, as you would call it?
At this point, I was just trying to get around I think there were some cars blocking. I was trying to get around to.
Understood. Playing again from 108.
Sure, 52 visual. Good. I can do one photograph from a car, but call it to the response service, but I wasn't able. Okay, go for it. Sure, 52.
And I'm going to pause the video at 1 minute 36 seconds. So when you approach the scene, the 2698 Paladura Drive, are there already people at the residence?
Yes, the Henderson Fire Department, and there was somebody else. I don't know who that was.
But it was a fire department response prior to your response?
Yes.
Okay. And is this you obviously walking towards the residence?
Yes.
Playing at 1 minute 36 seconds. And I just want to stop it here at 142. Is there anything unique about sort of the garage area that you saw when you were walking up to the residence?
That it was just slightly cracked.
Playing at 142. And I'm stopping here at 159. Did you hear something in the background when you arrived?
I mean, a dog barking.
Okay. Do you recall the dogs being in the house at the time?
I don't recall if they were in the house.
Playing at 159.
Let's lock this down then.
Stopping it at 2 minutes 19 seconds. Was that your voice there, sir?
Yes.
And what did you say in that video?
If it was missing head, let's lock it down.
Okay. And what does lock it down mean?
Meaning there's now a crime scene, so we kind of push everybody out and freeze that area, to limit access to the house essentially.
The initial response was not necessarily a response to a crime. Is that correct?
Not initially.
It was to see, essentially respond to what was being called into as someone that needed potential medical aid. Is that right?
Yes.
But once you saw this, you determined it appeared to be a crime scene and you locked it down.
Yes.
Playing again at 2:19.
Lock this down. Let's FI down.
And I'm going to stop right there at 2 minutes 32 seconds because I hear another term that we may not know. What does FI mean?
FI is a field interview, so essentially we'll gather information, name, date of birth, things of that nature. It's a field interview with people involved.
Okay, and that was because you had seen, I believe we saw earlier in the video, 2 individuals that appeared to have lived in the residence that you wanted to do an interview of. Is that right?
Yes.
Playing again at 2:32.
Sergeant 142, are you around?
Stopping the video at 2 minutes 50 seconds. I hear you on your radio. What are you doing at that point?
At this point, I'm just making sure, due to the nature of the call, making sure the supervisor is on his way.
And who was your supervisor that you were reaching out to?
Sergeant Shields.
And is that typical protocol to reach out to a supervisor in
Yes.
this type of situation?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went into the room, what were your initial observations of what you saw? Clearly, you saw a deceased person. Is that right?
Yes.
Anything unique about the body?
I think initially, obviously, that it was decapitated, and there wasn't much blood initially that I figured it would be, and also there was like a strong, like, chemical smell inside that room. Was the first initial things that were surprising to me.
Were you able to see what was used to cut off the head or kill the person?
No.
Playing at 2 minutes 50 seconds.
Copy. Hey, we're locking it down until we get here. No, 71. Hey, when you get here, can you grab a crime scene log?
And stopping at 3 minutes 8 seconds. What is a crime scene log?
Crime scene log is, once we determine it's a crime scene, it's pretty much a document to list out who enters or who exits that crime scene.
So in this video, you're essentially asking for one of those. Is that right?
Yes.
Playing at 3:08. And I'm pausing at 3:11. Are those the 2 individuals that you saw in the home that appear to be residents?
Yes.
Were you able to?
Okay, this one is about to cut off in a few minutes, but it's gonna pick up on part 2.
And Masao Yoshida.
For some reason, they had day 1
Playing
cut
at
into 2 parts.
3:11.
Oh, I'm trying to.
And I'm stopping there at 3:24. We hear in the video that it appears to be only those 2 individuals as well as the deceased that was in the home at that time. Is that right?
Yes.
Playing at 3:24. Stopping the video at 3:55. So essentially, after you are locking down the scene, calling your sergeant, and the investigation is underway, what do you do at this point?
At this point, we're just waiting for the sergeant to get here. We're eventually going to set up some crime scene tape and start that crime scene log.
Court's indulgence. Honor, the state will pass the witness. Carl?
Yes, thank you. Officer Cooper, you had said something on your direct. You had testified that obviously you see that this body is missing a head, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had said that there was not as much blood as you thought there would be, correct?
Yes.
Based upon experience.
In this situation, no, just from being on different types of critical incidents.
Fair to say that there wasn't as much blood there as you thought there would be. Perhaps that head was removed somewhere else, correct? Different spot.
One more time, sorry?
I said fair to say that based upon you not seeing as much blood as you thought there would be, reasonable assumption is maybe that body was decapitated somewhere else other than where you saw it laying in bed, correct?
I'm not sure if it was moved or what. Just on my initial, it didn't see.
Okay. You'd also testified that when you came into the residence, this smell hit you. I think your testimony was it was a strong smell, correct?
Yes.
Now, there were two other occupants at 849 when you arrived. It was Yoko and the couple that was staying there, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever an indication or a statement made to you by either one of them concerning the strong smell in the house?
No.
No. Thank you. No further questions.
No further questions from the seat.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay. Seeing no response, sir, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Sergeant Forrest Shields.
Can step on up and they may stand in the person's right.
Good afternoon.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action, showing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Now, sir, please state your full name and spell it for the record.
My name is Forrest Shields, Forest Shields.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
How am I employed with the city of Henderson? I'm a police sergeant.
How long have you worked as a police sergeant?
As a police sergeant, approximately 2 years, but as in law enforcement, years on our SWAT team, as a training coordinator, ATL on the team, assistant team leader, and then from there I tested out and promoted to sergeant and went to patrol as a patrol sergeant. And currently I'm assigned to our police academy in charge of training all the new recruits that are coming into the department.
That's an awesome responsibility, right?
Yes.
So then turning your attention to August 7th, 2023, were you working as a patrol sergeant at that time?
Patrol sergeant, yes.
Okay. And what are some of the duties of a patrol sergeant?
Well, patrol sergeants, they typically have approximately 10 patrol officers assigned to them, and you have a specific area of the city that you're responsible for. This was a North Area Command, and you basically monitoring calls that they're going on. The patrol officers are actively patrolling their areas, responding to 911, emergency, non-emergency calls. And if they need assistance from a supervisor, they'll call you to the scene. Supervisors also monitoring the radio. If you think there's a call that may be out of the ordinary and they may need assistance, you'll start heading that way. If there's any critical incidents, you're typically one of the first supervisors on scene to get it stabilized until a watch commander can come out and take over.
So then turning your attention to that date, was there sort of an out of the ordinary scene that you responded to?
Yes.
And was that at 2698 Paladura Drive in Henderson?
Yes.
What was the nature of the call as you understood it?
Well, it came in as a medical call. Mom called and said that her son was injured and that he was bloody. And I recall like the dispatchers tried giving CPR instructions, and just the mom stated, however, she stated that she refused. The call note said that she refused CPR because he had no neck or head, but there was a lot of blood. So it was a medical call, basically. We were responding to unknown medical call.
Okay. So you respond to the address, is that right?
Yes.
And who was already there at the time? Do you know?
The firefighters and one of my guys, Officer Cooper. I think there was a couple officers. Typically, the patrol officers, because they're out and about proactively patrolling, they'll get there first, then they'll call me to the scene. So when I got there, fire was on scene. A few of my guys were on scene. They kind of established a crime scene. I met them outside. They gave me a quick brief and went in.
So at the time you arrived then, the scene was locked down as a crime scene, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you notice when you got to the scene?
More like outside, inside?
Yeah, let's start with the outside. So starting from the outside, when you arrived to the scene, did you notice anything of note, at the front of the home?
So I noticed the garage was partially open, maybe, 3 feet, the exterior roll-up garage door. And at the front door, there was a older female and male sitting outside talking to one of my officers. And the front door was open. So I just went up and started talking to them.
When you say talking to them, talking to the male and female at the front door?
Yes.
And were they identified as Yoko Willett and Yoshida Masao?
Yes, it ended up being the person in the room. It was their mom and I believe her boyfriend.
So the deceased's mother?
Yes.
And the mother's boyfriend.
Yes.
So you walk into the front door of the scene. Walk us through what you saw, what you heard, things of that nature.
Okay, so I go in and my officer is escorting me back. So we walk into like the living room area, go into the kitchen, take a few steps down, and come back this way. It's like a converted living room area maybe that was converted into a bedroom. And the bed is to our right. And then laying on the bed was a body, the deceased. And then, do you want me to explain that more? Or?
Was there anything you noticed that you smelled when you were inside the room?
Well, initially, but we didn't know what it was until later. But you could kind of taste and smell like a little burning that's not common walking into people's houses.
So you described it as a burning, like a chemical burning smell. Was that right?
Yeah, like you could kind of taste it a little bit, and you could definitely felt it in your nostrils. But it wasn't really strong when we first went in. As strong as it seemed like it got stronger the longer we were there.
And more in the bedroom area?
Yes.
And you may have already said this, but was there anything unique about the body when you saw it?
Well, so like I said, I came from the kitchen down the stairs, came around. The bed is here, and the body was laying face down on the bed, and the shoulders were kind of, if the body was laying this way, face down, the shoulders were kind of even with the edge of the bed, and I think it was partially wrapped in a blanket. And just things that I noticed, there didn't appear to be like signs of any struggle or anything. Like there wasn't a bunch messed up. It was just kind of laying there, like the arms weren't moved or anything. So it's pulled to the edge, and it just, in my mind, I thought, man, that was just a really clean cut, and then there was no head.
Okay.
And then
Now you had mentioned the body was laying on the bed. Is that right?
the body was laying on the bed. Yes.
And was it on the body's stomach?
Yes,
the
on the
person's
stomach, laying face down. Yeah, the back was facing up.
Okay. And where the head would have been off the bed. Is that right?
Yes, like I said, the shoulders were kind of in line right with the edge of the bed. So the head would have been out here.
Did you see any blood at the scene?
I did see blood, but just from experience over the years, like you've seen people shot or stabbed or other lose a limb on a motorcycle accident or other type of trauma to the body, you would expect to see a lot more blood. And that was something that stuck in my head, is like, there's blood, but I would expect to see a lot more, especially under where the head would have been. Like, I don't know if like maybe something was put there or something to collect. It's what it appeared. Like maybe something was put there to collect the blood, because there was just what appeared to be not as much blood that you would imagine being there.
So no blood spattering, things of that nature that you might normally
I remember there was blood on the mattress to the right of the body, and then a small, I mean, I don't know if that's small, I think there's a small amount of blood on the floor. And then, yeah, looking around, the wall wasn't very far away. You would expect to see some type of cast off, spatter blood anywhere, but it appeared like a very clean scene, other than the body, the blood, the little blood.
Now, the color of the blood, was it unusual?
Yeah, typically, I mean, blood is pretty obvious, like we've all seen blood, but this one wasn't like the typical fresh red blood. It was more of like a black color.
And that's not normal based on your training and experience from what you've seen with bloody incidents?
Based on my experience and being at other crime scenes, with, you know, the time lapse, no, not common and not consistent with what I've seen in the past.
Now, you mentioned to us that you have 28 years of law enforcement experience.
Yes.
Was this the first decapitation you responded to in your career?
I was thinking about that. I can't recall another decapitation.
Something you would probably remember if you did see it before, right?
Yes.
So it's not your everyday event that you see something like this, right?
No.
Did you inspect any other rooms other than that bedroom where the body was found?
Yes, so after seeing that and just thinking about the blood, I went around. So if you go around the bed, back there's kind of like a little hallway that led into a bathroom. So I walked into the bathroom, and before I went to the bathroom, I remember having to step over 2 bottles of like cleaning, liquid cleaning bottles, some kind of Clorox or that type of thing, bottles laying on the carpet prior to getting to the bathroom. So stepped over those, went into the bathroom because I was wondering maybe if there was blood in the sink or blood in the bathroom or anything, but nothing appeared. There didn't appear to be any blood in there, and didn't appear to be any signs of struggle in there either. So the other things that I noticed that the mom had said outside, I confirmed what she had told me, where she said when she came downstairs, she thought it was weird that the dogs were locked out, and the interior garage door, the single door, was propped open, and then the exterior door was rolled up. So when I came out of the bathroom, I noticed that the interior garage door was propped open, the exterior roll-up door was part of the way up.
Now I want to turn back to the body that you saw. Did you notice anything peculiar emanating from the body?
It was actually pointed out by one of my officers on the scene. I was kind of by the foot of the bed, I think, and he said, "Hey, Sarge, this guy's smoking." And I was like, "What?" He said, "This guy's smoking. There's smoke coming from underneath him." So I go over there and see, he's shining his flashlight. You could see kind of smoke coming off of the body, or what appeared to be some smoke coming off the body. So I told my officer, I said, "Hey, get a camera and start taking pictures of the scene." Because in my mind, I'm thinking, if this catches on fire, we need to get as much photos as we can before we lose the scene to a fire and then firemen shooting water all over everything. So let's try and get as much photos as we can. So then we get closer and he's shining his light, and then you can really start. It was coming, like I said, if he's laying face down on his shoulders, it was more coming from like under him, around like
from like the chest area.
Yeah, from between like the bed and him. So that's why I didn't know, or is it something that's going to start on fire? But then once we got closer, taking a closer look, that's when you could really smell, and it burned inside of your nose, and you could really taste it. So I'm like, hey, we got to clear the guys out of there. This is some kind of chemical that's mixing.
Did you eventually then get a statement from Yoko Willette, the deceased mother?
I talked to her.
Okay.
I didn't get like an official statement like a detective.
You spoke with her.
I
Is
spoke
that right?
with her.
What did she share with you?
She shared with me that she last saw them.
And it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir. It is just for the investigation and what led to the investigation. So after taking the statement or speaking with Yoko,
Yes.
And conducting that initial investigation, did you eventually call the lieutenant to come out?
Yes, the patrol supervisor. Yeah, that's your job. You get there, make sure the crime scene is locked down, taped off, so all the evidence and the crime scene is preserved. Then that's why I spoke to her to get a brief story, so I could report up my chain. So once I get the story, my guy's observations, the story from mom, I put that together. I call my watch commander, and then we make notifications to get detectives and crime scene to come out to the scene to hand over the investigation to them.
And did you learn through your investigation that there were children as well involved?
Yes.
Okay. And were you attempting to locate those children?
Yes, and that was because the mom had, and part of my conversation with her said that he was supposed to take the kids to school.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned there was crime scene tape that was put up around the residence to lock it down as well?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were waiting for the lieutenant as well as other investigators to arrive, did you also still investigate the scene and look around for different things of evidentiary value?
Yes, the male's truck was outside, so we moved the crime scene tape around the truck. Noticed, I think, what we thought there was spots on the driveway that we thought may be evidence. So, yeah, and at that point, I kind of break away once it's secure, and then I start kind of getting my thoughts and the information put down, because when the detectives and crime scenes show up, it's my responsibility to give them a brief when I turn over the scene.
And as part of your duties as well, did you initially send individuals, other officers, to canvass for different surveillance footage as well?
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of standard protocol on the crime scenes. Once you have everything secure, your extra officers go out, try and find witnesses. Other officers go and try and video surveillance that may have caught something.
So you mentioned that you were putting together a brief for this case, is that right?
Yes.
And as part of that brief, is there an event number and a report number assigned to the case?
Yes.
Can you tell us the difference between the two?
Well, the event number is a longer number. It's the year, the month, the day, and then the number of calls in that 24-hour period. So at midnight, the next police emergency call that comes in will be year, month, day, 001. The 10th call will be 0010. So that's how the event numbers cover the 24-hour period of police work. And then the report number covers the annual period of police work for police reports taken. So it'll start with the year and then the number of report it is. So January 1st, 1201, the first police report taken will be, for next year, will be 26, 4 zeros and a 1.
Okay. So starting then with the event number, in this case, do you have a reason to dispute that the event number was HP 230807000355?
No.
Okay. And the report number for this case, do you have a reason to dispute it being 23-15229?
No.
Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
And so while you're doing your briefing, eventually detectives and crime scene analysts eventually show up to the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
And after they showed up, what did you do?
So they showed up. I let them know about the chemical smell, the possible hazard, and the smoking. And then, like I said, I give them a brief. Basically, I write up. It has the report number, location, the rescue that was on scene, their information, the initial patrol officers that made entry with them, the time they made entry, then the information of the deceased, the information of the other people in the home. It's just basically like an overview of what we have. And then that there was no obvious weapon on the scene, and just kind of some of the abnormal, typical things that we talked about already.
And so after you give this briefing, does your role cease at that point?
Yes, that's when, if they have any questions, they would ask questions. Then I do a walkthrough with them, showing them where my officers went, what we did, things that we thought may possibly be important, and then turn over the scene to them, and then we move out, and then they handle it. So I would then look at my staffing and see how many people do I need here for this. For sure, one for the crime scene log up front, and then I start clearing guys off the call to go clear up other calls that are pending.
Thank you. Court's indulgence. State passes the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sergeant Seals, you've been employed in law enforcement for 28 years.
Yes, sir.
Worked your way up.
Yes, sir.
You're an instructor.
Yes, sir.
A lot of experience.
Yes.
You testified that you've been in multiple crime scenes through these 28 years.
Yes.
Fair to say that, you know, a severed appendage, an arm or a leg is going to bleed, but a head, I mean, there's got to be a lot more blood going on there, correct? One would assume.
You would think so.
And you would testify that when you got there, having been on so many crime scenes, you'd go and you look in the bathroom because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, you're assuming this head wasn't, I mean, removed from the body here on the bed. It had to have been somewhere else. Fair to say?
No, I didn't say that. It seemed like because the shoulders were pulled to the edge of the bed, it appeared that it was done there. But I was looking to see, you know, because the shoulders pulled over here. It didn't appear that it was done somewhere else.
But you said you went and looked in the bathroom, correct?
Yeah, to see if there was like cleanup, signs of struggle or something.
Blood?
Yeah, blood from washing your hands. 'Cause I looked in the sink around the ring and didn't see anything that.
Based upon the blood markings on the bed, it was clear the body had been moved.
I can't say that.
Okay, can't give an opinion one way or the other?
Well, the body was here. There was blood on the right side of the body. And like I said, directly under where the shoulders were, there was an area of blood like that. But I don't,
But you testified things just didn't seem right, and that's why you went and you looked in the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And I mean, you'd agree with me, you talk about a bucket, I mean, that's just, you're speculating. I mean, you're hypothesizing, fair to say.
Absolutely.
And fair to say that you can't say. I mean, if something was wrong, so you went and you looked in the bathroom, correct? Based upon what you saw.
Based on what I saw, like I said, that is speculation, but it's like what made sense with the way that the blood was, the body was, lack of blood on the thing, the shoulders lined up with the side. And part of me going into the bathroom also is just before I turn things over to detectives, I want to make sure that I checked everything in case they have questions for me.
Fair enough. But again, you would have expected to have seen a lot more blood, correct?
Yes.
Had just been chopped off or sawed off or however removed there, correct?
If they were alive at the time, you know, because typically when I have seen those injuries, if you're alive, your blood is pumping and it squirts. It's, you know, I've seen a guy cut his neck and it squirts.
All over the place. Have you ever had any cases
if they're
where
alive.
have you ever had an experience though where a head's been cut off with a saw alive or dead?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so we don't know then. Fair to say?
Fair to
But you
say.
went and looked in the bathroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions? Sir, you can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your turn number. King Counsel approach.
Yes, ma'am, Judge.
In speaking to the homeowners, Yoko, were the dogs hers or the victim? Did she tell you?
only thing, the direct answer to your question is, I don't know whose they were.
Was it, did she tell you if it was normal for them to be locked out based on your conversation with Gilco?
She said it was abnormal.
Okay. State any follow-up based on the jury question? No, Your Honor. Defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, or your excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next witness is going to take a little bit of time, so we're going to take a brief bathroom break, and the next witness will take us through the rest of the day. During this break, we must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using references. You must not make an investigation, test the theory of the case, read any aspects of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not forward or trust anything regarding this case till 5:15. Ladies and gentlemen, 325 will get research to 340.
All right for the jury. Jerry.
On behalf of the state, we will talk stipulate to the presence of our judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state me, call your name.
Stephanie Wilson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Man, that's Miss Officer right there, ain't it, man? She's
Stephanie
fine.
Wilson, STEPHANIEWILSON.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am currently employed as the crime scene analyst supervisor for the Henderson Police Department.
And how long have you been with Henderson Police Department in total?
I've been with Henderson for 18 years,
How long have you been working in your current capacity as crime scene supervisor?
for 13 years.
What did you do prior to being the crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene analyst with Henderson, and then 2 years prior to me getting hired on Henderson, I was employed with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, also as a crime scene analyst.
And what type of training and education do you have that allows you to do what you do?
So upon getting hired, you go through an 11-week academy. It's like a classroom type setting. If you successfully complete field training, you go through, the academy, you go through about 16 weeks of field training. And then my current job also requires a certification through the International Association for Identification, where we have to have so much ongoing training every year. So
I would presume Henderson Police Department responds to calls for service in Henderson.
Correct.
That's here within Clark County, Nevada.
Correct.
What types of calls for service have you responded to in your career?
Everything ranging from property crimes all the way up to homicides, officer-involved shootings, everything across the board.
Let's focus in on homicides. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who may not be familiar with law enforcement. How is it that you get involved in a homicide scene?
In my current capacity, I respond to all homicides. I'm the only crime scene supervisor for Henderson Police, so my job is to respond and to assist my folks and facilitate whatever they need in that capacity.
If you could describe the general duties of a crime scene analyst, not necessarily yourself, but someone who's just a crime scene analyst.
Sure. So we respond to the scene and we handle all aspects of the crime scene documentation, everything from taking photos to evidence collection to latent print processing, shooting reconstruction, blood stain pattern analysis, anything and everything involving crime scene documentation.
When you document a crime scene, I presume that is done under a particular report number, event number?
Yes.
And is that a unique identifying number that allows you to categorize everything from this particular scene or investigation is associated with this number?
Yes.
And then Henderson tracks their event number via a report writing system, and people can add to that and update reports. Is that
Correct.
fair? In this particular case, were you operating under event number 23-15229?
Yes.
If you could describe for the ladies and gentlemen how it is that you receive this call for service.
So on an incident like this, I will typically get notified by the detective sergeant, usually the homicide sergeant or the homicide lieutenant will get the initial call from patrol, and then they will call me and let me know that we may have an incident, and we'll coordinate detectives as well as crime scene personnel responding to the scene.
And is it your duty or your responsibility to assign your crime scene analyst to a particular call?
Yes.
And is that based on a rotation or a shift? How does that work?
So my folks are assigned shifts, so they work shifts, and then once we get to the scene and determine what we have, we'll start assigning responsibilities.
And on August 7th of 2023, our date in question, do you remember how many crime scene analysts you were supervising at the time?
2 at the time.
At that scene?
At that scene, yes.
Overall, how many in your team?
8. I have 8 total.
Okay. And is it common for a homicide scene such as this to have 2 plus a supervisor?
At least 2, if not more, and myself as well.
Okay. Who are the other 2 that responded to the scene with you?
So I had CSA Megan Bone and CSA Randy Newbold with me.
And you mentioned dividing up duties. How do you go about doing that?
It's usually based on a rotation at some level, workloads, but usually one person is assigned photographs and writing the report, and the other person is assigned evidence and diagramming.
And you mentioned processing earlier, like latent print processing. Is that actually something you or the crime scene analysts do hands-on?
Yes.
Can you describe generally the process of latent print processing and then go into DNA processing?
Sure. So latent print processing is really determined on the surface area that we're trying to process. Depending on whatever you're trying to process will determine what type of powders we use. There's multiple different types of powders or techniques we'll utilize, again, depending on that surface. But we will utilize these powders. We will photograph it if needs be, and then using tape, we'll collect the tape, and we'll collect it using the tape, putting it on the latent print card.
How about DNA processing?
So DNA processing is, we'll get there, we'll do a visual inspection. If something looks like it could be blood, we'll photograph it first, and then we will perform a presumptive test to see if it is blood. There's a lot of things that look like blood that are maybe not blood, so we'll perform a presumptive test, and then if it is determined to be blood, we'll document it accordingly and collect a sample.
Okay. So the instant case, you responded on August 7th of 2023.
Yes.
Did you respond to 2698 Palo Duro?
Yes.
Obviously within your jurisdiction of Henderson.
Correct.
And do you remember around what time you responded?
We arrived at the scene at roughly about 10 in the morning.
When you responded to the scene, did you get a briefing from the folks who were already on scene?
We did. From the patrol personnel on scene, we got a briefing.
When you received the briefing, well, generally, what is the purpose of getting a briefing?
It's just to get all the information we have up until that point. Usually it's just to get report numbers, names, dates of births, details of the calls for service, maybe what patrol or fire observed when they first got there, just kind of your basic preliminary information.
Are there times in which you will receive a briefing and that will guide you in what to focus on, what is normal or abnormal in the scene, etc.?
Yes.
And so you're receiving this information in order to determine kind of how to approach a scene.
Sure.
What was the briefing you received in this case?
In this particular case, we received information that that the victim had been found by his mother, that he was laying in bed, and that there was a strong odor of chemicals in the area that he was found. We weren't really sure yet, but we had patrol had advised that they believed that his head was gone, was missing. That is such a rare occasion, or I guess circumstance for us, that we still were a little skeptical going into that. We weren't sure if we were dealing with, a gunshot wound or something like that. They could explain that, I guess. So.
Well, let me stop you. Just,
okay.
Are there times in which you've responded to scenes where it may be reported in that way, the head is gone, but it's just severely damaged from a gunshot wound or something like that?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
A little skeptical.
Yes.
Didn't really think it was an actual decapitation.
Correct.
Okay. And so you received that information. Do you receive information related to how many people were at the home at the time the body was discovered?
Yes. We were told that there were, the victim was in the scene, and then there were 2 other individuals that were in the scene.
And were those 2 elderly Asian American folks?
Yes.
Did you see them when you arrived? Were they still there?
We did. We did. They had moved them outside of the house. They were sitting outside the front house.
And after receiving your briefing, do you essentially go in and do what we refer to as a walk?
Yes.
What does that mean to the jury?
So we go in and we just do a brief walk around the scene and see what we have. We're not starting anything at that point. We're just assessing the scene and what's in the scene and what we need to be cognizant of, and it's just very brief.
Okay. Once the walkthrough is done, and I presume a search warrant was authored and issued in the process of this.
Yes.
And pursuant to that search warrant, a judge authorized you all to go in and do your investigation.
Correct.
When the walkthrough is going on, are crime scene analysts documenting at that time?
Not during the walkthrough.
Okay. So it's the next step when they begin documentation?
Right. We actually try to limit how many people go through the initial walkthrough because we want to try to minimize any type of contamination, if at all possible. So not everyone necessarily does the walkthrough, but yes, once the search warrant is signed and we're authorized to go in at that point, I send in one person, usually that person taking photos, and they go in by themselves so that we're minimizing any contamination, and they photograph the entire scene.
You bring up a good point. Is it common on homicide scenes for first responders to have gone into the scene before your arrival?
Yes.
And first responders could be patrol officers and or fire department paramedics, etc.
That's what happens most of the time, yes.
I would presume their goal is life-saving measures initially.
Absolutely.
Your goal is a little different. Once it's clear that the life is not being saved, you're then trying to limit access.
Correct.
But you're certainly not going to limit someone going in to try to save somebody's life.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, you mentioned that the duties were divided up a bit.
Yes.
Did you say who was doing photography?
CSA Megan Bone.
Okay. And is there typically what's referred to as a crime scene diagram authored?
Yes.
Who did that in this case?
So in this particular case, we had actually just gotten a new piece of equipment. We had just gotten a scanner. It's like a 3D scanner. So I actually did the scans of the scene, and it just generates a point cloud data of the scene. And Megan was able to take that data and put it into this computerized diagram.
May I approach? Yes. Show me 16. Do you have that?
Yes.
Was that your view?
That is the diagram of the scene.
Move the addition of that.
No objection to that?
No objection.
Can I read that?
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing the jury 16. So this particular diagram, does this encompass kind of the lower levels of the home?
Yes.
Describe the home kind of generally how it was set up, including levels.
So when you initially walk through the front door of the residence, I would consider that maybe a lower level. You walk in the front door into this formal living room. From there, there's like a couple of steps that lead up into that formal dining room and kitchen area. The dining room and kitchen area are all on essentially the same level. From there, on, I guess it would be the east side of that dining area, next to the kitchen, there is again another set of a couple stairs that lead back down into that living room where the decedent was found.
So bottom left of the diagram, exhibit 16, is this the front door?
Yes.
And then you said you walk into the living room?
Yes.
And then there are a couple steps up to the formal dining room?
Yes.
And then a couple steps down to what we'll refer to as, the victim's room?
Yes.
And here it's listed as living room. It's kind of a converted room, is that fair?
Yes.
Dining and formal dining room are on the same level?
Yes.
And then there's some stairs that go up to bedrooms upstairs?
Correct.
Okay. Based upon the scene and kind of how you're approaching it, I would presume that you searched the entire house.
We did not personally, the crime scene personnel didn't search the entire house, but yes.
And when I say you, I'm referring to all of Henderson.
Yes.
I should have been more specific.
Okay, yes.
You, as well as homicide detectives, are searching the entirety of the scene.
Correct.
Searching and photographing and documenting are different things.
Correct.
Okay. You guys are documenting this.
Yes.
Okay. The garage here is down to the bottom right, correct?
Yes.
And then just for the record, what is all this we're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen?
So it's a legend of the diagram, so you can kind of see the title. So we have the report number, the address, what type of incident it is, who completed the diagram, and then we have, like I said, a legend of the evidence and items that we collected within the scene. And then a scale, it's a rough scale and approximate scale, and then an arrow showing directionality.
Okay. Approximate scale, this is by foot?
Yes.
Okay. And then the evidence is listed as 1 ammonia bottle, 2 bleach bottle, 3 dog door insert, 4 documents, fair?
Correct.
Those numbers then correspond with these little yellow numbers inside the diagram?
Yes.
And that's attempting to depict those exactly where they're found?
Correct.
And then obviously we have the victim's body there on the bed, is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to you coming into the courtroom, did you have an opportunity to look through exhibits 16 to 234?
Yes, I did.
You thumbed through all of those?
I did.
To save some time, you did it in the hallway?
I did.
And did all those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene photos, or some of them that were taken at this scene?
Yes.
And I would move for the admission of 16 to 195 and then 208 through 234. No objection.
No objection to those? Okay. 16 to 195 and 208 to 234?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to publish?
Permission to publish.
Thank you. Showing you 17, what is this?
So that is a gray card that is part of our standard procedure for my folks. When they photograph any crime scene, they begin with this photo card, if you will, which again tells us the date, the report number, who's taking the photos, and from a photographic standpoint, the color scale on the bottom could be important as well.
Okay. And the photograph by, it says MB1678. What does MB stand for?
Megan Bone.
And 1678?
That's her P number.
P number is an individualized personnel number?
Correct.
Just another way of tracking evidence and such?
Correct.
Showing you states 18. Is this 2698 Paladura?
Yes,
Obviously located within a residential neighborhood.
yes.
And describe kind of what we're seeing in this particular photograph.
This is the front of the house. This is how it appeared when we arrived. The garage door was partially up like that. There was crime scene tape that had been placed by patrol officers. There was a cone in the driveway that had been put there by patrol officers. And during our initial briefing, we'd been told that they believed that they had located an area of blood. And so they had kind of identified that and marked that with the cone. And then you can see one of the individuals who lived in the house was sitting out front with one of the patrol officers.
Anything of note about the garage?
The garage door was found in that position, partially up.
19, is this just the address marker and a little sign that says guard dog on duty?
Yes.
20, just for the record, that's the garage?
Yes.
And could you estimate, was that like 2 feet, 3 feet? Can you remember?
Not exactly, but I would guess about 2 feet.
States 21, what are we looking at here?
That's the cone that patrol had placed in the driveway.
Is that to the left of the cone a little spot of apparent blood?
Yes.
Was that presumptively tested?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of that?
It was presumptive positive for blood.
As a result of the presumptive positive test, what do you and your team do with that?
So we use our own placard, which there are additional photos of later on. We use our own placard to identify this area of blood. In this case, I believe it was marker A.
States 22.
And we re-photograph it again with our placard, and then we will collect a sample of it.
Okay. And so in 22, you can see there's a couple of, looks like spots or like a trail or whatever you want to call it. Is that right?
Correct.
I'll try not to be redundant with the photos. I'm going to draw your attention to 24. For the record, when you're looking at the home, is this the right side gate or entrance area which would lead to the garage?
Yes.
I'm sorry, to the backyard.
To the side yard, yes.
And was that obstructed?
Yes, it was completely closed off.
By what?
This wood fence.
Okay, just for the record. There are 3 large trash cans there.
Yes.
We'll get to that a little bit later. States 25, those trash cans, and then that wood fence, I guess, covers the entirety of that way into the backyard, correct?
Correct.
Showing you states 26, are we now looking at, if you're facing the home, the left side, which would be the potential other entrance to the backyard?
Yes.
27, just a little bit closer there, showing that.
The gate, yes.
And that gate appears to be a gate that does swing.
It does.
Correct. We'll get to the backyard in a little bit. Showing you states 28, is this the front door?
It is.
Any signs of forced entry to the front door?
None.
States 29, is that just documenting and showing that the door wasn't busted out?
Yes.
30, what are we looking at here?
So that is that front living room right when you walk into the front door.
Photographer is basically standing in the threshold of the front door?
Yes.
31, what perspective are we looking at now?
So again, in that same position, right on that threshold of the front door, looking up into the dining area.
You can see what appears to be a power tool here to the right. Can you see it?
Yes.
Fair to say that's not a saw?
Correct.
Some other
yes.
kind of power tool, okay. And then 32, where are we oriented now?
We're in that same living room, just standing just to the side of the front door.
And
you can see the stairs going up to the second floor.
Okay, so these in the right-hand side are the stairs you referred to going up to kind of the living area, and then to the right, that goes up to the upper level.
Correct.
States 34, have we now gone up one level?
Yes.
And do you remember what this is referred to in the
dining area?
Okay. So these are overall photographs?
Yes.
Before anything is kind of moved and searched?
Correct, yes.
35, orient us please.
Same in that dining area, but you can kind of see the entry going into the kitchen.
36, is this just showing the stairs that lead up to the, I guess it's the third floor, but the upper level?
Yes.
37, what are we looking at here?
That is a closet just inside that kitchen area.
38.
That's an overall of the kitchen?
39, just a different angle of the kitchen?
Yes.
Was the kitchen searched and documented?
Yes.
40, is that the kitchen?
Yes.
43, start opening cabinets and you and your team are searching through everything?
Yes.
44, I'm sorry, 44. Oops, zoom back out. Still in the kitchen, opened up the dishwasher?
Yes.
Nothing of evidentiary value or note in there?
No.
And I won't go through all these, but I mean, you're opening these cabinets and going through pretty much everything, right?
Correct.
46, knife drawer?
Yes.
In here, we have kind of your common steak knives and butter knives over here. Is that fair?
Yes.
48, another utensil drawer or a couple of utensil drawers?
Yes.
And there are several other drawers, cabinets that are photographed in the kitchen, is that right?
Yes.
Anything that you found that had any apparent blood on it or anything of potential evidentiary value?
Nothing.
And you went into the 56, went into the fridge, documented everything, fair?
Yes.
Focus in on 61, what is this here?
That is one of two trash cans that were located in that kitchen area.
And that trash can was searched?
Yes.
Anything of potential evidentiary value?
No.
Random question for you, did you find any engagement ring or any type of ring in the trash?
No.
In any trash can?
No.
States 63, what are we looking at here?
That is the adjacent dining area to the kitchen.
Okay. And so in the background, you can see an entrance to a room. Where is that going?
That is going down to the living room makeshift bedroom area that the victims found in.
And before we move out of this kitchen or dining area, 65, is that another trash can?
Yes.
Searched?
Yes.
No ring?
That one was completely empty.
$67, what are we looking at here?
So that is standing right on, in the dining area, right before those steps leading down into, again, the living area, makeshift bedroom area.
And just for the record, there's no door that enters into this room,
No.
correct? There is what appears to be a flag and or a bed sheet that kind of doubles, I guess, as a door or block.
Yes.
68.
So this isn't a basic overall, we're starting to get into the overalls of that living area, again, bedroom, makeshift bedroom area.
69, same room, just different perspective.
Yes.
70, same room, different perspective.
Yes.
Now we're finally seeing the bed for the first time.
Yes,
And that's kind of tucked around the corner there, is that correct?
that's correct.
71. So what does this hallway lead to here?
So that hallway leads to a bathroom and the laundry room that connects to the garage.
Okay. 72, different perspective, same room.
Yes,
73, different perspective, same room.
yes,
74, same room,
yes.
different perspective. $78, what are we looking at here?
So along the south wall of that room was like fireplace area, and it had this shelving area on top of it.
A fireplace area, but it appeared it's blocked off.
Yes.
Right, it's kind of doubling as shelves.
Correct, yes.
79 is this?
That's a table in that room.
All right. Before we approach the bed, so are there any general observations you made of this part of the scene before we get into the bed and the body?
It appeared to be cluttered with clothing and other various items. There was nothing that particularly stood out visually. Again, just that it was dirty and cluttered and kind of unkempt.
And obviously no weapons or anything like that you found at this point.
No.
So states 80, we're kind of shifting over to the bed here. What are we looking at?
A shoe, some socks, some random clothing items.
One of those random clothing items is some black boxers.
Yes.
Okay. Then you got shoes, some socks, and some wires, correct?
Correct.
Showing it now states 81. Just please, for the record, orient us.
So we're looking north at the bed. So that's the north wall. And that's the bed that's tucked away in that whole side of the room.
'82, what portion of the bed are we looking at here?
That's the headboard of that bed.
And you're documenting kind of the gap in between the headboard and the bed?
Yes.
83, getting a little closer to the bed here?
Yes.
84, now we're at the foot of the bed?
Correct.
Did you find anything of potential evidentiary value with that down near the foot of the bed?
That's where we started seeing what appeared to be blood.
Okay.
Was the foot of the bed.
And I do have photos later that show your markers, but do you remember where that particular blood was?
Right on the foot portion of that bed, that wood frame of the bed, we started seeing like our first drops of blood.
Okay. We're getting a weird glare here, so let me see if we can.
And some on the carpeting.
84A. And for the record, that was within the stack 84A, but I don't think I mentioned that.
I don't think you mentioned that.
We moved the admission of the A as well.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay,
Thanks. So now we are, oh, we're still on the other side of the bed. I apologize. I'm sure. 86. So what are we looking at here?
So that's on the opposite side of the bed. Now we're standing on the opposite side of the bed, where you can see the top portion of the victim, and you have that small kind of area just between the bed and the dresser, some other furniture items along that wall.
For the record, the victim's his shoulders are kind of adjacent or parallel to the left side of the bed in this photo.
Yes.
The left edge, I should say. Yes?
Yes.
Did you make any observations about the blood patterns here on top of the bed?
There were some what appeared to be deep saturation blood stains on that side of the bed.
There is a glare, and I've been trying to fix it, but tell me if you need me to bring this photo up to you. Do you remember this particular stain, saturation, closest to the foot of the bed being more red in color?
I don't remember that specific.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. I can see it in this photo, yes.
Counsel, which exhibit is that?
Sorry, 86.
Thank you.
And then down on the ground, did you make any observations?
Yes, there was another area of what appeared to be just saturated blood right on the ground right below.
91, that shows it a little bit better. I'm going to try to zoom in. The larger stain on the ground, is that an area you would refer to as saturation point?
Yes.
And then there's another lighter spot above that, correct?
Correct.
Just tell me kind of what your observations were related to this blood and the positioning of the victim.
So that was right below where the victim's head would have been. Clearly that's where we saw the bloodletting injury, if you will, occurring. So that's where carpet is a little difficult, but those were saturation stains. So it was just blood that had pooled and saturated in those areas right below where he was at.
Showing you 92. Is this that same stain, just a different perspective?
Yes.
Do you see areas of kind of displacement or like odd patterning here?
It's difficult to determine that, but to determine like clean borders, but
Sure.
yes.
Sure. Clean borders, like what are you referring to? What does that mean?
Like if something had been placed there, carpet again is difficult because you don't get those clean borders that you would see like on a hard surface or a non-porous surface. Carpet is a little more difficult, but yes, like you can, I guess, see the outline of where the stain ends.
On the right side of the stain, it looks like there's almost a straight line. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I would presume your photographer got a little closer and took several photographs of this area as well as the victim's shoulders.
Yes.
Showing you now 93. This is a little bit better photo of the patterning here on the bed. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you make any deductions or observations related to the amount of blood, the positioning of the blood, et cetera?
We didn't at that time, no. We just clearly observed and documented that this just was a very large saturation blood stain.
'98, this is a different perspective. Oops. What are we looking at here?
So that is the upper portion of the victim, again, void of his head.
And just for the record, is there a substantial amount of blood on top of a blue and white comforter?
Yes.
And then what is this item right here?
That's a large pillow that was underneath the top portion of the victim's torso.
States 101, different perspective of the area where his head should be, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any observations about the color, or, I guess, texture or anything about the blood?
Yes, the blood appeared black, just dark, extremely dark, atypical of what we usually see.
And I should have asked you earlier, did you smell anything while you were in the scene?
It was overwhelmingly, the chemical smell was overwhelming, burning our eyes, burning our nostrils. It was overpowering, the chemical smell that was coming specifically from this area. That smell was present throughout this room, but the closer you got to this area of the victim, you walked around the foot of the bed and came towards this area, it was overpowering.
I'll show you one more states 100. For the record, kind of the same perspective, but it shows a little bit of the pooling over here as well.
Yes.
And ma'am, did you make any general deductions related to where this person was decapitated?
We felt like it was done right there.
Why do you say that?
I mean, there wasn't any signs of a struggle. There wasn't any signs that he had been moved. There wasn't, if anything, we hypothesized whether or not he'd been rolled from back to front, but that was the extent of the movement that we felt that he had gone through. That there was no movement outside of that.
Okay, and so rolled from the spot that is pretty apparent down a little closer to the foot of the bed?
Correct. Either rolled or, again, something that had blood on it had been placed there that caused that saturation stain. But as far as him himself, we didn't feel like there was any movement or very little movement.
Now I have a personal question for you. How tall are you?
5'2".
You are a petite woman, we can all see. Did it appear to you that his body was the size where someone like you could roll him over?
Sure, yeah.
The documentation doesn't end here, correct?
Correct.
Eventually the sheets and stuff are kind of peeled off onion-like layers, right?
Yes.
Well, you looked closely at the victim's neck where his head was decapitated.
Yes.
Did you make any observations about the injury itself?
No, not about the injury itself, no.
So I want to show you 104, and you mentioned the chemical smell earlier. Did you observe any injuries to the body that may have been consistent with some kind of burning of chemicals?
Yes, he was covered in what appeared to be almost like blisters, or I guess burn or chemical burns throughout his body.
States 106. Is that an angle of the backside of his left shoulder?
Yes.
And left inner arm?
Yes.
And are these some of the blistery kind of burn-like marks you're seeing?
Yes.
And many of those are documented closer. I won't go through all of them, but they're documented closer, correct?
Yes.
Moving away from the body now to 109, what are we looking at?
That is looking down that short hallway leading towards, again, there's a hallway bathroom off to the right, and then you can see the laundry room and that door that leads out to the garage.
110, what are we looking at there?
So those were two, I guess, bottles of cleaning supplies that were found on the ground. Right, that door is the door to the bathroom. So one of them was a bottle of ammonia, and the other one is a bottle of soft scrub.
States 111, where are we looking here?
That's looking into the bathroom, that hallway bathroom.
And that's all documented as well?
Yes.
States 112, what are we looking at here?
That's a picture of the vanity in that bathroom.
Including the sink and the toilet?
Yes.
And then we're trying to get a photo of the shower printed, but that's all looked at and documented?
Yes.
Did you observe any signs of blood in the bathroom area?
No, we did not.
Had you would have swabbed it and taken it, I presume?
Yes.
Going back for a moment, to states 100, would you agree with me that the blood in this area is generally focused where his head should be, and then at the bottom of the foot of the bed and the ground?
Yes.
Directly underneath?
Yes.
Have you responded to crime scenes involving gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Any estimate, thousands, hundreds?
Hundreds.
Okay. Have you responded to scenes involving stab wounds?
Yes.
And is it common to observe blood kind of less focused in one area in those types of scenes?
Can you explain that?
Well, would you expect with a gunshot wound cast off or spray or spatter?
Yes, absolutely.
What are those terms that I just used, just so the jury understands?
So anytime you have like a gunshot wound injury, you will see various types of blood spatter, if you will. You have forward spatter, you'll have back spatter. For injuries involving like sharp objects like stabbings, a lot of times you'll see cast-off patterns, things like that. So there's all different various types of blood spatter depending on what type of injuries or implements cause those injuries.
Sure. And if an injury occurs while a person is alive, it's probably more likely that their arteries are pumping and their veins are pumping.
Absolutely.
If
I'm
an injury
finna follow
occurs
this woman
that's
on
not,
IG. I bet she got a social
I'm sorry,
media.
if a
Not the
decapitation
one on
occurs
trial, the one
post-mortem,
that's
there's not going to be
testified
sperm,
right
correct?
now. I'm following her.
And I should ask the general question.
Anybody
Did you
wants to
observe
know
any
the
spatter, cast
Pittsburgh
off, or anything on the walls,
charges against him is
on the
3 to
headboard,
5 charges.
on the ceiling,
No.
on the, anything else that's kind of cluttered around?
No.
Anything of evidentiary value found in the washer and dryer?
No.
Other than the 2 chemical bottles on the ground, anything of evidentiary value found in that hallway or bathroom area?
No.
119. Is this the door, the garage door?
Yes.
And I guess, what perspective are we looking at this at?
So you're inside the garage.
Okay, so we pass through that hallway, past the bathroom.
Right.
120, what are we looking at here?
That's an overall inside the garage.
121, different perspective, but kind of capturing the other angle.
Yes.
122, also in the garage.
Yes.
Did you, and I should say all of you, HPD,
Yes.
did you turn this garage upside down as well?
Yes.
Is there any weapons found in this garage?
No.
Anything with apparent blood on it?
No.
And obvious question, did you find the victim's head anywhere in the garage?
No.
Back to the bedroom for a minute, 123. Is this the slider leading to the backyard?
Yes.
And 125, when you move the blinds back, what is this here?
So that's a doggy door insert that goes inside of the sliding glass door, and it has that glass panel, and then at the very bottom was a doggy door.
And for the record, that doggy door is closed.
Yes.
And then this particular, the latch on the slider, was that open or closed?
Open.
Open. Ultimately, did you and other crime scene analysts impound this dog door
We did.
cover? And those 2 chemical bottles?
We did.
Showing you 128, what are we looking at here?
That's an overall of the backyard.
129, what are we looking at here?
That's the side gate that we previously looked at inside of the house.
I'm gonna try to zoom in the best I can. This is not the gate where we saw the big wooden fence.
No.
So if you're looking at the house from the front, this would be the left gate.
Yes.
And in the back, obviously, the right gate. Could anyone access that gate from the front? Like, what are we looking at here?
That is, it was like wood boards and everything, like on the ground, in front of the gate.
Okay, and that gate, for the record, swings into the backyard?
Yes.
And that would be obstructed?
Yes.
And actually, we're gonna come back to the backyard in a minute. I'm gonna just try to make this more efficient. 130, you go upstairs.
Yes.
You and other crime scene personnel document all of that.
Yes.
131, this is the upstairs area.
Yep. Right at the top of the stairs.
And just as an example, 132, you're opening cabinets, you're going through everything, correct?
Correct.
Without showing a bunch of photos, was there anything of potential evidentiary value found upstairs?
No.
Any weapons?
No.
Any head?
No.
Any blood?
No.
Showing you 138. Is this one of the upstairs living area bedrooms?
Yes.
And can you see some, what appears to be some little girls' clothes and little stuffies up here?
Yes.
Well, that's what my kids call them, stuffies.
Yes.
140. Some more kind of child's clothing or small clothing there.
Yes.
This is all upstairs.
Yes.
And 145. This bathroom door appears to be painted pink.
Yes.
It's fine. So very briefly, 153, we now have evidence placards next to the 2 chemical bottles.
Yes.
And those should correspond with our crime scene diagram.
Yes.
Evidence placard 1 states 155, the ammonia bottle.
Yes.
Was that processed in any way at the scene?
Not at the scene, no.
For the record, 156, that's just showing the other side of the bottle to see how much is left in there.
Correct.
I'd say maybe 1/3 full.
Correct.
And did I say, is that the ammonia bottle?
Yes.
Okay, and then 154, the other bottle appears to be soft scrub bleach.
Yes.
When you say not processed at the scene, what do you mean?
So we collected it with the intent of bringing it back to the station to have our forensic evidence lab technician process it in the lab.
Going back to the backyard for a moment, the one gate is obstructed that swings inward to the backyard.
Correct.
The other side, I've shown you a photo earlier from the front, that gate, that wooden fence?
Yes.
Does that cause that side to be completely obstructed as well?
Yes.
Okay, so both sides are obstructed.
Yes.
States 160, where are we now?
So that's the foot of the bed. The victim was.
161, now we have an evidence placard showing what?
That's showing an area of apparent blood that was located on the foot of the bed.
Very small, almost like droplets?
Yes.
Did those appear to be downward droplets?
Yes.
What's the difference between a downward and kind of a spray?
It's like a passive blood drop. So it doesn't show a lot of directionality. It's more just like a passive, like something that's dripping blood just passively. It doesn't show a lot of movement.
In addition, in the bedroom, did you and other crime scene analysts locate a bunch of writings, pink writing?
Yes.
Were those accessed and then ultimately photographed page by page?
Yes.
Did those shed light on your investigation?
Yes.
And generally, without saying what the letters say, why were they relevant to your investigation?
It appeared to be handwritten notes regarding a child custody disagreement.
And I'd move for the admission of 196 to 207.
We can check this as a hearsay if you want us to approach it.
Please.
I can't tell if this is a white woman, an Asian woman, or what.
I don't know that that's going to be done in the next 20 minutes. So we're going to stop for the day, and then we'll do this, and then we'll pick back up tomorrow.
Let's see if they got anything. Look at Judge Hatcher up there.
In any way regarding the hate or smear voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not reach out to this any news and media account for commentary on the case. You must not do the research such as consulting dictionaries, email, and reference materials. You must not make investigation, test, theory,
this
case,
judge
reasoning,
already talks fast, but she's the only one that sounds like a chipmunk on the current speed. Everybody else sounds normal.
All right, for the jury.
And the next video should be queued up to the right spot. It came in like an hour in.
You are going to be excused for the remainder of the day. I just remind you that you are still under oath. You are not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You report back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to be adjourned for the rest of the day, so everybody can be excused. All right, everything remaining from this point will be done off the record. We're going to stop all recording.
Man, apparently her heyday in porn was the early 2000s and shit. She won one of them nudie, one of them porn site awards in like 2004. I think the latest thing they got of hers from like 2017. But
oh, she was
did her
Hollywood
porn stars early 2000s.
That's that Hollywood porn
actually
deal.
she has a IMDb page under her alias. Well, one of her porn alias. Okay, it's about to flip. Hopefully, it's already. Yep. All right, right back in it. This is day 2. Day 4 begins tomorrow. I'm gonna try. Go ahead and play day 3 and so I ain't sleeping yet, but who knows? Yeah, 5 hours left on this one. A lunch break is included.
Back on the record at C-377-239, stating that Mr. Devyn Michaels, and the record reflects that Ms. Michaels is present and her attorneys and deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. You both participate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then I'm just going to ask you to raise your right hand. We're going to re-swear you in because it's been overnight. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, yesterday we left off with a couple of questions about the backyard and that side gate, that wooden fence. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now 163. Is this a view of the front of the house aiming at the trash cans and that side fence?
It is.
164, those trash cans were opened.
Yes.
165, another trash can. 166, trash can opened. 167, another trash can. Yes?
Yes.
168, that trash can opened.
Yes.
Correct? Insert anything of evidentiary value found within those trash cans.
No.
168A? This is that one. You good, please. I believe by stipulation we moved to admit 168A. Correct.
168?
168A.
168A. Okay, 168A will be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
And ma'am, I mentioned yesterday we appear to be missing a photo. Does this appear to be a photo showing the backyard and showing that gate where the fence would be out front?
Where that wooden fence would be out front, yes.
Okay, so does this now tell us both sides of the entry to the side of the house are obstructed?
Yes.
Did you and your team also go out and execute warrants on the vehicles out front?
Yes.
169, ma'am, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the victim's truck and trailer that was parked out front of the house.
Can you describe just for the record how it is parked?
It's parked, I'm sorry, I don't know directionality, but it's just parked along the street right in front of the
Okay,
house.
parked, I guess, wrong way on the street.
Correct.
And the trailer appears to be hanging out into the street a bit.
Yes.
170, did it appear that the moving trailer portion was somewhat empty?
Yes.
Other than a blanket or something?
Yes.
171, just another angle of that.
Correct.
172, documenting the license plate, if you could read that into the record.
399ZUK.
173, is this the bed of the truck?
Yes.
Obviously searched at some point?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the trailer or the bed of the truck?
No.
The inside of the truck, was it also searched?
Yes, it was.
174, is that a side angle of the truck?
Yes.
A couple of American flags sticking out the back?
Yes.
And then there's a bunch of photographs of different angles of the exterior of the truck, is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to show them all to you, but you would agree with that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more, 180. Just a better angle showing the empty moving trailer, or moving trailer except for that blanket and a piece of wood or something.
Yes.
181, what are we looking at here?
That's the interior of the truck.
Front seat.
Yes.
182, back seat.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the truck?
No.
In addition to the truck, was there a little blue sedan parked out front?
Yes, a little Nissan Sentra.
And was that searched as well?
It was.
185, is that the Nissan?
Yes.
186, rear of the Nissan?
Yes.
Looks like a temporary tag.
Yes.
2010 date on it.
Yes.
Can you read the plate into the record?
Sure. 1E67224.
And that vehicle was searched as well?
It was.
188, front seat.
Yes.
189, back seat.
Yes.
190, trunk.
Yes.
It appears that there's a bunch of random materials as though maybe someone was packed.
Yes, it was good.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the Nissan?
No.
And I'm assuming that when you're referring to evidentiary value, that would include anything related to blood.
Correct.
So let's go back inside the residence just briefly. I'm almost done with you.
Okay.
193, we showed this yesterday, but this particular dog door, did you say was it impounded under our vent number?
Yes, the cover was, yes.
And you mentioned some latent print processing. 194, what are we looking at here?
So that's the door that's leading from the laundry room to the garage, and that was also processed for claiming fingerprints.
At 195, a closer view of that same area?
Yes.
You mentioned yesterday sometimes you'll process and use photography, other times you'll process and actually pull tape.
Correct.
Here it looks like you may have pulled tape.
We did.
And I want to ask you some general questions about fingerprints.
Sure.
Fingerprints are an artifact left behind when someone touches something, correct?
Correct.
And there's latent ridge detail that could be matched potentially to a known fingerprint, correct? Fingerprints don't tell you anything about timing.
No.
Right, that could have been left there a day ago, a month ago, a year ago.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to establish a timeline for fingerprints.
Okay, and if someone is a known occupant of a home, you would expect their fingerprints to be in their home.
Absolutely.
If someone had lived in that home previously, you would expect fingerprints to be in the home.
Absolutely.
If someone had been inside the home, one or two times, they may have left prints as well.
Absolutely.
You just never know, but
Yes.
you do it nonetheless.
Correct.
I'm gonna go back to the body a bit, and I'm gonna put these cameras up on, these photos up on the screen for the cameras. 208. Is that John once the cover was removed from his body?
Yes.
There was a suggestion yesterday that maybe the decapitation occurred at a different location, and his body was moved to this location. Is there anything about this body that suggests otherwise?
We did not feel that the decapitation occurred anywhere else. Based on his lividity, when we removed those bedding and all those sheets, his lividity was consistent with that position. There was no mixed lividity or anything to suggest that he'd been in a different position.
Okay, the jury's hearing the term lividity for the first time.
Sure.
What do you mean by that?
So lividity occurs when your heart stops beating, the blood in your body would pull into the natural cavities of your body. So the lividity becomes fixed at a certain point, but you'll see dark discoloration that's consistent with the position of the body.
And so if a body lays, say, in this position on the belly for an extended period of time,
Right.
the blood essentially settles with gravity.
Correct.
And that at some point becomes fixed in the body,
Correct.
Now, if a person is killed, and they sit there for a minute, an hour, and then are flipped onto their belly, they're on their back when they're killed or whatever.
Right.
Are there times in which the lividity will change a bit?
You'll see a variance in the lividity.
Okay, and in this particular case, anything suggesting that he was moved from this small position on the bed other than maybe flipped over?
No.
In addition to that, we talked about how you believed it was a post-mortem decapitation.
That's correct.
As a result of that, you're not going to have spurting vessels or veins or arteries, correct?
Correct.
However, there is blood leaking from the
Right.
decapitation.
Right.
Did you see anywhere outside of this small area in the scene any evidence to suggest this body was dragged in, brought in, carried in, or anything like that?
No, nothing of the sort.
Showing you 212. Now that the cover is removed, can we see more of those what appear to be chemical burns?
Yes.
Not feeling the need to publish this photo, but I'm going to just show you the old school way. 214 ultimately is the body removed from the scene, placed into a bag, and the custody taken over by the Clark County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll just remind you, you will have all of the photos that were admitted into evidence when you go back for your deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the scene documented after John's body was moved?
Yes.
Showing you 220. Describe now what we're looking at.
So after the victim's body was removed from the scene, we proceeded to basically open up all the blankets and bedding that he'd been wrapped in to see if we could find anything of evidence, anything important in that bedding.
And so we can reorient, if the jury can't recall, is this the foot of the bed down in the lower left portion of the photo?
That pillow is the pillow that we discussed yesterday that was underneath the upper portion of his torso.
Okay. Well, I have another personal question. Have you ever received a massage?
Yes.
It's weird, but I have to ask it. So are there times in which a pillow is placed under a person's body when they're getting a massage?
Sure.
Okay. Down here, bottom left portion of the bed, when you first come upon the scene, that is bare, correct?
Right.
Just mattress, and then we saw the red staining in this area.
Correct.
When you fold the sheet back, is this red staining consistent with the location of that other red staining we saw on the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. So hypothetically, if someone were to want to roll this body over to do something to it, could the initial impact have occurred here and then the whole sheet been rolled over and with the body?
It's possible, yes.
221, another angle just showing kind of now we're peeling the layers a bit or getting different angles of the layers.
Yes.
222, is this the remnants of the pillow and the blanket that were underneath where John's head should have been?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counsel, which exhibit is that? Number?
222.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 223, what is this?
That's a towel that was found towards the head of the bed.
Okay. And now it's just been laid out for documentation?
Correct, yes.
225. Are we now seeing the white comforter kind of spread out?
Yes,
And a couple of blood spots in corresponding corners on the top?
yes.
I'll show one more graphic image just to talk about a point you made earlier. 229. Is this some of the lividity that you were talking about?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
And that's kind of blood settling when a body remains in a position post-mortem for an extended period of time?
Yes.
One last question. Did you observe any bleeding injuries to the victim's hands anywhere?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll just start with the last part of your testimony and address some of the testimony that you gave yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked a series of questions concerning lividity and when lividity sets in, correct? You'd agree with me that you don't have an opinion as to the time of death.
I would agree with you, yes.
So when you talk about lividity, you're kind of just guessing because obviously lividity sets in after someone dies, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't know when a person dies, you just kind of have to guess when the lividity. Obviously, it begins after the person dies, but we don't know when, correct?
There are several factors affecting lividity, yes.
And what time was it that these photographs that you've testified concerning? When were these photos taken?
We entered this meeting, I would say somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock.
So we're talking about a 5-year period, and you're giving us opinions concerning lividity. And that's just 5 hours that you were there, correct?
Correct.
You gave an opinion concerning it appears the body had not been moved, presumably from the time of death that you don't know, correct?
Well, I don't know the time of death, no.
No, and that's my point. Yet you're giving an opinion concerning the lividity, correct?
All I can base my opinion on is what I observed during the time that I was there.
Correct. That's somewhere during that 5-hour period, correct?
Based on my knowledge of lividity, based on what I observed while I was there, that's what I'm basing my opinion on.
Let's talk about lividity. When does lividity begin to occur?
I'm not a medical examiner, but I'm not comfortable answering exactly when it sets in.
Thank you, and you're making my point. So it's pretty tough to say that this body stayed in that same place based upon the lividity and based upon my observation of it, correct?
What I'm saying is that based on my observations of the lividity, there didn't appear to be any variance other than the position that he was currently in.
Fair to say the body dies and it moves 2 or 3 times in a 1-hour period. You can't give an opinion concerning the lividity and when it set in and if the body was moved or not, correct?
I'm not a medical examiner, and like I said, there are several factors that affect lividity, including the body itself, temperature, things like that. So again, I'm not comfortable answering those questions.
So fair to say, let's just not get to the point where, well, the body wasn't moved because of lividity. That's a fairly unfair assumption, an unfair testimony, unfair conclusion to reach, correct?
No, I would not say it's unfair.
I see. We don't know when the body died, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what time lividity may have set in, correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless, you're just going to testify and say the body wasn't moved.
Lividity evolves. Lividity.
Correct.
Lividity evolves, and at a certain point, it becomes fixed. And again, there's a lot of factors involved. So again, all I'm basing my testimony on is what I observed while I was there.
Okay. During the 5-hour period, correct?
We were there longer than 5 hours.
Yesterday, you had given testimony that based upon what you saw and the evidence you collected, you had an opinion that it was there on the bed. This gentleman died, correct?
Correct.
You testified that there wasn't any signs of struggle.
Correct.
Or to say there could have been a struggle somewhere else and the body wound up on the bed. You can't give an opinion, correct?
No, I can't.
You testified yesterday that we, and presumably that's you and other crime scene analysts, or who else? You said we a number of times, like we hypothesized that about him, the body being rolled. Who was we?
Members of my team, members of detectives who were also there. We did a lot of discussing as a group, as a team.
And when you talk about hypothesizing, is it kind of like in a scientific sense where you reach a hypothesis and then test it?
We don't, that's something that we can't really test. But based on our observations and evidence of the scene, yeah, we potentially come up with theories on how bloodstain patterns could have occurred. That's very common.
Okay. But getting into, we don't know the time of death.
No.
based upon your testimony,
No,
do we?
we don't.
You had testified, again, about this assumption that the person died at that bed and then was beheaded. Fair to say that was in large part because you saw some blood going down the side of the bed and puddling on the floor?
I mean, there was obviously bloodletting there that had occurred, but I don't know that that's the sole reason that I made that statement.
Okay. Well, we don't have the time of death. You testified that you observed that the head was severed, but you didn't make any observations of the injury, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, you testified yesterday that the head was severed, but your testimony was that you didn't make any observations as to the wound, correct?
No. As far as, like, what are you, specifically, what are you asking about the wound?
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify about your
Okay.
testimony and your hypotheses and your conclusions. You testified yesterday that you did not observe or analyze the wound, correct?
Well, I observed it up close, but I didn't make any determinations as far as what could have caused that or what implementations that caused the decapitation. I didn't make any of those specific assumptions.
But nonetheless, you gave an opinion that the head was severed there, correct?
Yes, that's what I believe, yes.
Are you aware of how the head was severed?
No, I'm not.
What instrumentalities may or may not have been used in severing the head?
I have read the anthropologist report at this point, but at the time, no.
Okay.
I didn't make any assumptions at the time, no.
But you were reaching these hypotheses prior to reviewing the anthropologist's report.
Not a hypothesis about what instruments were used to cause the decapitation.
Well, you're talking about the death occurred here, but you're not really clear on how the death occurred, correct? Or at least how the decapitation occurred, fair to
Not
say?
how the decapitation occurred, no.
You're aware, and since you've addressed it, hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw, correct?
Correct.
You gave testimony concerning cast-off blood, things like that, correct? And it was your testimony that you didn't see any evidence of cast-off, correct?
I did not.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the walls, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the headboard.
Correct.
You didn't see evidence of cast-off on the mattress, did you?
No.
You gave some opinions concerning blood spurting when a person's alive, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that a mechanically powered saw would, the kinetic energy would cause cast-off?
Well, it's difficult to say, and my only experience with hand-powered tools post-mortem involved being present for multiple autopsies at the coroner's office, where they use power tools to cut up an individual's head or do wide incisions, and no, I don't see any blood spatter associated when they do that.
Morgue bodies have been refrigerated, correct?
For a period of time, I guess.
Yes, oftentimes.
Depending on when the bodies come into the coroner's office.
Correct. They're generally cold, aren't they? They've been sitting there for a while. They're put on
And
ice.
I don't work down there, so I can't.
Well, ma'am, you just gave an opinion
That's
about
what I heard.
cast-off. Just gave an opinion now about cast-off electric tools. That's a different set of circumstances than those circumstances that you saw in the photographs that you've been shown, correct?
Well, you asked that if a high-powered tool was used, if I would expect to see cast-off. And I'm not going to say no, but what I'm going to say is based on my experience with powered tools cutting into bodies, I have not seen cast-off or spatter.
And we were addressing your narrow experience in the coroner's office, correct?
I mean, explain narrow.
We're not talking about crime
I
scenes,
don't
are we?
work down there, but I've been present for countless autopsies.
You've never seen a dismemberment of a body, head, arm at a crime scene, have you?
I've seen limbs come off before, but I've never been present for that.
Point time making, cast-off, things like that.
Correct.
Fair to say?
I've never been present for a dismembering at scene.
You had given opinions and all. Are these all the exhibits right here?
The ones I used to wear.
Today, these were yesterday's? Okay. All of them. Let's take a look at states. Exhibit 87. Body on the bed.
Correct.
You recall your testimony concerning blood here, blood over here?
Yes.
Appears to be two different spots, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you observed the blood, but you agree with me that you can't quantify the amount of blood there.
No,
Are you aware of how much blood is contained within the human body?
not exactly, and it depends on the body.
Larger, more blood, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
You're aware of the body that you took photos of, the measurements?
Like how big he was?
Yeah.
We don't do that specifically. The coroner's office would take a weight and height.
Didn't look at a driver's license?
There was no driver's license at the scene.
I told you that person was 6'4". Any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Fairly large body.
Sure.
That brings another point. Yesterday you had testified that you could have moved the body over, correct?
I could have rolled a body.
Have you done that before?
Rolled a body in a bed?
A dead body?
Not a dead body, but actually, I have rolled bodies that assisted with the coroner's office when they needed help, so yes.
More than one person because they needed help, correct? It's hard to move a dead body, isn't it?
It's difficult, but it's not impossible for me.
I see. Bigger the body, the harder it is, correct?
Correct.
And this was a big body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, I would say he's average male size,
6'4" is an average male size?
in my opinion.
Okay. You don't know the weight, do you?
No, I don't.
You are familiar with the term dead weight. Oftentimes people refer to that in a social sense, but I mean the scientific sense, dead weight.
Sure.
Body doesn't maintain its center of gravity. It gets real hard to move,
Sure,
correct?
absolutely.
It's like trying to move a big wet bag of cement. It's hard.
Sure.
It looks, at least, on this photo at least, that we had 2 spots perhaps where the body was.
Sure. That, or it could have been something that had blood on it that was placed there.
Okay. We don't know. That's a guess,
We don't.
correct?
Yeah,
So
we
let's not
don't.
guess. Let's not guess, okay? The covers, and there's other covers, but just for the sake of testimony, did you recover those?
No,
You didn't impound those?
we did not recover any of that email.
You didn't photograph it?
We photographed the bedding.
The sheet, I'm sorry, the blue bedding?
We photographed, everything was laid out and photographed.
In the interest of time. Is it in this? Yeah. It's just slanted. I brought these things. Thanks, Mike. So there was no analysis performed upon the bed cover?
No. Analysis of what kind?
Cuts?
We did visual observations, but we did not observe any cuts on the bedding or the bed.
Did you take any close-up photographs of the members of the, future members of the jury, law enforcement, defense attorneys? No?
We did overall photos, and if there had been any defects observed, we would have documented those.
No close-ups?
Close-ups of what?
The bedding, where the body's found.
We laid out the bedding, but like a close-up would be something of a specific area or a defect or something like that, so.
I mean, you're giving testimony about a head that you don't know how was cut off, and that somehow that happened there, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't keep the bedding, correct?
We didn't feel like the bedding had any evidentiary value to it.
Let me approach the witness. Obviously, you've gone through these crimes and photos. If you could please show us the photograph that you took.
You know, the photograph of what?
Of the bedding that we're discussing. The blue bedding, specifically.
Can you keep these in a certain order?
You can just pull them out. Thank you.
All of these contain overalls. Are you specifically referring to the blue comforter?
Yes.
Okay.
Cheers.
So all of those in that pile, they tell overalls of that blue comforter. Sorry, it's a little bit of a mess.
State's Exhibit 220. It's one of the photographs that you just pulled out, correct?
Yes, correct.
Photograph 221, correct?
Correct.
Photograph 222,
Correct.
photograph 223,
Correct.
photograph 224.
Correct.
No close-ups, correct?
Again, like close-ups of
Fibers, I mean, to say cuts. I mean, obviously, we now learned that a power saw was used, correct?
Correct.
No close-ups of
And again, we visually observed every item on that bed.
With a magnifying
Every piece
glass?
of bedding, the towels, everything, the pillows, everything that's on that bed, and we didn't observe cuts or defects on any of those items.
So you got a head that's cut off with a saw, and it didn't leave any marks. Power saw. Fair to say?
We did not observe any defects.
It's your opinion that's where the head was cut off.
Correct.
226. Same thing, correct? No defects.
Correct.
In fact, in these photos, we don't see any kind of cast off, even minor cast off, correct?
No. On the bedding, no.
Not on the bedding. That's where the bed was found, or that's where the body was found, correct? That pillow underneath. You've given some testimony about getting massages, correct?
About getting massages? Sure.
Yeah, getting correct?
Yes,
Head usually goes on the pillow, correct?
I guess.
Fair to say? I mean, in your experience, since you gave an opinion concerning that, when you're getting a massage, your head's on the pillow, correct?
Well, I mean, most massages, there's really not a pillow. You put your head in a headrest
Well,
on a
you
massage table.
And that's the point I'm making. You gave an opinion about a pillow and a massage just a few minutes ago, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would testify that there is a bathroom downstairs.
Yes.
Closest bathroom to the body, correct?
Correct.
Did you take any photographs of the inside of that bathroom?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the inside of the shower?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the one I got. Okay. They've been admitted. How many photographs of that bathroom downstairs were taken?
I don't recall an exact number.
You arrive on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
You given testimony concerning things that you documented that you felt were of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you go in, you're taking photographs, but you're not perhaps aware of all the facts and circumstances that may have given rise to the murder charge or the death, correct?
Correct.
So you kind of go in there, you do the best you can, but you may not have all of the evidence or all the necessary facts to make appropriate decisions as to what is of evidentiary value.
We do the best we can with the knowledge that we have at the time, yes.
Yesterday, you gave an opinion concerning a ring, correct?
Not an opinion, I was asked if we located a ring in a trash can, and I said no.
Okay. You didn't inventory what you found and what you didn't find, correct?
In the trash cans?
Yes.
We photoed like the interior of those trash cans, but we didn't write down everything that was located in those trash cans.
And that's been provided? We have all the photographs of all these trash cans and their contents?
I have the photos that I reviewed that I was presented with when I got here.
You were asked several questions on direct. Did you photograph everything of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that when you were there and your team and you're taking photographs, a ring was of no evidentiary value, correct?
If we had found a ring in a trash can, we would have specifically photoed that. That's atypical.
In what sense?
Well, most trash can items would be trash. Like you can see in one of the photos, there's empty water bottles, your typical trash items. I think a piece of jewelry in a trash can would be atypical. We would have documented that.
But that's assuming that it's a piece of jewelry. It's made out of fine metal, correct?
But again, yeah, I think anything in a jewelry box or ring, something like that, we sure would have documented.
How about a rubber ring? Don't have an opinion, correct?
We didn't locate a rubber ring.
Would you have photographed it?
I'm sure we would have photoed the contents just like we did on the other trash cans that there are photographs of. We photographed the contents inside the trash can.
Exhibit number 68, trash can. It's your testimony that you photographed the contents of exhibit 68.
Can you refresh my memory on what Exhibit 68 is?
There's a trash can that you gave testimony. Actually, it wasn't. It was admitted. How many trash cans were in the residence?
There were 2 in the kitchen that we observed.
Okay. Anywhere else? Downstairs?
I'm sure there were, but I didn't make a note of how many trash cans were in the house.
So we have to rely upon the photographs, correct?
Correct.
The blood that was, the drop, there was cone number 1. Do you recall the testimony concerning that?
Well, there was marker A and there was marker B.
The first one, that blood drop.
On the driveway or?
Correct, on the driveway.
Okay.
Was that collected for further analysis?
Yes, we collected a sample of that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you read your statement?
First, I moved the admission 168A. Looks like no one's able to find it, but your exceptional clerk tells me that it is the shower photo.
168 has been admitted.
Oh, okay.
So it's been admitted.
Just can't find it. All right. All right. Start from the beginning, ma'am. I won't be too long, but I got to go back to the trouble. So you're a professional crime scene investigator.
Correct.
I'm not, right?
Correct.
He's not. Right?
Correct.
You made some deductions based upon what you observed at the scene.
Correct.
Correct. You're not making deductions based upon speculation of other pieces of evidence that may have been found at other scenes or anything like that.
No.
You're just observing what you're observing, coupled with your experience, and you're making some deductions.
Correct.
One of the things that was brought up was time of death. You would agree with me that it's very difficult to determine a time of death unless someone is killed on camera or something.
I would say so, yes, and that's outside of our wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's not your world.
Correct.
And if there's a medical examiner that may testify later, she might be able to speak better to the timing of death.
Absolutely.
Understanding you can't really gauge time of death, there are ways to narrow down time of death in the real world, right?
Right.
Like if someone's alive and smiling on a video, you know they're not dead at that point.
Absolutely.
If a mom sees somebody downstairs or hears somebody or whatever, they're not dead at that point, presumably.
Right.
Okay, so there are ways to narrow it that may not deal with your world of just looking at the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. There was a line of questioning about how the murder occurred, cast off, and this mechanically powered saw and all this stuff. So I want to clarify something. I would hope you've never been present for a live person being dismembered.
No, I'm not.
You have been present during autopsies.
Yes.
And autopsies are clearly post-mortem.
Correct.
And you deduced from this scene that this was a post-mortem decapitation.
Yes.
Okay. And so in the autopsy setting, if the coroner, I don't want to get too graphic, but I mean, they use some heavy-duty tools sometimes.
Yes.
And when they're using mechanical or mechanized saws, you're not seeing blood spray,
No.
spatter or anything like that.
No.
Okay. So that's the decapitation portion.
Right.
Talking about the actual fatal blow or blows,
Okay.
did you see anything in the scene that suggested a gun was used?
No.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested an item was used multiple times?
No.
What would you expect to see in a scene if a head blow is done multiple times?
That's where you would see various types of bloodstain patterns.
Okay, and that would be cast off or spatter or
You
whatever.
would see multiple impact patterns, impact bloodstain patterns.
Would you expect to see cast off if there is a single blow?
No.
There was a discussion about John's size, and I don't want to get too morbid, but you can't estimate his height when he's missing his head.
Correct. Correct.
And so you're just deducing based on what you saw of this headless body that you, a person of your size, could flip that person over a couple feet or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of discussion about defects in the bedding. I want to clarify here. So when you have a large item like a comforter, you and your team are taking overall documentary photos.
Right.
If you see a defect, especially on a scene where somebody's missing a head, you're going to zoom in and focus on that.
Right.
So what your normal process is, you're observing it, you're looking for defects, you don't find it.
Right.
If you did find one, that would be like a zoomed in photo, maybe an evidence marker or something like that.
Yes, we would put something indicating that defect and take close-up photos of it.
Now, you weren't there, you don't know what happened when he died, right?
No.
There was evidence that the person who did it cleaned up the scene because there's a big glaring thing missing from the scene, right? Actually, a few glaring things.
Right.
Weapons and head.
Correct.
No telling whether the person who did the cleanup job ditched another piece of bedding that maybe was covering his head when the decapitation, anything like that.
It's possible, yes.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Correct.
You mentioned that there was no ID found
No.
because Mr. Draskowitz asked you about his height and weight and look at his driver's license. You said no.
No.
And that reminded me, I don't know if I asked you, Did you find any car keys in the victim's room?
No.
Any wallet?
No.
And you said already no ID?
No.
Any cell phone?
No.
And then that last line of questioning about the trash cans. All the photos we've seen so far, those are overalls documenting the scene, correct?
Correct.
Then anything that was of evidentiary value, you get closer photos and you take also photos of anything you're taking from the scene or impounding.
Correct.
Fair to say that you and your entire team were fervently looking for the head.
Yes.
Well, what were you thinking as you're going through the scene when you're opening boxes and?
We were opening every bin, drawer, cabinet with a great deal of trepidation that we would find a head somewhere.
Okay. And so when I showed you earlier, I'm not going to pull the photos, but when I showed you the bedroom earlier, downstairs bedroom, there's a couple containers and stuff.
Yes.
All of that is thoroughly searched.
Extensively searched.
Because there's glaring things missing from yours.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll pass it.
Any follow-up, Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, thank you. Based upon those questions, primary focus, you're looking for a head, a weapon, correct?
Correct.
If there'd been any defects to the bedding, to the sheet, to the mattress, to the pillow, you would have photographed it.
We would have photographed it and we probably would have taken it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up? Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Speaking to the next witness, you have to.
Nicholas Pappas.
Yeah, just run this. Are you the keys? I don't want to mix these all up. So you want this palette, right? This is the one. This is just the first part of this one. But again, okay. This is starts at 88, I believe. Yeah, they're in this part. Okay, that makes sense.
Come on.
solemnly swear or affirm testimony about the this action shall be the truth.
Sir, please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
My name is Nicholas Pappas, N-I-C-K, O-L-E-S. Last name Pappas, P-A-P-A-C-S.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
And which unit are you currently assigned?
I'm currently assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Unit, also known as our Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with that unit?
A little over 2 years with this specific unit.
How long have you been with Henderson PD in total?
A little over 20 years.
I want to bring your attention back to August 7th of 2023. On that date, were you called to a homicide scene?
I was.
Were you called while on duty?
I was actually off duty that day.
Why were you called in off duty?
Generally, given the size of our unit, anytime that we have a incident such as that, they need additional resources, so the people typically off duty will also get called.
Okay, and so on this particular day you're off, you get called in, and around what time do you respond to the scene, if you
I
remember?
believe I responded at 10:36 that morning.
And was the scene at Haladura?
It was.
Located within Clark County, Nevada?
Yes, sir.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Let me show you a few exhibits. 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Do those all look generally familiar?
Yes, sir.
And are those all current accurate depictions of aerial maps of a couple of different scenes you responded to in this particular case, being the Haladura scene and Porcupine Primary?
Yes, sir.
Move the admission of those?
No objection.
Okay, those are your minutes.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Exhibit 9. Detective, is this the actual homicide scene that you respond to on Haladura?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Represented by a little red flag?
Yes, sir.
When you respond to the scene, Detective, what is going on at the scene?
Well, it was an active crime scene. Obviously, I was not one of the first detectives to arrive, so I was a little behind everybody else.
Okay. Had the main, or I guess lead homicide detectives already arrived?
I believe so.
And who would that be in this case?
Detective Dennis Lozado was primary in this case.
Okay. Primary meaning he's kind of responsible for delegating duties and such?
That's correct.
But you have a role in this as well?
Yes.
You worked in a support role, essentially?
Yes.
What is it that you first do when you arrive on this particular scene?
So when I originally got called out for this, like I said, I was a little bit behind, so we were in charge of actually canvassing for video surveillance originally.
I'm going to show you states 11A. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this that same Haladura neighborhood with a bunch of yellow tags on it?
Yes, it is.
Do you know if this represents the video cameras that was done by your team?
I believe so.
And can you direct the jury to the area where you were responsible for?
So originally, I was in charge of the Carolina Laurel area.
Okay.
Which looks like it's going to be perpendicular to Apollo.
Yeah, let me go back to 9. Carolina Laurel, is that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is perpendicular to the power door entrance. Tell us generally what a canvas entails.
Typically with the canvas, we will walk the locations in the surrounding area looking for video cameras, surveillance, ring cameras on the, next to the doors and everything. Anything that would signify that they possibly have video surveillance.
Okay. While you're doing your particular canvas of Carolina Laurel, are you called away to do something else?
I made contact with people on Carolina Laurel.
Oh, okay. You make contact with people. Do you remember if you yourself impounded any video from Carolina Laurel?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you learn of any surveillance on Carolina Laurel?
I believe that there was no surveillance video.
Okay. At some point in time after your canvas, are you called away to do something else?
Yes.
What is that?
I did conduct an interview after the canvas.
With?
That would have been Devyn Michaels.
Okay. So let's not get there just yet. Okay. At some point in time, you make contact with a homeowner that provides a phone number for who ultimately you identify as Devyn Michaels.
That is correct.
Was there another name used, or?
David Dent, I believe, was the person.
No, I mean the other name.
Oh, as far as Nikki.
Okay. Was there initially some confusion as to who Nikki was?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit.
There were multiple names being used. Nikki was one of the names that we learned of, and we didn't know exactly what association there was with the decedent. So that was a little bit of a navigation as far as getting through that.
Ultimately, do you receive a phone number for Nikki of 702-677-4340?
4430, I believe, yes.
Oh, 4430? Okay. And do you remember contacting that number?
I do.
Did you make contact with someone who identified themselves as Nikki?
I don't remember if it was Nikki or if it was the other guy. Identified on the phone.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you tell that person to come back to the scene?
Yeah. Yes, I request.
Request that person to come back to the scene. And that person does arrive?
Yes.
Do you see that person in court here today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
She's sitting across over here. Looks like wearing a purple blouse, and I can't see the actual face.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant? Thank you. You indicated earlier that you conduct an interview with the defendant?
I did.
Was that interview audio recorded?
It was.
Was that done in anyone else's presence?
It was.
Who else was present for that interview?
Detective Dennis was always present for that.
Okay. I want to ask you, just generally while we get it booted up, I apologize. At the time you interview the defendant, are you treating her as a suspect, a witness, an unknown? Like, how are you approaching this?
It was an unknown at that point because we really had no idea what was going on.
Okay. Did you have some preliminary information from a woman by the name of Yoko?
I believe so.
Okay. But is this more of like an information gathering, not like an interrogation of suspects?
That's correct.
Tell us generally what's the difference between information gathering and like a full-on interrogation?
I'd say like in an information gathering type interview, we are literally trying to solicit information as far as what's going on, if we don't have all the details. I would say an interrogation would be more directed as far as the direction of questioning, possibly treating them as a suspect.
Okay. So at this point, you're just looking for answers and anything you can get at that point. Okay. May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for the admission of 618.
I'm sorry?
I would move for the admission of 618.
Okay, objection to 618?
Okay.
Okay, that would be admitted?
May we publish?
Yes.
And this was an audio recorded interview?
Today is August 7th, 2023, approximately 1:11 a.m. Scheduled out at 1531. Also, the interview is my partner, Detective
That is under 1505, we're here to move from Santana. And then Michaels. And we are here in reference to DR 23-1522-29. They ran my deputy vehicle park here 2690 Collider Garage. So, again, I don't know if this is a vehicle right over there. Jonathan was found deceased this morning. Okay, so we.
Detective, we're going to pause that 46 seconds. And Judge, we have a bit of an echo going. May I inquire if the jury can actually hear what's being said? Are there any issues? Okay. Thank you.
As well as, please remember, ladies and gentlemen, you will have this recording with you because it's been admitted as evidence, so you will have it for your review during the deliberation.
We don't know what happened to him. That's why I want to talk to you. See, I know you were here last night. You guys are like trying to move out of the house and move back to your place across town. Yeah. So if you guys go over the last time you saw him yesterday, your guys' conversation, anything that you think is important for us to know. Because right now, like I said, we don't know anything. You know, we just need to find out and start putting things together to figure out what happened.
We spent the whole day together yesterday. We did the girls' school shopping, clothes, supplies. We loaded up the truck and we took it to my house. Unloaded it, came back here, was loading more things up. Like I said, we just unloaded things. We ate, drank a little bit, smoked a little bit, but that was it. Like, nothing abnormal.
Okay. What time were you guys here last night?
Often on different times. I know, like, we left like at 9, I think. Got back, I think, at 10. And then I know I left, but I'm not sure what time. I was talking to Yoko, so she would have an idea what time I left.
So last night you talked to Yoko, was that after you talked to Yoko last night, was when you left or after that?
Shortly after, yeah.
Okay.
Because she was cleaning up and I was cleaning, like, bottles and stuff like that up.
Okay, and who was home at that time?
John, myself, Yoko, and Yoshida.
Okay. And then last night when you talked to Yoko, you don't remember what time that was last night, or was it this morning?
It was like midnight, 1 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Do you remember your conversation with her?
Yes.
What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about John owing her money, and she said he owes her like $200. We were talking about Andrea coming back. I know John's trying to get out before Andrea came back. And I left the keys for her for Andrea.
When was she supposed to come?
We don't know. John said it was going to be any day because she has to pick up the car before the 16th. So we know she's like supposed to be soon.
Soon, meaning within between now and 16th?
Yes.
So we don't know if she was coming today, nothing like that.
He just didn't want to be here when she got back. So we're kind of rushing to get everything moved. The majority of the stuff is at my house right now.
Okay. And then you guys were going stuff back and forth yesterday. What's your address?
5510 Porcupine Drive.
5510. How do you spell that?
Porcupine. Porcupine. Random R-I-M.
And is that in Vegas?
Yes.
You know the zip?
89130.
How do you spell your first name?
D-E-B-Y-N.
Last name?
Michaels.
Your neighbor?
42878. 702-677-4430.
Okay. So you're moving stuff back and forth to this house at 510 Rand.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you came back here around maybe 10 o'clock-ish. Did you guys pack up more stuff?
Yeah, I put more stuff in my truck, and then I went and grabbed my daughter's prescription, and I went home.
Okay, because you said that John was drinking when you guys got back the last time?
Yes.
So, I guess when you got back, you guys explain what happens from there. So,
he started drinking, and he started smoking. He smoked cigarettes mainly, and he was in the garage. Yoko came down. They were kind of having an issue. She went back upstairs. And then she came back down there, and that's when I was talking to her.
And then he fell asleep?
No, he was in the garage when I left.
Okay, because Yoko was supposed to say you told her that he was asleep.
No, I said I told him to sleep it off instead of trying to drive last night.
So So when you left, he was still awake?
Yes.
And what was he doing in the garage?
Smoking.
Smoking. And no one's in trouble for smoking weed or doing any bad drugs right now. We're worried about trying to figure out what happened to Jonathan, okay? So don't leave anything out just because you think it might get somebody in trouble, okay?
It was just me.
Okay. Does he do anything else? You know?
No, sir. I know he smokes cigarettes and weed. I know he has drinking. He was drinking Jameson last night. I was cleaning everything up before I left.
So he's in the garage, say he's just smoking, and then you finish packing up your stuff and then you take off?
Yeah.
That's the last time. You guys text each other or call each other?
I've been texting him all morning because today was the first day of school and he was supposed to come down to help me with the grocery store.
When was the last time you talked to him last night over the phone? Like text or call?
No, last time I talked to him was face to face.
Okay, so you didn't text him when you got back to your place saying, hey, he didn't try texting you?
I texted him, you can help me phone numbers. I texted him. Hey, this was 4 this morning when I was trying to get the stuff for the girls ready for school. And I was saying, like, I can't find anything. And then I've just been calling and texting and not heard anything.
Okay. Do you know, like, what he does for work?
He's a handyman, so he does odd jobs here and there.
Like side jobs?
Yeah.
People just call him and he'll just do things like mom saying something about like the moving and stuff. Does he move people too? So he just does any odd jobs. How long has he been doing that for?
A few years.
Does he have a lot of clientele or is it just like word of mouth?
I think it's more word of mouth. I don't know his clientele. He says he puts ads up on Facebook and he tries to drive his trailer around a lot. Like yesterday when we went shopping, I wanted to go with my car, but he wanted to use the trailer for advertising. So that's...
You know when last time he had a gig or job?
Friday. He did something on Friday. I don't know. He was moving somebody's stuff.
That's the last job that you know he's done?
Yes, sir. He texted me for it. I don't know who it was for, but he told me how much he made and everything.
Okay.
But I don't know any of his friends. He talks about someone he works with named Andrew. I know David, that's the neighbor we've gone to his house. But I don't know who he works with. I don't know. I just don't know anybody of that nature. I know names.
Anybody that comes to mind where he was talking about, I owe this person some money, or hey, just be on the lookout because this guy's looking for me type of thing?
Those are people who give money. Like he said, this guy, this one right here will give money. So.
Did he own any weapons, handguns?
Yes, but they're at my house now. We took them over last night. We didn't bring ammunition though, like, because there's no safe at my home for now. So we intentionally left the ammunition here.
Over here.
Yes, sir.
And then,
So detective, so far you've learned a few things from Miss Michaels. She indicated that John was alive and fine when she left, correct?
Correct.
She claimed that John had some guns, but they'd been moved to her home, correct?
Correct.
She claimed she did not have a safe at her home, correct?
Correct.
Where was it?
the girl was supposed to pick up this car over here.
His ex-fiance.
They were supposed to get married?
Yes, sir.
When did they break up?
They broke up, I want to say May.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
You know why they broke up?
She was trying to get back with me, and she moved all of her stuff out. She tried to come back. It just, from what he said, he'd rather try to make it work with me versus being with her. He says that she's been trying to text him and he hasn't been answering. So. She did show up one time, like out of the blue, because I came here to take the girls to school, and she was here, and we did not expect it. But that blue car, she's supposed to be driving back to wherever she's at. But I don't know if it is Utah, but he said she's coming because it has something about the 16 on it, the tax or something. And Yoko, I left the keys for Yoko, just in case she did, and someone will stand for her, so. I wouldn't say a problem, but he didn't want to keep dealing with her. He said, like, he is ready. We actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done. He's 100% done. And he wants to have a family with the girls and everything. We're not driving back and forth.
Yeah.
We brought as much as we could to the house last night. Like literally, we were doing this last night to get him out of the house.
Did you see what he had text messages she sent him or anything?
No, sir. He just said that he was done and I just went to him at his word.
And she wasn't willing to do that?
I don't know if that was the case. I think,
She was willing to get
no, I think she was trying to get back with him because her situation wasn't working out. Like she left with some other guy and it wasn't working out based on what he was telling me. And he kept saying that she was reaching out to him and then I think some girl named Melissa started reaching back out to him. Yes, sir. And he said she reached out to him on Facebook.
What's Jonathan's phone?
That was talking to you in the first question?
Yes, sir, that's his mom. Yeah, I was sitting there talking 702-561-9242. Yeah, I've been trying to reach him, but I just thought his phone was off again because that's normally what happens when I can't find him. Like from non-payment.
Yeah.
There's nobody that he's mentioned that had issues with him that you can other than Andrea, who they had a breakup. They're supposed to be married, but then they said that worked out with you. You said that she left with another guy, so it doesn't sound like she was too upset.
No, he was saying that it wasn't working out where she was at, and she was trying to. Yes. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't know if he was saying that just to kind of make me want him more, or what the situation was, but that is what he was saying.
And then what about Anthea? She's the mother of Devyn.
Yes, but she lives in California.
Does he talk to her at all? Nothing like that. So, you guys, when did you guys start talking back?
We started talking more, I would say, at the beginning of this year, because I was coming down here to take the girls to school and things like that, and he was already saying Andrea was kind of on her way out, so.
Okay. So the girls were living over here with Yoko and Justin. When did they move back in with you?
The day school got out.
So around May.
26th, 22nd.
So they moved back in with you, and you guys were starting to work things out at that point. So you guys have been off and on since when?
No, we're not off and on, we're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that, we're just trying to, because the girls really want us with one house, yeah, and say something else, so we were trying to make that.
Do you have a boyfriend or anything right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so honestly, I was not told that information. I thought you
I'm
guys...
married, but, okay.
We were told that you guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family.
Oh, okay.
For the girls.
So, who were you married to?
I'm married to Devyn.
His son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So Devyn, his son, and you are now married. How long have you been married?
Almost 2 years. And yeah, John knows.
So it wasn't like you guys trying to get back together instantly. He's just gonna move back in with you to be with the girls.
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason for that? Just with the girls, or was there other?
It benefited everyone. He was having issues here. Yoko was trying to refer him out, and then he needed advice.
Devyn was good with having Dad come back. You know,
I wouldn't say good, but he understood. It wasn't his first choice for everything.
And then how you spell Devyn?
D-E-V-I-E-R-E.
D-E-V-I-E-R-E.
Yes, sir.
Good. 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Has there been any issues with Devyn and Jonathan?
I'm sorry. Like, they don't work together anymore, but they're not really.
Did he used to work as like a handyman and stuff with them? What does Devyn do now?
Installations, security systems and stuff.
Can't really do that.
cameras down.
Who did?
John and I, we had just taken the cameras down. They're at my house.
There were cameras on the house. When did those go down?
Last night, we just brought them over.
Or you just didn't want us?
Yes, sir.
There's no cameras left on that wall. And then how many dogs are in the house? How much you own?
4.
And then are they typically, where do they usually stay? I mean, like in the house, like where, or
Downstairs
outside?
in John's room.
So they just all hang out downstairs in that. Is that considered a room? Like you walk down and
That's where he sleeps.
that's where he stays?
Yeah.
And they usually just stay out in there. Does he walk outside at all ever? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, he goes outside. There's a patio door thing. So yeah.
Oh, that patio door?
Yes, sir.
Does that ever get locked or do you just leave them outside?
No, he gets lost sometimes. Like when he's trying to eat and he doesn't want them.
Okay, no. Even though you're married for 2 years, he's just, John was just going, moving back in with you guys. The girls trying to keep the family together, and it was beneficial for everybody. You're saying because the driving and things like that? Or
Not the driving, it was just the girls really want us together. And I know it's kind of complicated for them to understand that I'm married to Devyn, so we were bringing John into the house just to kind of keep things. I know it sounds weird, but.
Do you have any kids with Devyn?
No, sir, I can't have any more children.
You're all having kids?
I don't know who you can talk to. The neighbor, Devyn. I know John was supposed to go over there last night. He was doing like a crowd play thing.
Oh, like some seafood boil or something. And then, did John have any workers that he had?
Oh, yeah.
Any normal, like, day-to-day, or was it always something different?
He had a few that were pretty routine.
You know their names?
I just know Andrew. I think the neighbor on the other house to that way worked with him sometimes.
You know his name, Michelle?
I want to say his name's David.
David?
Yeah, not this guy, but David.
You know Andrew's last name? You know Andrew's number, do you, Michelle?
Yes.
Would Debbie ever know who Andrew is? You guys work together?
I don't know. Because like when John texts me, it's usually, hey, I got this job, it's this, and this. So I have those. But they don't really have names on them or anything like that.
When John goes to bed, is there like normal clothing that he wears, like pajamas? I think you got like when he sleep, or just like shorts on, no shirt, or just like underwear, boxers.
The last time John and I shared a room, my daughter was 3 days old, my oldest daughter. So he used to wear boxers to bed.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
So, that sucks. I know it was a long time ago, but sometimes that stuff changes, you know?
I know he used to wear boxers. I don't really.
That's all he just do, boxers, no shirt, and that's it.
Yes, sir. When I left, he was wearing boxers. He had on, I want to say like black boxers. Boxer briefs.
Does John have any tattoos?
Yes.
You know where and what?
On his arm, I don't know which one is which, but it says Oriental John.
And then anywhere else? Do you know? On left arm?
One on each arm. I don't know which one.
Oriental John.
Yeah. But he's had those as long as I've known him.
So you guys been moving his stuff out of here, or was it the girl stuff?
Oh, we brought all the girls' clothes and like the majority of his stuff last night.
And how long have you guys been moving stuff out of the house?
Last night.
That's it?
Yes, sir. He loaded everything up that he could and we just brought it over. But he made it as quick as possible.
And you're saying Devyn was good with this arrangement?
He was okay with it. I wouldn't say good is not his first option, but he understood.
You're saying he understood the benefit of everybody?
Yeah, it wasn't like there was a lot of animosity about it. The biggest problem was the dogs.
And when you guys are starting to talk to each other again, you and John, you say you haven't been intimate together since for how long? been dating Andrea?
Everybody. He was dating Sarah, Andrea, Michelle. He was just like, when we separated, he was just
Going on dates like crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know how many. He said he had 5 girlfriends at one time.
As far as you know, he wasn't selling like anything illegal right now.
No, his hustle was to go to the Goodwill things and then try to sell them. Yeah, that's why, like, if you look in the backyard, there's a ton of bikes. And he would get, like, turf and just random things on his dogs and then try to resell them. Like, it seemed like he was trying to do better than what he had been doing in previous years.
Were you guys hanging out at all? I know you were all day yesterday. Prior to that, it was like a regular thing. You guys would hang out, or?
We actually were here a couple of times this week, me and the girls. We had dinner and everything like that. I know we were here on the 4th, because we went over to David's house. I think we were here like a week after that, so it was just whenever.
Did they here come with you guys?
No, it was me, John, and the girls. We were trying to build that together.
And then Yoko is Devyn's parent too, right? That's the reason why you would want to come over?
No.
You just left it with you guys? Any additional questions for the same guys? Okay. Well, we have your phone number, so if there's anything extra that we need to talk about, we'll give you a call, okay? Only thing I said, actually, 12:43, and that's it.
Shall I keep going?
Okay, Councilor first. Communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news and media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or run the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case to the spy to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess at 2:15.
All rise for the jury.
Sir, you are excused. Just remind you that you are under oath and you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anybody, and that you could be back at 2 so we can run this out of 15. Okay, thank you. May the record reflect outside the presence of our church. State has 11A been admitted? You showed it, but apparently we don't have it. It's actually being admitted.
It was in the stack. I may have not said 11A, but sweet. There was no.
To 11A?
There was no objection.
Okay, 11A is next. All right. Anything we need to do outside the presence of the...
No, no.
All right, we'll be back to the case.
$361, $363, $9. Actually, that one is.
May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. May the record reflect you're outside the presence of our jurors. State.
There was some confusion earlier with a late marked exhibit, so I just want to clarify for the record. 112A is the shower photo that we referenced. We moved the admission of that because it's not admitted apparently.
Okay.
No objection.
112A will be admitted.
To clarify the earlier record, the one I was representing was 168A is actually the backyard photo, and we would move to admit, actually that one is admitted. 168A for the record.
Okay.
291A. Oh, actually. For this witness, we showed defense counsel following exhibits. I'll give you this. 239, 243, 265 through 268, 291A, 339, 344 through 352, 360 through 361, 363 through 368, 373 through 389, 394, and 436.
Okay, and are those going to be stipulated or are you?
We will stipulate the admission of those
Okay,
exhibits.
those will be admission stipulation. Anything else outside of presence?
I don't believe so.
Nope, that covers it.
Okay.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record and see 377-239 State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. In the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present to attorney, deputy attorney on behalf of the state. You both are statements in front of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and also I just remind you, you are still under oath. Statement under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, we left off hearing that recording of the first interview conducted with the defendant, Devyn Michaels, correct? If you recall, when that interview was conducted, had you and your team executed the search warrant on the Palladino home yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So did you have a general understanding of what you had in your safe?
Not really.
Okay. Did you know there was at least a decapitation?
Yes.
Okay. But anything else is kind of follows the interview?
Yes.
You then enter after a search warrant is authorized by a judge?
Yes.
And do you go into the scene itself?
I do.
Do you stay downstairs, upstairs, go through the whole thing?
I was in charge of searching a few different locations. One was the upstairs master bedroom, one was the kitchen, another was that kind of middle room, dining room area, as well as like a converted living room section that was more of a bedroom.
And is the converted room where John's body was found?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start with upstairs. Was there anything of evidentiary value found upstairs?
No.
Anything of potential evidentiary value found in the kitchen area?
No.
Anything found in that level where the kitchen is?
No.
And then let's focus in on the converted room, John's room, I'm going to call it. When you went into John's room, did you get an overall perspective of the scene?
I did.
Did you go kind of look around and search different various items?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the body itself?
I did.
And what were those?
That the body was laying, across the bed with obviously decapitated.
Did you notice a substantial amount of blood under his head? Or where his head should be, I'm sorry?
There's blood on the mattress, I believe, as well as on the floor.
Okay. Did you observe any blood on the ceiling, on the walls, or anything like that?
I did not notice anything else going on.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been in homicide about 2 years now, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you responded to violent scenes before, even if you weren't on homicide?
Of course.
What types of scenes?
I spent close to 9 years in K-9, so we went to a lot of different violent calls, obviously looking for suspects that had fled, obviously in patrol work and things of that nature. I was also an officer for a while, so obviously responding to like your typical patrol calls, violent crime scenes, suicides, anything of that nature.
Okay. Did you make any general observations about the blood situation in this particular scene?
It looked a bit localized around the actual body.
What do you mean by localized?
As far as like a pool on the mattress as well as underneath, but nothing like you mentioned as far as like on the ceiling or anything like that.
Just so I can clarify, did you observe any blood staining or patterning or dragging or anything other than in that small area around the bed?
I did not.
Anywhere near the front door, the garage, the back door, anything like that? No. Okay. Did you observe any of the victim's personal belongings, such as his wallet, his truck keys, his phone, or his social security card within the scene?
I did not locate those items.
Did you observe any weapons that could have been used to do this crime?
Obviously, there's some kitchen knives and things of that nature, but nothing that was obvious.
Yeah. Nothing in the room?
Not that I located.
No kitchen knives in the room?
Not that I recall. No.
You're referring to the kitchen knives in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. Any of those, did those have any apparent blood on them or look to be dirty, I guess? Okay. When, at some point in the investigation, do you get called out to execute a search warrant at a different residence?
I did.
Where was that?
That was going to be at, I believe, 5510 Porcupine Road.
Showing you what's been admitted as 8. Do you recognize this generally?
Yes.
And what does this appear to be?
It looks like, obviously at the top is going to be 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, and then down at the bottom appears to be the Paul Door address is in.
Okay. And the information on the left, does that look like just a general Google mapping?
Yes.
And it appears here that there are a couple different routes you can take, but overall it's about 32 to 36 minutes between the two via a vehicle.
Yeah, it looks like that appears to be what the route says.
And this particular route that's highlighted, it says 25.8 miles. Is that fair?
Yes.
If you can see that. And this Paliduricine within your jurisdiction in Henderson.
Yes.
Porcupine Rim scene is within Metro's jurisdiction, but as a result of you investigating a Henderson homicide, you go into that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Is that common for agencies to overlap during investigations? When was it that you responded to this Porcupine Rim scene, if you can recall?
I believe it was later in the evening on the 7th.
So we're still on the 7th? Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
States 239, already admitted. Is this the Porcupine Rim address?
That appears to be so, yes.
And there's two very apparent vehicles, but then there's one kind of tucked behind the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you present for the searching of any of that?
For the overall residence, yes.
Okay. Were you present for the searching of the vehicles, or?
I believe the other detectives in our unit were actually searching those specific vehicles.
Okay. And you obviously are working in tandem with other detectives and crime scene investigators.
That's correct.
So I pulled a few photos. We'll have a crime scene investigator talk about the scene later, but I want to direct you to a few things. States 265, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That appears to be the front entry room inside the residence.
Okay. Fair to say there's a shoe rack on the right side here?
Correct.
And did you find any shoes that were black and white Nikes with a white Nike swoosh across the outside?
I did not look at it.
Showing you states 268. Is this the same room?
Yes.
Do you see these samurai swords here?
I do.
Were those of something of interest that you guys were interested in?
Yes.
And did you observe those?
I do not recall actually pulling them out personally, but I did observe them in the room.
Okay. Did somebody pull them out and check if there was blood on them?
I assume so, yes.
But you wouldn't know that? You don't recall?
I did not personally do that.
Okay. 267. I can't remember why I put this up. Do you see anything of evidentiary value found in this one?
No.
Okay. 291A. Did you participate in any of the upstairs searching?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you recall ever having found you or anyone on your team black and white female-sized Nike shoes with a white swoosh along the side?
No recall. No.
Did you participate heavily in the search of the main bedroom?
The downstairs master?
Yes.
Right. I did.
Tell us generally what your observations were of that bedroom.
Appeared to be like the largest bedroom in the house. That was downstairs. It was cluttered with lots of different clothes, papers, electronic devices, things of that nature.
And during the course of your search warrant, are you looking for particular items that are authorized by the judge?
We were.
And then if you come across something that was not originally expected or authorized, what is the procedure of that?
Well, typically we'll obviously take note of it and identify and then contact the lead detective to determine what course to take on that one.
Okay. In this particular case, were you looking for any items associated with the victim?
We were.
And did you find some items associated with the victim? Describe the search process and how you came upon those items.
So with the search process, just when executing a search warrant, we obviously let our crime scene analysts first enter. They take overall crime scene photos of the way the condition of the room was before we enter. After they're done with that process, then we enter and then we actually physically search for the items that are within the search warrant.
Okay. In this particular case, were you tasked with searching through the dresser in that master room?
Yes.
And did you find something of note?
I did.
What was that?
I found a black wallet as well as a set of car keys.
And you know, before we get there, I'm going to show you 366. You recognize that?
Yes.
You remember where that was found?
I believe that was on the bed.
373. What is this?
That looks like the same bag with a cell phone.
Okay, and then we have some items that appear to have been removed from that bag.
Appears to be, yes.
374, was that an item that was in that bag?
I believe so.
367, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
368, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
Before the camera goes and broadcasts that to the world, can I borrow your mic? Fair to say that's a social security card, sir?
That appears to be, yes.
Just for the record, I've redacted out the social security number, Judge. 368. Can you read into the record the name on that social security card?
The social security card says Jonathan James Willett.
$394. Is that the contents of that wallet?
It appears to be.
$395. The rear side of the contents?
It can zoom out a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
364, same wallet. This is the condition where it was actually found.
Yes.
363, same thing, just showing a different angle of how the social security card was found.
Yes.
You mentioned searching the dresser.
I did.
Showing you 344. You generally recognize this?
I do.
So tell us about the search and how you came upon this item, and was it in this position when you first found it?
So when I first found it, it was actually in the top left drawer of the dresser in the back right corner, buried under like women's lingerie, underwear, things of that nature. The items which were actually the wallet as well as the Chevrolet keys were in a series of packs. So like the wallet keys were in one bag, and that was tied off, and then that was in another bag, and so forth. I believe for 26 bags.
Ultimately, do you document, you and other people document the process of unraveling those bags to see what's inside? 345, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
346, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
347, is this the innermost bag?
I believe so.
And I note the person holding it is wearing gloves.
Yes.
Is that you, do you know?
More than likely, I believe it is.
Okay, anyone who touched this bag within the scene, would they have been wearing gloves?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
Just basically prevent contamination of the crime scene as much as possible.
Okay. Ultimately, is that last bag opened?
I believe so. There could be one more I don't.
Okay, well, let me show you 348. Ultimately, I mean, every bag is opened.
Yes.
And what is inside?
So that is a black wallet with Jonathan's driver's license in it, as well as a set of Chevrolet carpets.
349, a little closer image, it shows both those items.
Correct.
350, there's the truck keys in there.
Yes.
351, just a different angle of both items.
Correct.
And 352, that's the outside of the wallet.
Yes.
Ultimately, 436, that's photographed later, correct?
I believe that was taken by a crime scene analyst somewhere else.
360, what are we looking at here?
That would be the bed in that same bedroom.
And what is this item here?
That is a blue striped dress.
361, same dress?
Correct.
Appears there's a notebook next to it?
Yes.
Did that notebook contain anything?
I don't know if it was that specific notebook, but there were various, I believe, notebooks in the area.
Were there various notebooks and writings in the area?
I believe so, yes.
335, does that show some of those writings?
Yes.
336, is that zoomed in on the one in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
.338, is that another one of those writings? This one like crumpled up?
Yes.
339, another one of those writings?
Yes.
.337, another one of those writings?
Yes.
376, another one of those writings?
Yes.
And this starts with, so it has been officially 3 days since Devyn and I have stopped talking. He doesn't really seem two-faced.
Yes.
337, another one of these writings?
Correct.
378, again, another?
Yes.
379, another?
Yes.
380, another?
Yes.
381, another?
Yes.
382, another?
Correct.
383, another?
Yes.
384, another?
Yes.
385, another?
Yes.
386, another?
Yes.
387, another?
Yes.
388, another?
Yes.
And 389, the last one?
Yes.
This one starts with broken heart again, another lesson learned?
Yes.
The following day, did you participate in writing a search warrant for some call detail records?
I did.
Do you remember which call detail records you were searching for?
That would have been the Devyn's phone number, which was the 702-677-4430 number.
Okay, and call detail records come from the cell phone company, right?
Right, and in that case, I believe it was AT&T.
And other detectives will be better suited to talk about the contents of those, not yourself.
Correct.
You helped obtain them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Detective, in reference to the writings that I'm gathering here from counsel's desk, you would testify that these were recovered at the Porcupine residence?
Were those ones that we were just going over?
Correct. Several of them, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed these in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Would you agree with me that these appear to be entries into a diary, perhaps?
I'd say like a journal of sorts.
Okay, fair enough. And did these writings contain dates that you
I
recall?
don't recall seeing dates.
Okay. So in reference to the contents of these, you can't give us any indication as to when they were written?
No.
Months before, years before, fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Are you aware of how long the occupant, or first of all, who owned this home?
Legally, I don't know exactly who owned the home, but I was told that Devyn and Debbie lived there.
Okay. Are you aware as to how long Devyn had been living there?
I am not aware of that.
Years, months, no idea. That you have no idea where these were authored, correct?
No.
Were you aware of what was going on between the two houses, the Palmadura house and the Porcupine house? Occupants, what was going on, a move? Were you aware of what was going on?
Yes.
Based upon your knowledge, Jonathan Willett was moving into the Porcupine residence,
Yes.
correct?
That's what we were under the impression.
And that was the residence where you found the wallet, the keys, social security card, correct? You'd agree with me that it appears that items had been moved in, they were out of place. I mean, the place was kind of messy and looked like a move.
It did.
Okay. Did you have it, when you were at the Palmadura house, that house was in disarray as well, correct?
I think that's fair assessment.
Fair to say it appeared that the occupants, particularly Jonathan, was moving.
Yes.
In reference to the interview that you had had with Devyn, that interview began approximately 12 p.m.?
I believe so.
And that was at the Palmadura, correct?
Yes. In the general area. It wasn't inside the house, obviously, but it was out front.
Okay. Fair to say that she had been summoned to the house and she had come?
She did.
Had there been a discussion that neighbors had called her or something, that she knew something had occurred?
I got the phone number from one of the neighbors, and then I made phone contact with Devyn.
Okay. And asked her if she would come and speak to you?
Yes.
And she came willingly?
Yes.
And she appeared to cooperate with you?
Yes.
She obviously was made aware that something bad had happened?
Yes.
And it concerned Jonathan?
Yes.
And she came and freely and voluntarily answered your questions?
She did.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, one more question. You were given the map, the distance between the two houses. Do you have that, counsel?
Yeah, right. I have one map. It's probably going to be this.
Do you recall that it was a Google map in the distance?
Some type of internet map, yes.
There was a time on that map, correct?
I believe there was.
Now, when Google calculates that time takes into account the time of day, correct?
I'm not sure with Google. I'm more familiar with Apple Maps. Like as far as on your iPhone, I know that it will typically account for traffic conditions.
So the time, perhaps, if that's pulled in the middle of the day, would be a different time. Let's say that if it were pulled at 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, fair to say that those distances and that, well, the distance remain the same, but the time to go from point A to point B would presumably be less in the middle of the night versus in the middle of the day. And when you pulled that, or when that was prepared, are you aware of what time of day that was?
I'm not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you. Do ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this one? Okay, seeing no response, then you're accused of bringing your testimony here today.
The state calls Debbie Willett.
Here.
Please always swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Sir, will you please state your full name and then spell it for the record?
Now this the good part right here. This the good part.
B-E-B-I-E-R-E-W-I-L-L-E-T-T. Okay, sir, whenever you're ready, sir.
Debbie, how old are you?
29, sir.
I guess we just don't have
What is your birthday?
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Jonathan Willett?
I was his son.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Arminthia Sanders.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Arminthia split?
I was probably 1 years old.
When they split, you were 9 years old. Where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas?
I don't remember.
Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Never son.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Baltimore.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the name of Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you end up getting married to Nikki. And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad?
They were dating at the time.
They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time, if you know?
I don't know.
When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your 2 sisters?
Yes, sir.
We don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages? Okay, that's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you in kind of living with Dad or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki became intimate? Or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Do Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually, after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time?
19.
19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time?
Yes, sir.
How was it that that relationship kind of started? Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that? Okay, it was a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate, I mean sexual. We agree there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you all 3 lived under the same roof?
Yes, sir.
And was that the Magic House?
Yes, sir.
And is that when the intimate relationship started out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me if you can remember, when is it that any of you 3 move out of Blue Magic? Like, we need to get a sequence of events. Did you move out first? Did they split and move in different places? Or can you remember that for me?
I moved out.
And where did you move to?
I moved back to California.
And where did you stay in California, if you remember?
27 Poppy Circle.
Was that with other family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, do you move back to Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, sir.
Okay. When you do move back to Vegas, after moving to Cali, you move back to Vegas, do you move in with Yoko at the Paladura address?
No, sir.
Where did you move that time?
Back to the Blue Magic House.
Okay. Did you then leave back to California for a second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I stepped one step too far ahead. When you moved back to Vegas the first time, you moved into Blue Magic. Who was living at Blue Magic?
My father, Nikki, the manager.
The two girls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there some kind of discussion with Nikki at that time about being pregnant?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
I moved back to California, and I was told that she was pregnant with my child, and if I didn't move back, she was going to have that child.
So she tells you this?
She told me that.
So you had gotten out of the situation back in Cali, and you, I presume, talked to her over the phone or something?
Yes, sir.
She tells you she's pregnant, it's yours, and unless you come back, she is going to have the child.
Yes, sir.
What did you do in response to that? Did you witness her go to a doctor?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about that child she claimed was yours?
She told me that she had gotten aborted.
But you never saw any documentation or anything like that? Okay. So you're pulled back into the situation, you're back here in Vegas, and then you move out again to California.
Yes, sir.
When you moved back to California that time, do you remember your dad, Nikki, and the girls still staying at Blue Magic together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you go back to California, and when is it that you return?
A couple of years after that.
A couple of years? Okay. And you spoke with Ms. Griffith and I last night, right?
Yes, sir.
We talked about, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't know a date, you estimate, but don't guess. We're in agreement there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing your best with the dates?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you moved back this time, were the girls living with Nikki and just Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Where was your dad living?
Alderwood Drive.
Where did you move to?
Alderwood Drive.
So you lived with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Who else lived in the home?
Yoko and Yoshida.
Okay. Is Yoshida Yoko's partner, friend, boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
They're elderly folks?
Yes, sir.
When you lived with your dad, how was your relationship at that time?
It was fine. I worked with him.
You worked with him too?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Anything and everything.
Okay.
Moving houses to setting up backyards.
Moving houses, setting up backyards? Okay. So let me ask you kind of a general question before we move on. Is it fair for me to say that your dad was in and out of your life growing up?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a strong relationship with your dad as you're getting into your late teens, early 20s, or was it just kind of a, that's my dad and don't see him too often, or what?
No, I love my father, so we have a strong relationship.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you're living with him at Palo Duro and working that you guys have some disagreements about work and other stuff?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your dad to have been a hard-headed person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he an opinionated guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell your dad that you had been having a sexual relationship with the father of his other children?
The mother, you mean?
The mother. Jesus, I said father. Yeah.
No, sir.
I apologize. Knowing your dad as you did, if he had known you were having a sexual relationship with his mother of his children, is he the type of guy that would have just said nothing and let it go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never tell him. I don't want to ask an obvious question, but why not?
I couldn't live with the courage to do it.
Okay. Eventually, do you move out of the Palo Duro?
You can't hear him? Okay. And I'm sorry, sir. You're going to, thank you so much. You're going to just raise out to people. So we're going to see if we can answer. So can you just like say test for me?
Oh, test.
Can you hear him better now? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Devyn.
Thank you, Judge. Oh.
Nobody can be held in contempt.
All right.
Now, one of the
Keep that in
reasons.
the back pocket.
I'm gonna pause
So
right quick.
you eventually move
One
out.
of the reasons that she turned down her plea deal is because she tried to raise some doubt that he may have killed his dad. She tried to the reasonable doubt or raising doubt that it was somebody else besides her. That's why she turned the plea down. She's trying to make it seem like, well, you and your daddy didn't have the best relationship, so maybe you killed him because you was fucking his wife or his girlfriend or whoever the hell it was, your stepmama.
Out of Paladura.
Yes, sir.
Dad stays, Yoko and Yoshida stay.
Yes, sir.
Where do you move?
To 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Did you move in with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And I've been saying Nikki. Did you know Nikki by several different names?
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki. Those three.
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki? Yeah. Okay. Is Devyn spelled Devyn? D-E-V-Y-N?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, after moving out of Paladura and into Porcupine Rim, resume your sexual relationship with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Were your sisters living there, or was there some kind of custody arrangement? Or was that later?
That was later.
Okay. So when you first move into Porcupine Rim, can you give us a date, a year, an approximate year, anything like that? And if you need to use the date of your dad's death, August 7th, 2023, as a point of reference counting back.
Probably 2020.
Probably 2020?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay. So you live at, can we agree that you live at Porcupine Rim at least a couple of years with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time frame, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. Did there come a point in time when the family court became involved in the custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Did Nikki lose custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Was this before or after you married, if you remember?
After.
So after you married Nikki is when the custody thing happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, were the girls living with you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim for however long you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dad, to your knowledge, is still living across town?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Nikki lost custody of the children, did they move back in with your dad?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did they live out at the Paladura address?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long they lived at Paladura with your dad?
No, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the summer months, just before your father's death, that the girls moved back in with you guys, you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Did they stay over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Were there, did they have bedrooms there?
Yes, sir.
And where were you sleeping at the time?
The master bedroom downstairs.
With Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times that you slept on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your sexual intimate relationship continue throughout the course of this time period?
Yes, sir.
I hate to air out your laundry, like I said, but I just have to ask it. When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definition of over.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was argument back and forth.
Were there times in which you yourself were trying to get out of this relationship?
Yes, sir.
Describe that. How many times? What's going on in your head at this time?
That when I tried to fill some shoes that I had no business filling.
Whose shoes? Okay.
It's okay.
So, I believe you said that you were trying to fill some shoes that you had no business filling. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a result of that, did you start to get a little uncomfortable and attempt to leave a couple of times?
Yes, sir.
Did there ever come a point in time, and I want to be precise here, prior to you learning of your dad's death, that you learned he was going to move in to the Porcupine Rim address?
Prior, no, sir.
So you didn't know he was going to move in prior?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point after?
I learned after the death when my grandmother was telling me about it.
Okay. Did you talk to your grandma like on the 7th?
The day after, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to now bring you to August 6th, okay, 2023. On that day, were you living at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Were the girls living there?
Yes, sir.
Was Nikki living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember what you did during the day on August 6th?
I woke up and I went to work, and I got a phone call from my grandfather saying that my dad was critically injured. And
okay, let me clarify here. I'm talking about the day before you were notified.
Oh, I went to work.
Okay, so you work on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Nikki and the girls were doing that day?
No, sir.
Did there come a point in time after you get home from, oh, and I should ask you, did you drive a work van?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white one that was parked in front of the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another vehicle out front of the home. Whose was that? Not the Nissan Armada, but the little sedan.
Oh, that was my vehicle, sir.
Was that operable at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The night of August 6th, you get home from work. Do you remember a point in time where you saw your dad at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So I just got off work. I was helping with the girls with their homework, and I believe I went into the garage and I saw my father bringing over a bunk bed and a desk for the girls, and his back was turned to me, so I closed the garage door.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, sir.
How was your relationship at that point in time?
We hadn't talked for a while.
At some point prior to that, had he learned that you had actually married Nikki?
Yes, sir.
How was that conversation, or if you had a conversation about it?
He sent me a text message asking me, or saying, I don't know what you're doing, but it's not right. And I responded with half what he knew was true and the other half isn't.
So your dad clearly knew you were formally married?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you got married?
No, sir.
Did you ever get divorced?
No, sir.
Is that something you would like to do?
After this, yes.
Okay, once this trial is done?
Yes.
Okay. That night when you see your dad moving the girls' stuff into the garage, you don't talk?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that? Did you just go back inside or what?
I went back inside and I continued watching the movie with the girls.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of how the night progressed from there.
So I continued watching the girls, watching the with them, and Nikki had told me that she was going to go help John move some things, and I said okay, so I stayed at the house. We continued watching the movie, and after the movie was over, I put them down to bed, and I myself went to sleep.
Do you remember where you put them down to bed?
Yes, they had individual rooms upstairs. So I took them upstairs, I had them change into their pajamas, and then went to bed.
Okay. And then where would you have gone to sleep that night?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
Do you remember texting Nikki saying something to that effect?
I remember texting her, letting her know that I put the girls to sleep, and then I myself knew going to sleep because I was working next day.
You had work the next day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you typically work?
I believe it was 8 a.m. or 8:30.
Okay. So I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes,
when you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
That would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I remember waking up around 2 to her getting into bed, and since I work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of her. I just looked over, I saw her, and I went back to sleep.
This was, to you, a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they were moving things around, they were just working through the night to try to get it all done.
Okay. When you looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and I went to work.
Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place in the city.
Okay. And when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or the car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and in the hospital.
Okay. Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after that?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away. I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that he passed.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I got to go. You learn after that he's passed.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess where do you go from work?
Straight in.
What do you do when you go home?
Started drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember before you started drinking if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home? No. Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim home?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time, you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, electric drill, measuring tape, leveler.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home? Or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
You're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns. Are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't,
No, sir.
at least to your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So try to give us any memory you have, but you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night shift. The night that I found out, I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home and told I'm sorry that this happened, and I kind of just wanted to be alone.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? An interview.
Oh, yes, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well?
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for the murder of your dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact.
No objection.
Okay, 6:31 will be a minute.
Permission to publish.
Yes, Commissioner.
Free call from. An incarcerated individual has persistent detention symptoms. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What is it? What would you like to talk about?
They won't tell me anything.
Very soon, without you, you're not very pleasant.
I was told they're holding me here while they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. They're holding me here to find it.
I'm pretty sure that they started.
What?
You sound like you should have been released already.
I have one call yet. I go to court tomorrow.
Okay, well, I'm not the only guy for you. See you guys at the girls. They're with my grandfather. Are you taking fingerprints so they can go with him? I might go with you right here. So will you get released tomorrow?
I should. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's literally what's going on. They have absolutely, yes, they have absolutely nothing on me. They showed me a picture of a bottle of stock for cleaning detergent. And they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this was used at his house. Like, you're fucking joking, right? Like, that's literally what they showed me.
If you're getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it over.
So, I hear you, can you go to California?
I was very funny, because I'm supposed to leave. All these articles about you says you're not leaving.
Oh, what about?
And one of the articles about you, what happened?
News article?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. If you get released, I still don't know what to leave. I'm sorry. But, yes, I'm going to have one. And if you are getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it over. If not, then I have to do something with them. I'm always going to over there to get close to those.
he just started making movies or news articles about me and have literally nothing.
Was so bad and points that he did it. The second one was very graphic and still points that he did it. Like I said, if you're going court and they release you, I still don't know what to leave and I can't be here.
Devyn, you mentioned a couple of news articles there.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was sent an article to Las Vegas News explaining what happened to my father and that she was involved.
At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She did.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, did you already plan when all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
We never talked again after that.
Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a moment of cross-examination. We're going to take a brief recess before we get to cross-examination of this case. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow viewers, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not rebroadcast any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using replicators. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case, so it's fine submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 3:25 will be recessed until 3:40.
All rise for the jury.
For the record, reflect that we are outside the presence of our jury. Sir, you are excused during this recess. I just remind you that you are still under oath, so you are not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone, and so we'll have you back at 3:40. Okay, thank you. And record reflect that we are outside the presence of our jury. Do you guys have any matters outside the presence?
We got proposed exhibits. If we could have.
Can we just have a minute? Yeah.
Okay, sure. All right, I'll come back with like a couple minutes discussion.
Yeah, so I'm getting sleepy. We're not going to get through day 3, but I will do the I don't know if they got trial Thursday since it's veterans. I don't know. But we'll get through 3 and 4 tomorrow. I got a doctor's appointment with Grayson at 9:20. I think I should be back by 10:30 or 11. And then we can resume part 3 with it sped up and breaks and all of that and get into day 4, which starts tomorrow. I don't know what time it starts, but we'll get to it. Shout out to this judge, though. She ain't taking a lot of breaks. They in there. Shout out to George Hudson.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury is all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record and see 377-289, City Matter versus Devyn Michaels. Please register Devyn Michaels, the President of the Attorney, Deputy District Attorney of the United States, and vote on the 50 in presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, I just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay, Mr. Dustin, are you ready?
Mr. Blunt, my name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we?
No, sir.
You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator?
No, sir.
No. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer, microphone. Thank you.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements and your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct? I see.
Sir, you can speak up on the moment.
You had testified today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff that was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same, or it's different?
It's the same. I worked with my father.
I'm sorry, and it's low voice, you can speak up, please.
I worked with my father, so we both played in a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
On August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was so shortly after his death that he was going to be hanged. Then I had no prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just? And then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You're talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and like that into the house for girls.
So you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him, and I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering your question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. He wasn't really there for me, correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father, fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, you said I got out as soon as I could, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was going to move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said she was going to tell me to move out, or she was going to give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was going to let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to move out, and you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out, and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now, you said before, until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozal, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in.
That's right.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat it?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really. Because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it? What you were telling the detective, after you're saying that you learned for the first time that your dad's been murdered, what you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't know.
You've read through this transcript, you agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that the detective was kind of confused, and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it did clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks again, trying to clarify this relationship and what's really going on. So he asked you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, sir.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
Then the detective asks you, but do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But when he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't true, was it?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, the detective, page 8. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. He knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here, and you respond, no, he knows I live here, correct?
My father?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that lived in that house. The detective asked him, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the joint custody that they had.
Yeah. And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because they all they do is scream and yell. When I was over there, my grandma would go downstairs at 6 in the morning yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. You're asked page 10 by Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here, and if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere, because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had legitimate jobs.
You had a good job.
His job was better than me.
He was a mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money, fair?
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good legitimate job that you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you go on to state that you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years, fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozawa, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell him, and this is page 12, counsel, yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with, correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were actually off the day before, correct? You didn't work on August 6th.
I was drinking water, don't remember.
But you would first tell the police officer, yeah, I worked yesterday, but then...
Sorry about that.
Is that better?
If you could just please repeat your answer. I'm not trying... If you could speak up, please, and just repeat that last answer.
I was drinking a lot and I don't remember.
But you actually made the same mistake and initially told him I was working yesterday, but then you corrected yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you really weren't drinking that much. Because you at first said, well, I worked yesterday, and then you said, oh, actually, you know what? It was my day off. Correct? Sundays are your days off.
That was 10 years ago and I was drinking very heavily from my father's house. So I don't.
Okay. But sir, this conversation occurred August 7th, 2023. All right?
Sorry.
Or, I mean, you do... Fair to say, it hasn't been that long, has it?
Not 10 years.
In reference to the day before, August 6th, and you seeing them moving in, okay, because you actually didn't work the day before. You said, I heard the door open. I thought one of the girls opened the door, so I came down and looked out and saw him unloading stuff. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. So I closed the door, just didn't hear it, correct?
Okay.
And at this point in time, you tell the detective that you actually don't have a room in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true. I mean, you were sleeping with your wife in the same bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that your guy is a hot-tempered guy, correct?
That's who it is?
His father.
Okay, you said your guy.
Yeah. You said he's like a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said he had no filter, that kind of guy.
Yes, sir.
You were asked, okay, so when you left Yoko's house, and that was a couple of years before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to him? And your answer was not at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective says, oh, and you say nothing. I mean, you say nothing, correct? Meaning you guys don't talk.
After he found out that we were married, we didn't talk after that.
Detective asks you, he didn't call you or nothing, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
No text, nothing like that, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective then asks you about you speaking with him a couple of months ago, and what did that entail? Like, what were you guys doing at that point? You correct him and say, I didn't say I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, I thought you said the last time you spoke with, like actually talked to him, was a couple of months ago. And you say, well, like it was probably years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You say, he doesn't call me on my birthday, not on Happy New Year's, like none of that. So not Thanksgiving, so we just didn't talk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're asked by the detective, counsel, this on page 18, is there anything you can think of that you haven't told me that you think might be important for us to know? And you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're there trying to figure out this dynamic, and you've lied to them about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to them about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly happened.
You did say that it was kind of a shit show at the other house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that you had discussed issues concerning this dynamic, correct? Concerning your wife, you, your father, the moving arrangements, correct?
No, no, sir.
You were interviewed another time, correct? By another officer. And you reviewed that in preparation, the transcript, in preparation for your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
That interview occurred September 12th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this detective now, after speaking to you, and it's a little bit into the interview, tells you, well, you know, you weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is, meaning the situation is a little different than hers. We're here to, you didn't do it, to clear you, correct? You recall that conversation? I'm sorry?
When did this conversation happen again?
September 12th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? I mean, you're there being interviewed concerning being a potential suspect, and you remember the date, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're being told now that we're working to clear you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were relieved, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The detective asks you, does that make sense? And you say it does, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, and while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just, there's, you know, that's not even on the radar, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had told law enforcement that you weren't close to Devyn, didn't really have a real marriage, and things aren't that bad with your dad, and you're basically being told, hey, it's good, you're good, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're left there sitting for a little while, and the room's being recorded, and you say this is going to be a fucking Netflix series, correct?
I don't remember.
I told you that you said that. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'm just letting you know I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
And before I forget, I'm sorry for going back, but there was some discussion with Detective Ozawa about the problem the morning, August 7th, about your wife trying to register the girls. Your dad was supposed to register them, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's because they were moving into the house and the girls were starting at that school, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's again a confirmation that you knew. You knew that they were moving into the house. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified before a grand jury, a little different room, but you were put under oath and you were called as a witness on September 14th, just a couple days after that last interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under oath, you testified, like you did initially today, that you were unaware that your father was moving into the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it was something that you had learned after your father's death, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that there were no discussions about you potentially moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's exactly what you said, no, sir. There was never a discussion and you said, no, sir, but there were multiple discussions, correct?
So I can remember this.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked, sir.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine, but it was just work related?
Anytime I was with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
Today, now that she's on trial, you testified that you woke up at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 7th and she was in bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you testified to the grand jury, you testified that you never woke up at all, correct? I'm referring to page 17, 18.
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is different again today on that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously you waking up is kind of a big deal, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were actually awake at 2 a.m. on the 7th, weren't you?
I woke up to her getting in bed, and I looked over at her, and saw that she got in bed, and I rolled back over and went to sleep.
You had been calling her that night from the home phone, correct? Well, she's with your dad.
We don't have a home phone.
Testimony is that you don't have a home phone. All right. So it's your testimony that you didn't call over and over again?
I believe I sent the text, and she didn't reply, and then that's when I put the girls to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
But that wasn't the only night that she was out with your dad. She was with your dad till like 1 a.m. the night before, correct?
Possibly moving things, yes.
So 2 nights in a row, she's with your dad and she's not home, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, through the course of your grand jury testimony, you are asked by a grand juror, because unlike this, I mean, grand jurors can ask you questions, correct? I mean, that was your understanding. They spoke to you.
Yes, sir.
You were asked how long you and Devyn had been married, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you answered 3 years.
Yes, sir.
And then there's some follow-up questions. Just like to ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devyn... I'm sorry, page 35. Did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? And you answered, yes, it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it was very expensive to keep the girls at daycare, and she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. And then there's a question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? And your testimony under oath to this grand jury on this day was, yes, after the first year it started to get intimate, correct?
Yes, sir.
After the first year of marriage it started to get intimate, correct?
Objection, it does not say that.
Context of the question, I read it, it speaks for itself.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury can determine what the context is. You just need to read the verbatim. Without objection, I'll be suspended.
And if I may just read in for the record, I mean, this is prior testimony.
This is from the grand jury?
Correct.
What page are you on?
Page 35, I'll start at line 15, page 35, by juror. How long have you and Devyn been married? Answer, 3 years. Question. If I could ask you just a couple more questions about that, did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? Yes. Answer. But it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at a daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Question. Okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? Yes. After the first year, it started to get intimate. Next question. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. You're getting closer to the truth of the nature of your relationship the farther it is that you get away from perhaps being charged with his murder. Fair to say?
Can you repeat the question?
You're getting more and more truthful concerning the nature of your relationship with Devyn the further it gets away from your having been charged or being charged. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You testified today that you didn't remember the date that you married her, correct? Your testimony that you don't remember marrying her on December 21st, 2021?
No, sir.
Are these stipulated? Okay, thank you. There'll be exhibit numbers, but I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? And these were taken from your phone. From his phone.
Are those stipulated too?
Yeah, we have no objection. We just want a copy because
Absolutely.
we just, I think we do for,
Objecting to this side?
correct. I think,
Okay, well, let's just make it record.
Yeah, yeah, they put them on. This is L3. It's been marked by your clerk. He was ahead of me, so thank you.
Right, but I just need you to tell me what it is, so we put it on record.
Okay. L3.
It's L3?
Yeah, is that L3? Okay.
So L3, well, Mr. What's it, if the whole packet's being stipulated to, let's just admit the packet now, and you
Okay.
can show any ones you want.
Okay.
So L3 to what?
Hang on just a second. A3 to S3.
Okay, A3 to S3 is the mental stipulation of the victim's function law.
And in the interest of time, and since these will go back, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. If we could please,
In the front.
right here?
Yeah.
Remember that date? Okay. But you do remember marrying her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Remember this?
Now, what exhibit was that?
This is exhibit K3. And we're going to be showing you L3. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, fair to say you and she had a traditional marriage, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously it was a fairly passionate relationship, wasn't it?
You got rid of it, yeah.
I mean, for good and bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
That she had sent you a text just days before this case began about get out of the house. Do you recall that? Get your stuff, Don't think of coming back. I want a divorce.
I don't remember anything like that.
And you're still married to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
After things went down in this case, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
Through the course of your marriage to her, you wore a wedding ring, didn't you?
My son Vegas, yeah.
And she wore a wedding ring too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a symbol of the commitment that you had to each other, correct? Rings are.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been admitted, Defense Exhibit B3. That was the ring that she wore, correct?
Yes, sir.
You worked at Hometronics and you had tools, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were good at installing home security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had hundreds of pictures on your phone of various systems that you installed, correct?
Yes, sir. After I was done with the job, I had to upload it to the Hometronics website to prove that I got the job done.
And Your Honor, this is Defense Exhibit. It's like B1 through V2. We're moving through the admission. These are just images of security systems.
B1 through B2.
I'm sorry.
B1 through
B1 through V2.
Oh, no objection.
Okay, B1 through V2 will be admitted.
And in going through these security systems, you obviously were conscientious of the angles, correct?
Well, I would ask how we set the camera up, and I would ask the customer to pull it on their phone and let me know what he thinks.
So you're familiar with security cameras and what they picked up and what they didn't.
Yes, sir.
And there's going to be a stack of these, but I'll just show you just for like Defense Exhibit K2. And we've got one right here. You can see that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what type of camera that is, correct?
A ring camera?
All right. Showing you Defense Exhibit D2. You got the ladder up on this. This is an exterior camera. You installed that one, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what kind of camera that is, correct?
That's also a ring camera.
I mean, you were good at what you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
And installing the home entertainment systems, I mean, you use a sawzall. You cut through 2x4s, you cut through drywall, things like that, correct?
Not 2x4s, it's just rubber.
Okay. But you had tools, you had saws, you had electric powered saws, correct?
No, just a drywall saw. That was another.
Okay.
For doing in-wall kits for TVs.
All right. And it's your testimony, Mr. Giordani asked you, it's your testimony that you didn't kill your father, is that correct?
I did not kill my father.
You left your home that night, didn't you?
Objection, what night?
The night of the 7th, early morning hours of August 7th, correct?
2023?
2023.
To go to work?
No, you left the house in the dark at 2 a.m., correct?
No, sir.
You'd been on your phone. You were looking at pictures of you and Devyn, correct?
I don't remember.
You left that home. You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
No, sir. If it's talking about the night time my father was married,
Yeah.
I was home with the girls. We watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text letting her know that I put them to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like the testimony under oath that you've given to the grand jury previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that you'll lie under oath if it fits you.
No, sir. I became a very big alcoholic.
Okay.
So it doesn't. But I will answer truthfully to what I feel.
But you'd agree with me that you were an alcoholic before that day and you had a drinking problem, correct? Before August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
In fact, it became a really big point of contention between you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
The actions, correct? Things that you do, correct? She'd send you texts. I mean, she'd get angry about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd tell you that you were turning into your father. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And you resented that part of your father, didn't you? Because he did the same thing, correct?
No, sir.
And you'd agree with me that when you drink, you do things that you wish you didn't, correct?
That was in the movie, no, sir.
It affected your judgment, didn't it?
No, sir.
Affects your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Bear with me, Debbie, I just got a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So, Mr. Draskovich started his questioning by asking you if you'd ever talked to him or his investigator or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Since after that jail call we heard, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've maintained a job out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Living a normal, or I guess relatively normal life.
Yes, sir.
You traveled here after we contacted you and said this trial's coming up and we need you to testify as a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
You came here willingly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't make me go arrest you to bring you here, correct?
Yes, sir.
We flew you out, you came and you brought your girlfriend for support.
Yes, sir.
And your girlfriend's the young lady sitting in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Is it easy for you to talk about your personal sexual life in front of all these strangers and that big old camera right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me tell the jury. Was this a dynamic, untraditional relationship?
At first, it was just to help with my sisters, and things got a little weird, so in the beginning, no, and then at the end, yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the marriage. I'm talking about since you were a 19-year-old kid having sex with your father's ex, or I guess live-in girlfriend at the time. You would agree that's not traditional?
Absolutely. Yes.
You would agree that's not traditional?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that, you know, it's not the best look to do what you did?
Yes, sir.
Are you embarrassed of that?
Yes, sir.
But it happened, and you're acknowledging that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sexual relationship went on for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Without going through all these exhibits, you would acknowledge and you understand that the detectives took your phone and took a whole bunch of other phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before you even took the stand in front of these people today, you know that we, all these lawyers, have access to your most personal, intimate conversations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing your best to recall 2 years ago, back to 8 years ago, in front of this jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say, sitting on the stand today, you say, I believe I worked on August 6th. Is that what you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Draskovich made a big point of this, and I want to address it real quickly. Page 13 of the voluntary statement, counsel. This is about working the day before. The detective, actually it's bottom of page 12. The detective asks you, okay, is that what time you got off? And I'm going to be exactly precise with the words from this transcript, okay? You respond, sometimes a little earlier. The detective asks, is that what time you got off yesterday? You respond, I got off yesterday at about, wait now, today's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, right? And the detective responds, yeah. Then you respond, yeah, I didn't work yesterday. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I can show you this at any point if you need to see it. My point is, and my question is, on August 7th, you learned your father died from your grandfather, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have, you were at work and then you go home and you start drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You learn a little bit later that it's not like a natural death and there are police involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are police showing up to your house, they're searching it, they're talking to Nikki, Devyn, they're talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You acknowledged with defense counsel earlier, you were not entirely truthful about the depth of your relationship with Nikki, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to this jury, let them look at you and say, why is it that you were not entirely truthful about your relationship with Nikki on the day one?
I wasn't entirely truthful with our relationship because I didn't know that my father was murdered, and I didn't want anybody to talk about that. I tried to feel some truths that I shouldn't be.
Okay, so do you even know at the time you're giving this interview that Nikki was a potential suspect?
I was unaware for the whole thing. I just didn't know why the cops were in her house.
Okay, did there come a point in time in the intervening or the days after August 7th where you start to suspect she had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that easy for you to come to that understanding?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She was your wife, she is your wife.
Yes, sir.
You cared for 2 children together, you had a lot of sexual history with this person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to see her go to jail or get arrested for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, and I should clarify. In the days where you're just suspecting and you're still kind of figuring out what's going on, did you want her to go to jail and lose her kids for this?
Once I found out after the news article, yes.
Okay, So once you find out what actually happened to your dad and you presume she did it, you want her to go to jail. Fair.
Yes, sir.
But before that, you're not in any of this interviews blaming it on her, correct? We agree there.
Yes, sir.
You're not saying she must have done it. You're just giving history.
Yes, sir.
You minimize your relationship. We can agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the questioning Mr. Draskovich went through with the when you learned your dad was moving into the Porcupine Room address. I want to talk about this for a moment. Before I get into the transcript, as you sit here right now, when is it that you think you learned that your dad was moving into the residence?
It was talked about before. I drank a lot. According to the paper, I did know about it apparently, but
okay.
I didn't think it was actually enough.
Okay. So, and bottom of page 8. I'm going to read verbatim. You are asked about line 300, counsel. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out, period. You respond, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, period. And, period, I mean, period, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it, period. They then ask, okay, and you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here? You responded, no, he knew I lived there. Detective says, and then, ... and you continue and you say, but since I didn't talk to him and she was going over there for the girls and him, I kind of stayed away. I guess they would talk about it and she ran it by me. I drink a lot, so she ran it by me apparently, and I was gonna move out for a short period of time until he got on his feet and I was gonna come back. Does that sound accurate? Do you dispute what is in the statement? Does it sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
You're not disputing what's in the statement.
No, sir.
So even back then, you're telling them like, I drink a lot. She apparently told me this.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here right now, do you 100% remember when you learned your dad was going to move in?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you known beforehand, before his death, would that have caused you to fight him, hurt him, kill him?
No, sir.
Would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you gotta go stay at a buddy's house and move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Devyn. I pass it, Mr.
Can you agree, Counsel Director?
Yes. This whole issue about the sexual relationship that you had with Devyn, beginning when you were 19, you didn't speak to the prosecutor or anybody about that until yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watched this opening statement, didn't you? Our opening statement, where we laid out what was in the phones. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you watched the opening statement in this case, didn't you?
What was the opening statement?
You don't know what an opening statement is or the opening statement?
I don't record a lot.
I see. So she's on trial, you're in California or you're getting here and you didn't watch this?
I seen the YouTube video.
Then you talked to the prosecutor about these issues, correct? So you watched the YouTube video, you watched the opening statement, correct? And you adjusted, isn't that right?
What do you mean by adjusted?
You know, you received a couple of texts from your father. 10/24/2022. You have nothing to tell me? WTF. I thought you were my seed. If what I know, I can't fuck with you. And he sent you another one. A moment after that, double shit, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Anybody want to say?
What YouTube video did you see and when did you see it?
It was earlier in the year. I think it was about the custody case. It wasn't about this one.
Okay, so that line of questioning just now was a bit misleading, so let me clarify something.
I'd object. That question was clear. It's whether his answer, I think, is misleading. So.
Mr. Giordani's objection, Mr. Giordani's characterization is going to be sustained. Mr. Giordani, if you think something needs to be clarified for this jury, you can ask the clarifying question.
Okay, so the way, maybe I mischaracterized or misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, did you watch a YouTube video last night of the opening statement that happened in this trial?
No, sir, I'm sorry. The video that I had witnessed was over the custody case, I believe.
Yeah, like months ago, correct?
Yeah, earlier this year.
Did you watch any footage from this trial before hitting the sand?
No, sir.
Okay. So what you're testifying to is not based on something Mr. Draskovich said yesterday or the day before? Because you wouldn't know what he said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we met last night, I told you, I'm not going to tell you what anybody said in court. I want to hear the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I said the most important thing is to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Justice?
You're capable of not quite telling the truth when it's to your benefit. Fair to say?
I just didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I see. You reviewed those transcripts prior to your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke with investigators from the district attorney's office in preparation for this trial, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
They went through what your testimony was going to be. They went through what your statements were going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
They provided you transcripts of your prior statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until last night that you talked about having the sexual relationship with your wife, about 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just last night's the first time you talked about it, just so we're clear, correct?
Talk about what?
To the prosecutor about this relationship that you had with Devyn. Last night was the first time, correct?
Well, he is Devyn.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. It's been a long day with Devyn. You spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct? About your relationship with Devyn Michaels. Going back to 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you have no further questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got to clarify. So everyone understands, you testified at a prior proceeding where I questioned you, the grand jury thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the relationship and you said it was sexual after the first year and it went up and until your dad's death.
Yes, sir.
That's back in September of 23.
Yes, sir.
Last night, you flew in out of state, you came with your girl, and you met with us with a witness present, a guy with a badge. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if it was meant to be suggested this way, but what I heard was they told you what to say or something like that?
I object. I know I didn't. That wasn't my question, so that was
okay.
Okay.
So we asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And I told you, I can't tell you anything that's happened in court. That would be unethical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I told you to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Just so we're clear, I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing. I'm just saying yesterday was the first time that you had a discussion about having a relationship with your wife, a sexual relationship, from the time you were 19, correct?
No, sir. It sounds like I was already interviewed about it.
I read your grand jury transcript. No, that was in the context of your marriage. You never testified before the grand jury about having a sexual relationship with your wife that began when you were 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
You can come out now.
Counsel, good approach. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to news or media accounts or commentate on it. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference bureau. You must not make any investigation, test theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or trust anything regarding this case unless files submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be at recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All right, to the jury.
I would lit the card 3-play. I'm sleepy, and then I hang up. I pass out. I ain't gonna be able to skip none of the breaks. And we will resume sometime tomorrow morning with part 3 and 4. The next episode. Tomorrow morning. New choice. Yeah. Low key, niggas hating, but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we don't eat.